Over this station, we will bring you the awe and mystery of modern science, which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits. The outer limits.
At the edge of the universe, 400 men and women are probing the immeasurable blackness of space. Their leaders are an Earthman with no fear and a stranger with no heart. Travel beyond our time and solar system, into new galaxies, into worlds beyond your dreams. Star Trek, every week, in color on the NBC television network.
Hey, what time is it? It's Podblast time! That's right, it's Podblast time. This is your weird, wonderful, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life, like the Milton Bradley board game of life. That's what the nostalgia in this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, is all about, our collective memories. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper. Man, oh man, we've got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud. And I saw Tom Williams, a.k.a. Basil, pop in the background, in the backstage. And Sarah, let's go ahead and bring Sarah on. Sarah's back there. Hello, Sarah.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I just got up a little bit ago. Yes.
Well, you're in California, so okay.
Well, yeah, by part of the night, so my bad.
All right. Well, I'm going to do this. I just want to let everyone know we're talking about monsters today, and I have some great photos, some information. I wasn't going to do a show today. I was going to go to the movies with Al and Tom, but there was a medical emergency. I won't go into detail that prevented us from going. So I decided to go live. And so I whipped together this summary of 1960s monsters from various television shows. So that's what's on the agenda today. Let me go to chat and see who's in there. Wait till you see the footage I have got for you today. Let's see. And I'm sorry I was a little late. I wanted to start at 4 o'clock. By the way, if you're listening at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, or Apple Podcast or Podbean or Spotify, wherever you might be listening, I would encourage you to go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel if you want to see these clips. You don't have to subscribe unless you want to. Just go there and you will see the thumbnail image of a creature from the outer limits. David McCollum, who sadly passed away in 2023 before he was Ducky in NCIS. He played a couple characters in the original Outer Limits show. We'll talk about it later. Let me see what else I have. And by the way, I don't own any of these clips. This is all just sharing for this educational presentation. So no rights are given or implied. So I had to get that out of the way. Now, that said, let's get this nostalgia party started. Al Hardy may pop in. He finally saw Beekeeper. He may want to talk about that. But man, we just discovered on Pluto TV, there is a fugitive channel. Did you know that? Now we're talking monsters, but there is a fugitive channel. I think that's pretty cool. Now I'm going to go ahead and let me do this. Sarah, I'm going to put you backstage just for a second. Okay.
Sounds good.
Well, and again, well, yeah, I just need to figure out how to do a solo screen here. Wait a minute. I can do it. Let me do this. All right. And so I want to play a clip. We'll start with, now we're going to do a show, Sarah and I, about the Twilight Zone Tuesday night on her channel, My Flock on YouTube. So I know I said I would cover the Twilight Zone monsters, but I'm just going to cover the Outer Limits, Star Trek, and Lost in Space today. And you're not going to believe some of the facts that I uncovered when I did research for today's show. So let me just go ahead and start a little video presentation about the Outer Limits, and then I can get my bearings. The Outer Limits was originally called Please Stand By. I'm going to play the original pilot opening credits to the Outer Limits called Please Stand By. It starts a couple seconds in, so it starts a little late, but you get the drift. Let's watch the opening credits to the pilot to the Outer Limits from 1963.
Your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to outer space. Please stand by. We now return control of your television set to you. Until next week at the same time, when the control voice will again take over. Until then, please stand by.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. What did you think, Sarah, about that?
That was pretty freaking epic, but, you know, of course, I dig this kind of stuff. So, yeah, I loved it.
I did too. I thought I liked his alternate opening credits and that long version of the narration. And Dick Tufeld did a little piece at the end of the first few episodes. After the end credits, you heard the voice of the robot on Lost in Space, or future voice of the robot on Lost in Space, exclaim, "The outer limits. The outer limits." He had such a great voice that I can't. I want to acknowledge that I can't compare to him, but I want to acknowledge people that have tuned in. I'm so grateful to everyone that's here. Esmeralda is here. Danny Staten in South Carolina is here. Nocturnal Miss So is here. Someone who I know is really happy. Katie, K-pop junkie is here. And she says, monsters, woohoo. I know she's happy because she is in Michigan. And of course, Michigan got the #1 title NCAA football, and the Lions are kicking butt in the playoffs for the NFL. Okay, but we're not a sports show. So hello to you, Katie. Of course, hello to Sarah. Hello to Tracy. Tracy's Fractured History and More on YouTube. She has a great channel. She says, I love the Outer Limits. So do I. So hello to all you fine folks. And in Facebook lands, somebody said, what a great topic. Hey, also to the Outcast Creative YouTube channel. It came from outer space. I got to run. I've got to stream. Just wanted to pop and show some support. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. And Katie says, hell yeah, or heck yeah, go Lions. So, yeah, well, thanks for all of that. Let me get back to the agenda. I'm going to read from my TV Bible a little bit about the Outer Limits. I'll try not to put everyone to sleep. I've got an awesome book also I'm going to reference. Let me put the image of that up. This is from 1988. My book is falling apart. I love this book so much. I've read it maybe 5 times. Awesome resource, but I take care of my things. So this was just not very well made for 1988. Usually things today are not well made. Here's the book I'm referring to. There we go.
Oh, wow.
It's an awesome book, but look how it's chipping at the corners and falling apart. But I took some photographs of some awesome images of monsters in this book that I'll put on the screen as the show progresses. I do want to mention that the control voice was this guy. Vic Perrin was the announcer for the Outer Limits for the opening titles and the narrator of the show. Piece of trivia. I'll make a surprise question. I'll give you 5 Grease Tops 1978 cards, which has nothing to do with monsters. As a prize, if you can tell me what is the only episode of the Outer Limits that did not have narration from the control voice, Vic Perrin. There is one episode that did not contain any narration. What episode? Whoever is the first person to answer that question with the episode title wins the prize. I'll mail it to you. I'll give you a hint. It's a season 1 episode. But Vic Perrin also appeared on camera in Star Trek after the Outer Limits ended in the episode Mirror, Mirror as a benevolent alien. That the mere shadow world of the Federation of Planets, the evil shadow world, was going to blast out of existence if they didn't give up their dilithium crystals. So.
Yeah, that's a good episode. I actually like that one.
And that was the guy who played that alien. Go ahead, dear.
Yeah, I was going to say, they ran with the mirror stuff that kind of weirdly, but I still like it. That was a very good episode because but you know what I thought interesting about that episode is even in the mirror universe, that planet was exactly the same. It was weird. They're supposed to be different, but they weren't. But the Federation was, but they weren't.
And Spock had a beard.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody who has a beard is evil. Just saying.
I love it when Kirk played a villainous Captain Kirk like he did in The Enemy Within in season 1, where the transporter split him into 2 halves, a good half and an evil half. And then in the Mirror Mirror universe, where the Federation is an empire, an evil empire.
Yeah.
I order you! Let me go! I'll hang you by your ear, your Vulcan ears, you traitor! Whatever the line is. And I'm going to talk about some people that wore the mask, the people behind the monsters. And there was one guy in particular who performed most of the creatures in the Outer Limits. And we'll talk about him and show some footage of him in just a moment. A very fascinating man. He passed away, sadly, in 1974. I'll just tell you his name, Janos Prohaska. And I always thought it was Janos Prohaska when I read this Outer Limits book, but it's Janos. And he was a Hungarian stuntman and makeup man, and he worked in all sorts of great shows in the 60s, The Outer Limits, as I mentioned, Lost in Space, Trek, everything. He was just really cool. We'll talk about him in just a little bit. And then I have some other nostalgic features for you. But anyway, getting back to The Outer Limits, the very first episode featured this creature. The first episode was titled The Galaxy Being, and I played you the original intro to this pilot. Please Stand By, the original title to The Outer Limits. And this was a creature that Cliff Robertson's character brought into our universe from another dimension through radio. And it was a pretty interesting alien. Go ahead.
I was like, good job. You run radio, so what are you going to bring it to us? Dang it.
Absolutely nothing but grease cards. What was kind of cool, I'm going to show you what the fall 1963 TV Guide issue had to say about The Outer Limits. This is from my book that's falling apart. That was published in 1988. The Outer Limits Official Companion by David J. Shao and Jeffrey Frentzen. And I love this image. It shows actor Paul Richards, Edward Franz, and Joseph Cotton as they try to ignore the Thetan alien in their midst in this photo session for the 1963 fall preview issue of TV Guide. Now, the Thetan, the monster you see there, was a manufactured creature in the story. The episode's titled The Architects of Fear. It was the 5th episode produced in production order. Robert Culp played someone who randomly drew the privilege of being transformed into a monster. And the goal was, from this New World Order board of directors, they wanted to bring the people of the world together through fear. And so their thought was, let's have an alien land and everyone in the world will come together to fight a common enemy. And that's not what happens. Spoiler alert in the episode. It has a very tragic ending. But the person that performed this creature, the Thetan, was Janos Prohaska that I mentioned earlier. And he typically would play primates. He would play chimpanzees, as he did in another Outer Limits episode we'll talk about in a moment. This is what he looked like performing that monster. He had crutches and he would hobble around. I'm going to show you video of him performing the Thetan monster from the Architects of Fear in just a moment, which is one of my favorite monsters ever on the Outer Limits. That's what the head of that costume looked like before it was painted from my Outer Limits book. And here's the finished product of the monster. Again, if you're listening, this is going to be very boring. Please go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, or the Twitter channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, if you want to see these cool images. But look at that. This was cutting edge in 1963. And a factoid from my book, in the Deep South, several stations did not even air this episode because they were so freaked out they'd have another War of the Worlds incident where people committed suicide. Seriously, they thought it was that realistic. Yeah, true story.
He's got sugar feet. Like, what? Anyways.
Let's play a clip. I'm going to play a clip. I got this from another YouTube channel, and then I'll put some comments on the screen. I'm not trying to neglect the comments. It's hard to do this by yourself, folks, when you're live. So I'll get to the comments in just a sec, but I'm going to play a clip so you can see how this creature hobbled around in the episode. And then I have some cool, rare promos of the original Outer Limits to share. Let me find where did I put that clip? And I'm going to play a clip from Love American Style that featured Yanos playing a bear. But let me find, gosh darn it. Let me see where I put it. Here. Yes, here it is. Only 35-second clip, but check it out.
Maybe this is a story that inspired Frederik Pohl's Nebula Award-winning novel Man Plus. Rather than transitioning a human for interstellar survival, this man-made monster was created to scare people into world peace.
What's that?
It's a great episode, and his transformation into the creature over time with surgeries and plastic surgeries is very dramatic, and they pump him up with drugs that affects his mind, and it's just a great episode of The Outer Limits. And the tragedy is his wife learns she's going to have a baby after he's already begun the procedure and been injected to become this fictional Thetan alien creature for the betterment of mankind.
Oh, real quick though, why did they choose the married man, and then why did they make her a Mrs. Monster? Just out of curiosity.
Well, It wouldn't have been very dramatic. You had to watch the episode. It begins, and they actually have a little tiny. It looked like an insect or a scorpion type creature in a cage that they got the DNA from to inject into Robert Culp's character to turn into a life-size Thetan. And that's never really explained, or is it? I don't think it is explained where they found that or what it is, or was it from outer space and it was captured? But there's a secret boardroom of a bunch of guys drawing lots, and Robert Culp's character draws the lot to become the creature. So no wives are in the room. It was a bunch of men. Don't you know that men rule the world? I'm kidding, Tracy. I'm kidding, Sarah. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. In 1963, I guess that was the thought. I don't know. But let's watch some promos to the
what?
Let's watch some original promos to the Outer Limits. And we're going to talk about the monsters and show the monsters. And I want to know in comments, what is your favorite 1960s TV monster of any show? David Kolf, Kolf is how you spell his last name, chose one from Lost in Space. I'll show in a little bit. But I want to know, what is your favorite TV monster from Star Trek, Outer Limits, Twilight Zone, anything from the 1960s? I want to limit it to that decade, limit it to the 60s. And well, let's open it up to the 70s as well. 60s and 70s. What's your favorite TV monster? Not movies, television show monsters. And I'm going to play these promos. It's about 6 minutes worth. I need that time to put the comments on the screen and have a little Hershey's Kiss for some energy. But let's watch this together, shall we?
Thrill to the awe and mystery of the hidden world, the Outer Limits.
The contamination must be coming from them. The aft compartment. Isolate them in there. Every plant, every spore. I'll inform the base.
Listen, there's more to this levitation than just the physical. I'm really able to fly. Are you aware of that?
Ian, we should test more. It faded and drifted like short wave. Then we lost the signal. It's gone, Ian. We don't know if it's alive or dead.
The Outer Limits.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits.
The Outer Limits, brought to you by
our powers in the universe inscrutable and profound. Fear cannot save us. Rage cannot help us. We must see the stranger in a new light, the light of understanding. And to achieve this, we must begin to understand ourselves and each other. We now return control of your television set to you until next week at this same time, when the control voice will take you to the outer limits. Thrill to the awe and mystery of the hidden world in these coming episodes of The Outer Limits.
Listen, there's more to this levitation than just the physical. I'm really able to fly. Are you aware of that?
Ian.
Yeah.
Ian, we should test more. It faded and drifted. Like short wave. Then we lost the signal. It's gone, Ian. We don't know if it's alive or dead.
No kidding, don't do it.
Okay, that's a bit repetitive, so I'm going to cut the clip there. I thought those clips were pretty interesting, and you saw some of the Architects of Fear, where Robert Culp's character, who later did The Greatest American Hero, among other shows, is all doped up. Oh, please, Al Hardy's texting me. Sorry, folks. Let me just play a little bit more. Let's see. I don't want to be repetitive. I want to play something different. Something different. You know what? I'm going to play a 40-second clip. Check that. I'm going to play a clip from I've Got a Secret, the live game show with Janos Prohaska, the guy inside most of the monster outfits in the Outer Limits. And you'll get to see what he looks like. And he's playing an ape here. And then I'm going to show you some really cool monsters. Let's watch this together.
Now, members of the panel, I ask you first of all not to be nervous. Everything is completely under control. But our next guest, I can't just call. I have to go and more or less entice. You'll excuse me. All right now, Coco. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. All right. Thanks, but I'm already spoken for. Panelists, this is a most remarkable big. Wait a minute. That's right, Coco. Easy does it. Chester, I think the lights are bothering her. Can we take the lights down a little bit? No, she's been very tractable up until now. It's all right, dear. Come on now. Come on. Here's me. Now, this is really one of the most remarkable animals that I've ever had anything to do with. And big, and I'm a little hard to handle. I'm going to ask Coco to whisper her secret to me, and we'll at the same time to our audience at home. Coco, will you whisper your secret to me, please? Easy does it, girl. Easy. All right, we'll start the questioning, please, with Betsy. Easy over. I get her up, but I can't.
That's all right, Coco. Coco, is this something you're going to do tonight? No, I can't remember what the secret was.
Have a banana. Yes, this is something she's going to do tonight.
Without you, Gary, I hope.
Well, I'm going to be there to more or less control her, but she's not mean. She just...
No, she's happy. I can tell. Is she going to do this, does she do this regularly?
Yes, she does it regularly.
Coco, why don't you sit up in the chair there, girl?
Coco, can't you come up on the chairs?
Come on.
I'll get around the stage in full view in a minute. $20 down, $60 to go. You know, I worked with a lot of animals, but this one's tough. Oh, all right, Henry.
You gonna do something she hasn't done yet? I take it that there's a shortage of acts out here. Is this what this ape or whatever it is going to... Are we going to get involved in any way?
Henry, I can't promise. No, on purpose you're not going. All right, $40 down, 40 to go. We go, please, to Bess Myerson. Yes, Bess.
I've forgotten the secret.
Something she's going to do.
Oh, she's going to do?
Yeah.
I see. Is she, obviously a performing kind of monkey?
She's a performing kind of monkey when she feels like performing, yes.
Uh-huh. And is she going to do this with all kinds of props and things?
No, there'll be no props involved.
Really? Will any other... Oh, we decided there might be somebody else involved.
$60 down, $20 to go. We go, please, to Steve Alos.
I don't think she likes her dress. You know, I really
Now, don't throw it.
Is this something she has ever done in the movies? Have we ever seen her perform before?
It's possible you've seen her perform before. I don't know whether she's done it in the movie. You know, this chimp is 8 years old, and they usually stop training him at the end of 3 because they're too tough to handle. She's big and she's strong, but she is tractable and most remarkable. Now, Coco, come out here. I'll show you what she's going to do. Coco, come on. Come on. Now, don't be afraid, dear. Come on. We were friends. Come on. Come on. Now, roll over. Roll over. Ah! Roll over. Roll over. Stand on your hands, Coco. That's good. That's very good, Coco. That's good. Don't be nervous. She's perfectly all right. Perfectly fine. Now, Coco, you're going to sit... Coco, let me get your bonnet off, because you're going to sing a song for us. That was her secret. She was going to sing. So... Yeah. Coco, you going to sing a song for us? Sing a song. Well, Coco, that's not a very pretty song. Well, that's back from a chin. I want to tell you, I have seen acts in my life that call for discipline and skill. This is the great Yanos. This is what he does for a living, and I swear that I, who have worked with chimpanzees all my life, no offense. When I came backstage and saw Yanos here, back in the dark, I went, ah! So now, here's the funny part about it, panel. We had him up in the office yesterday, and everybody knew that it was a man, everybody in our office, and yet he went around jumping over partitions. And let's just see what your reaction is, even though that you know this is a very nice Hungarian gentleman in here. So, Janos, you're on your own. Go see the panel, Coco.
is Palmer's Gone by Mac Sheep.
He was kind of a horny ape. He always played a horny primate. I hear some of your birds in the background, Sarah.
Yeah, they're here. It's the middle of the day. They're up. Sorry, everybody, if they yell.
Tracy's Fractured History More says he must have been in really good shape to do all of that. No acrobatics. My gosh, I'm feeling my asthma come on. Yeah, he was quite a performer. He really was, Tracy. Absolutely. And Esmeralda says to you, Tracy, yes, that is very athletic. And then you say, LOL, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. He was an awesome stunt performer. Let me put his image on the screen. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit more about him. And then we're going to get back to the monsters and show some of the monsters he portrayed. And a lot of these monsters wound up in Star Trek. A lot of the makeup people and some of the people behind the camera that worked on Outer Limits went on to Star Trek, at least in season 1 of that epic program. Here's what he looks like without the mask. And I want to show you another photo from the Outer Limits. This is my favorite episode of the Outer Limits. There he is playing a primate again with Jill Haworth. The episode called The Sixth Finger, in which David McCallum's character plays a miner, a guy that works in the mines in a European nation, a fictional European nation, who is hired by a scientist played by Edward Mulhare, who later played the boss in Knight Rider. And he was in The Ghost and Mrs. Muir down the line, but he played a scientist in Outer Limits that recruits this miner to undergo an experiment that will show us what man will evolve into years into the future, and it becomes a self-evolving process. Here's a picture showing some of the various makeup techniques by Fred Phillips. And you see at the bottom, that's the primate state, because the machine goes awry at the end of the episode. Spoiler alert. When his girlfriend, played by Jill Haworth, tries to revert him back to his human form. But the self-evolving process has had him evolve to what man will be like 1 million years into the future, as you see right there. And that's David McCallum underneath all of that makeup. Now, here's Fred Phillips applying that makeup. This is from my book, The Outer Limits, The Official Companion. Isn't that interesting? I love that. This is way back in summer of 1963. And that's pretty advanced makeup, pre-CGI, obviously. I think that is just absolutely fascinating.
Because practical effects and all that stuff is way better, even to this day, than all that CGI stuff, because whatever.
Totally. Absolutely. But getting back to Janos, I just want to just talk about him briefly. He was born October 10th, 1919 in Budapest, in Hungary. He passed away on March 13th, 1974. In Inyo County, California. Do you know where that is, Sarah? You're a Southern California gal.
Say it again.
Inyo County, Inyo County, California. Inyo.
I don't know.
Don't matter.
I don't
Doesn't
know
matter.
Inyo.
Okay. Well, you know what a yo-yo is, but you don't know what Inyo is.
I was going to say you. But never mind.
Was a very athletic stuntman on many shows in the 1960s. Oh, and I meant to mention in that clip from I've Got a Secret, the pretty blonde panelist would later play Pamela Voorhees in Friday the 13th. That was Betsy Palmer in her glamorous glory days on live television. But Janos is best remembered, I disagree, this is from Wikipedia, for his recurring comic role as Cookie the Bear in the Andy Williams Show from 1969 to 1971. He also appeared in shows like, as we have said, The Outer Limits, Bewitched. He played the dodo bird in Bewitched when Tabitha zapped up a bird. He played various creatures in Bewitched. He performed in I Dream of Jeannie and Gilligan's Island, in which he played Big Surprise, a gorilla. Let me show you that image. I pulled an image of Janos from Gilligan's Island, and it's right here. Just a second, folks. I love this picture with the great Tina Louise, otherwise known as Ginger, on Gilligan's Island. He's also has credited roles. Let me see here. His only credited role on Gilligan's Island appears in the episode titled Our Vines Have Tender Apes. He also played the title role in the 1965 Perry Mason episode titled The Case of the Grinning Gorilla. I guess the gorilla went ape and killed someone. I'm assuming. I've never seen it. No, I'm not kidding. I'm serious. No pun intended. But in 1967, Janos appeared as a white gorilla in the Fatal Cargo episode of the ABC TV sci-fi series Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. And on NBC's Star Trek, he turns in alien costumes of his own making as the Horta in Star Trek's The Devil in the Dark. It's from season 1. And by the way, that monster first appeared in The Outer Limits. I'll show you images of both creatures later in the show. He also played the Mugatu in A Private Little War in season 2 of Star Trek, the original series. The white beast that attacks Captain Kirk and slashes his chest.
Yeah.
And renders him very, very ill in that episode, which was an analogy for the Vietnam conflict on Earth. Gene Roddenberry got away with using alien worlds to mask real life stories that dealt with real life problems here on Earth in the 20th century at the time. He also stunt doubled for both Arnold Stang and Peter Falk, future Columbo, in the 1963 film It's a Mad, 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 Mad World, in which Stang, a small and lightweight man, wore shoulder pads under his costume so that his appearance would match the bulky appearance of Janos. Janos also appeared in Lost in Space. I'll play that clip in just a second, or a couple minutes rather. And he also made an appearance in an episode of What's My Line in 1969 in color. And I couldn't find that clip. I have it on my DVR. I didn't have time. I would be way late if I converted it. But, you know, here's some inside baseball from my phone to the internet. I'll do it another time. But it's a great segment. But I thought the segment with Gary Moore that we watched in black and white and I've Got a Secret was a little bit better. But it's kind of funny in the color episode of What's My Line from 69. He comes barreling down in the audience as an ape, and people think it's a real ape and they're going nuts. They're scared. People in the audience, they don't know what's going on. He was very, very authentic. Now, here's some, to finalize just one more paragraph about Janos. He was married to Irene M. Knoke, Knoke, from June 29th, 1969 until his death on March 13th, 1974. He and his son Robert were killed along with 34 others on March 13th, 1974 at 8:28 p.m. in the crash of a chartered Sierra Airlines Convair CV-440 aircraft near Bishop, California. While filming the ABC Wolper Productions television series titled Primal Man. The plane flew into a mountain ridge in the darkness, but the exact cause of the crash was never determined. His ashes were later interred at the mausoleum at Woodlawn Memorial Cemetery in Santa Monica, California. Isn't that terrible? He was killed.
Yeah, that's awful, especially in a plane crash. I mean, not my idea of the way.
And I'm looking at some of his credits. I told you about The Outer Limits. He also appeared in The Lucy Show as a gorilla in Lucy and the Monkey. I can't read. Lucy and the Monkey. I told you he was the Mugatu and the Horta in Star Trek. He also played the Yarmek creature in The Savage Curtain in season 3.
I love the Horta. One of my favorite episodes ever.
Oh, yeah. Devil in the Dark. Yeah, that was a good one. And he also played a gorilla in Land of the Giants in an episode titled Comeback. He also was in another Land of the Giants episode as Bobo the gorilla in an episode titled The Marionettes. And he also acted in Escape from, you guessed it, Planet of the Apes as Heloise.
Yeah, I never saw Planet of the Apes. I tried to watch it. I just can't get through the first part of it. It's so boring.
Oh, it's a classic. Rod Serling of The Twilight Zone, which we're going to talk about Tuesday night on your show, wrote some of that story of the very first Planet of the Apes with that great twist ending. That's okay. Opinions are like rear ends. Everybody's got one. So I don't hold that against you.
Well, it's not my opinion. It's just every time I try to watch it, it's just so boring. You know how I am. I lose focus quick.
That's okay. Well, also in Star Trek, this is a really interesting factoid. Janos was in the very first pilot, The Cage, in an uncredited role. He played the anthropoid ape and the humanoid bird, and both of those creatures were from the Outer Limits, and I'll show you side-by-side examples in just a moment. So that's all I have to say about Janos. I do want to play a 40-second clip of him, not a long clip, in an interview, and then we'll get on to some great images and factoids and clips of TV monsters. Let me see if I can find that. I'm in the wrong area. Clips. Let me find that real quick.
And this is why I had him sign into my StreamYard so he can help me run my show, because it's difficult to run it on your own.
Boy, oh boy, is it ever. But anyway, here is Janos' 40-second clip.
Mr. Prohaska, you mentioned that the creature did not move as if it were a costume. Do you think it would be possible to create such a costume?
That would be a difficult... I don't think so. Because that costume, if it would be a costume, that would have taken such a long time to put the hair. You should put the hair by glue on. That would take about 10 hours, the whole makeup job. And it looked to me very, very real. I'm doing this since 1939. And if that was a costume, that was the best I have ever seen.
Pretty cool, I think. I thought he was just a fascinating person. Oh, there's a lot of comments I've got to get to, and I will in just a sec. I want to play a little bit. Oops. 1 minute clip. I'm still on Outer Limits because we've got to talk about these monsters and show you these monsters. Here's a 1 minute clip of coming soon. All right, here's one thing I want to share. When the Outer Limits hit the VHS market back in 1988, they released 3 episodes in clamshell format. The Galaxy being the pilot, and I have those, but they're not here. They're in storage. I wish I had them to show you, but I have this one I can show you. This is the later VHS tape for the Outer Limits. And there's the Sixth Finger with David McCallum. But they had clamshell. They released 3 that sold really well. And this was all thanks to Star Trek. Star Trek was the first show released on home video starting in 1982. To promote Wrath of Khan, they released Space Seed, the first season episode, on Laserdisc and on VHS. And then starting in 1985, they released 10 episodes a pop every quarter or so. Paramount Home Video did of Star Trek. And those sold so well that MGM UA, who owned the rights to the Outer Limits, decided to try releasing their episodes, which they did. And The Man with the Power was another one of the 3 clamshell episodes, which had Donald Pleasance long before he was Loomis in Halloween in 1978. He played a man with telekinetic powers. And that was one of the episodes they released on home video in a nice clamshell case. When I say clamshell, let me see if I have one. Here's one. A clamshell case, for those that don't know, is like this with my Schoolhouse Rock tape.
It's
just a hard plastic. They call it a clamshell.
Yeah, it's a hard case.
Yeah, it's a hard. Yeah, there you go. That's what she said. Yeah, it's a hard case.
That's what I said. Absolutely.
So all right. So the reason I even brought up this original releases was at the end of those 3 episodes, you heard Dick Tufeld say the Outer Limits. And I played that earlier, a brief bit of that. But then the lengths were 50 minutes and the show was 51 minutes and 20 seconds without commercials. And I thought, why is this only 50 minutes? It's because in the first early episodes, they aired this trailer, which showed scenes from upcoming episodes. And I'm going to share it with you right now. And this was not on the videotape in 1988. Actually, I want to back up. Those 3 clamshells were released in 1987. I said 88. 88 was when they released them, more regularly. But let's watch this together.
Thrill to the awe and mystery of the hidden world in these coming episodes of The Outer Limits.
Listen, there's more to this levitation than just the physical. I'm really able to fly. Are you aware of that?
We should test more. It faded and drifted. Like short wave. Then we lost the signal. It's gone, Ian. We don't know if it's alive or dead.
Don't kill him. Don't do it.
Thrill to the awe and mystery of the hidden.
So, you saw some really key actors there. That was Alfred Ryder at the end. Don't do it, where he drops the thing. He later played Professor Crater in the very first aired Star Trek episode, The Man Trap. We'll talk about the monster in that episode later. And Sidney Blackmer was the guy playing a double, holding a gun on himself. And Sidney Blackmer would go on to star in Rosemary's Baby. He played a principal character in that. But that is one of the 3 clamshell 1987 Outer Limits releases. 100 Days of the Dragon, and that's one of the best episodes. And the only monster in it was a man, a Chinese spy, who was surgically altered to look like the president of the USA. And then I don't even want to say it. I don't even put out there. They do away with the president, replace him with this spy, and it was so creepy. It was an espionage episode, really chilling stuff. Didn't have any traditional monsters in that episode at all, but that's one of the best ones. There were also 2 different musical themes to the Outer Limits. Dominique Frontier scored the first version, and then this guy, Lance Rubin, scored the second version for season 2 after Dominique left to do music for Quinn Martin's 12 O'Clock High TV show. Lance Rubin, the only thing I've seen him do after the Outer Limits was Happy Birthday to Me. He did the music in that horror movie starring Melissa Sue Anderson. But I'm going to play both themes, opening and end titles, really quickly. And tell me, what do you think in chat? Here's 2 things I would like to know in chat. Name your favorite TV monster from the 60s or 70s, television only, and which version of the Outer Limits do you prefer, season 1 or season 2, after we watch this together, starting now.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits. We now return control of your television set to you until next week at this same time, when the control voice will take you to the outer limits. Nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear.
You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery that reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits. We now return control of your television set to you until next week at this same time, when the control voice will take you to the outer limits.
There you have it. And a lot of people have voted in the comments. I put the images on the screen for those that are listening out of Atlanta at Fistful of Radio. I would say, all right, Facebook user, I'll go on Facebook and see who this is. Season 2 is the theme I remember. And the comic book G-Man is here. He said season 2. They're both good. I agree. And let's see. Tracy's Fractured History More says season 1 of The Outer Limits is what she prefers. Sean Ennis says, I love that show. Opening for The Outer Limits. It scared the hell out of me as a kid. And Comic Book G-Man said season 1. That's the best. This one's the best. That's when I was playing season 1. Cool. So kind of a split there, but I think it skews towards season 1. I'm surprised that as many picked season 2 as they did, but that's great. I love that. Sarah, which one did you like?
Well, we're down on YouTube. We're down on the YouTube side, you know.
Well, we'll come back.
All right,
Anyway.
Everyone's letting you know in chat, and I'm laughing my butt off because you're just talking. They don't know what you said.
That's okay. Well, we'll get it on the replay. We will be back. I'm typing into the thing.
It's so funny.
Please stand by. I'm gonna put that. Hang on. Please stand by.
They took you off right as you edited. That's when they took you off. I was like, really? The timing? Jeez, people.
Right when it ended? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about. I'm going to talk about some facts. The Outer Limits, real quick. So, The Outer Limits premiered on ABC on September 16th, 1963, and it aired on Monday night from 7:30 to 8:30. Leslie Stevens was the creator and the executive producer of The Outer Limits. Now, here's from my television Bible. I'm quoting here from this book, The Complete Directory to Primetime Network TV Shows. So, The Outer Limits, this is from my book. At the opening of each episode of this anthology series, and an anthology, for those that don't know, means different actors and different stories, not regular characters from week to week, but different characters in different situations from week to week. But The Outer Limits obviously was a science fiction anthology with some horror elements as well in The Outer Limits. Getting back to my book, at the opening of each episode in this anthology series, the picture on the TV screen started to do funny things, and a deep voice intoned, "There is nothing wrong with your television set. We are controlling transmission. We can control the vertical." All right, we've already heard the opening 5 times tonight, so I don't need to read any more of that. For the next hour, we will control all that you see and hear, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's the special effects were pretty good in The Outer Limits. The alien costumes interesting, and the plots were tolerable. Unfortunately, at the end of each episode, before the control voice returned your television set to you, it felt compelled to end the story with a moral, often ruining the effect of the whole show. I disagree. That's just what this author says. And that's all I got to say about that in my book, talking about The Outer Limits. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, YouTubers, it went down when I played the end titles, but we're back. Hopefully you came back. You know, the bots didn't like the season 2 version. They didn't have a problem with season 1. But anyway, so let's see here. Hello, Sean. Let me put some, yes, Esmeralda. We did have a slight interruption. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they weren't lying when they said they weren't lying when they said they could control it. Oh my gosh.
Well, apparently the bots can control the transmission. That's for damn sure. Oh dear. Anyway, let me get back now. We got to show the monsters. That's what people are here for. They're here for the monsters. Let me now. We've covered Janos.
They took down the show. They saw them.
Well, we want to show images of some monsters from the Outer Limits, and I'll show the ones that later were regurgitated on Star Trek after the Outer Limits was canceled. So that is an image, as you see, I already showed, of Janos on Gilligan's Island with Tina Louise. Let me just go in order of appearance, in production order. We already showed and talked about the Thetan from the Architects of Fear. There's that creature. And then there's the ape, Fred Phillips. I showed you the evolution. There's the finished product of David McCallum, future actor who played Ducky in NCIS, and of course Ilya Kuryakin in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Here's some trivia. What did UNCLE in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. stand for? Anybody in chat know?
Hey,
I'll give you 5 tops cards if you answer quickly. Don't Google cheat like I do. I'm live on the Game Show Network, winning refrigerators and other prizes. But what did Uncle stand for? UNCLE in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. I will give you 5 Grease tops cards. Yes, I know that's apples to oranges. I mean, has nothing to do with monsters. The topic. Let's see if anyone commented.
Like the last 1 or 2 seasons of 18. He was the guy that was in charge of the A-Team at that point. He took over their stuff after they pretended to kill them off.
Oh, hey, Al Hardy's going to be joining us in a little bit.
Heck yes.
He's watching, and maybe Tom as well, our buddy Al Hardy. I'll go ahead and tell the answer because I don't think anyone answered.
I forgot. My mom knows. I know that much.
United Network Command for Law and Enforcement is what Uncle stood for in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Oh, someone in Facebook answered that. United Network Control of Law, but that wasn't a correct answer. Let me see who answered that. Say something, Sarah. Stall for me while I go jump on Facebook and acknowledge the comments there. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I gotta say though about the A-Team, right? is when that guy took over the A-Team stuff. The A-Team got arrested, and the crazy guy Murdoch, he got pardoned, right? He was no longer crazy, so but everybody else got killed off, and that they were now dead, so they weren't wanted by the military anymore, so they could go off and do all the stuff they were doing. And the guy that was from The Man from U.N.C.L.E. obviously was in charge of them at that point. Then they got another team member, and he was okay. And I guess I'm still talking. Yeah, I love the A-Team. It's sort of my jam. I know it's totally not the same, but in the A-Team, Hannibal was always trying to, play monsters in the, to get money and stuff. So, yeah, it related. Okay, you're welcome.
So it was Jim Von Spiegel. Thank you, Sarah. Jim Von Spiegel. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, not mispronouncing it. Said United Network Control of Law. He also said he was the one that said season 2 is the Outer Limits theme I remember. And Jim Von Spiegel says, I mentioned Ultraman as a favorite series. Cool. And there were some monsters on Ultraman. That counts. That was a 1960s television series produced in Japan. That counts. Spiegel, he says. Jim Von Spiegel. Well, I'm happy you're with us in Facebook land. Thank you for being here and sharing part of your precious weekend time with us. That's awesome. So let's get back now to the monsters. Monsters. All right. Now I showed you the first, or no, I did not yet. This is really cool. Hang on. Let me take this comment off so you can see this better. This is what they called a family portrait. And this is from my Outer Limits book. This is really neat. They would do a couple pictures assembling all of the monsters from the Outer Limits. And those that are watching on YouTube can pause this and read that caption. I'll leave it on the screen for a while for anyone that wants to watch and read. I mean, to be able to read what it says in the caption. Hang on a second.
Chance, you cracked me up. Love you, brother. Freaking love you. Sorry.
The monster in the center. All right, you see those two fish monsters at the base? Those were pretty cool monsters, I think.
If you look at the one on the bottom there, it's kind of semi-related-ish, but not really. In Voyager, when Tom Paris turned into the platypus, whatever the heck, the future of man, it reminds me of that, except for that looks better than that CGI they showed.
Ah. Well, listen, these were not the original actors, by the way. Like on the far right, you see the creature from The Sixth Finger, season 1 episode that David McCallum played. These were just stand-ins that were made up. And then behind him, you see the galaxy being monster from the pilot. And then you see Martin Landau is on top of one of the fish creatures. His character, that's not the actual Martin Landau actor, but his episode was titled The Man Who Was Never Born. And then to his right and on the far left, that is an ice creature from an episode titled The Human Factor, which was the 3rd episode in production order. Those fish monsters, you saw some of the footage of those creatures when I played some trailers at the beginning of the show. Trying to remember the title of that episode. Let me look at my.
As brother says, love the family album.
Yeah, put that on the screen. Yep. One of the worst season 1 episodes is the Borderland, which was the 2nd episode in production order. I just didn't like it at all. That's the one where she goes, "It's like a radio wave, shortwave radio." It was just a boring episode, but it had some pretty interesting psychedelic effects. So, those fish monsters are from an episode titled Tourist Attraction, which was the 4th episode produced. It aired on December 23rd, 1963, but it was the 4th one produced, including the pilot. So there you go. But I love the family album from my Outer Limits book, and I'm going to show you another one right now. That's the first portrait, and there's the second from the second half of season 1. Again, they used the monster that Martin Landau portrayed on the far left of your screen. And he was supposed to be what man looks like after a nuclear holocaust in future Earth. A scientist goes through a time warp and goes to the future, and Martin Landau tries to warn him about what will happen if a certain couple marry and produce a child who causes the nuclear war. So it was kind of like Terminator in a way. And then next to Martin Landau's character, you see this bird-like creature. That was a creature that was recycled in The Cage, the first Star Trek pilot. Simon Oakland, who later starred in Kolchak the Night Stalker as Kolchak's boss, portrayed that creature. And again, that's not him in that photo. And then behind him, you see, and behind the woman, you see the creature from Nightmare, played by actor John Anderson. And then on the far right is the creature portrayed by John Voight, who played the Doctor in the original Star Trek pilot, The Cage. Most people know him as Grandpa from the sitcom Give Me a Break in the 80s, starring Nell Carter. Here's a nice little magazine that features monsters from the Outer Limits right there. And it's a British-produced magazine where they reviewed episodes, but that's a nice shot. On the bottom left, you see the monster that was the ice monster from Hallucination in episode 3 in production order, The Human Factor. Also on the top, that's also from The Human Factor, top left. And then top right, that's Martin Landau in that grotesque monster makeup from The Man Who Was Never Born. On the back cover, you see nice artwork from the pilot, The Galaxy Being, with Cliff Robertson, who brings a creature through another dimension through radio waves. And here's the second issue of that Files magazine series that shows Bruce Dern on the right with the Xanti Misfit monsters. And then top left, there's John Anderson from the episode Nightmare. Bottom left is a shot from the Borderland. Now I want to talk about these monsters from a season 1 episode, A Feasibility Study. Aren't they pretty gross looking? What do you think, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm just glad they don't add smells to this for the TV, because could you imagine trying to come up with a smell to go with that monster?
That's true.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know what Al Hardy's problem is. He was supposed to be here. And let me tell you what this guy did. We were supposed to see a movie today, ISS, International Space Station. It's about a nuclear war that happens when people are aboard a space station. And, we were supposed to see it. Our buddy Tom said, let's go see this movie at Phipps Plaza. Okay, fine. And we'll go to Johnny Rockets again. No, Al Hardy had to complain like a little girl and say, no, we got to see it at the Webb Gin Cinema. It's closer to home. It's cold. He just created all these problems. And we, behind the scenes, argued about it. Then, after all that, I say, you know what? We'll see it at the theater that you want. We'll see it at the Webb Gin. And this is a theater that likes to turn on the house lights early during the end credits. You can't read the credits. I hate this theater. So anyway, after all that, there's an emergency and we can't go anyway. So all this, you wouldn't believe all the texting, group text, and complaining behind the scenes from this guy. And then we don't wind up going anyway. So I don't know. I like Al. He's a good guy, but man, you've got to not be such a baby. Anyway, but let's get back to the monsters. The monsters. This is the same creature. Look at these creatures. They're pretty cool. And they were used later in the Invaders TV show. There's a close-up shot of one of the creatures. In the Invaders, this is actor Richard Anderson, future Oscar Goldman from the $6 Million Man. And it was the same makeup used in The Outer Limits. Slightly variated, but that was the same creature. Here's another cool Outer Limits monster. Look at these creatures, these eye monsters. Then there's a close-up shot of John Anderson from Nightmare. Now here's the Zanti Misfits. The episode I referenced was Bruce Dern as the guest star. They use stop motion animation. See the little face? Isn't that cool? This is an episode titled The Mice from season 1 of The Outer Limits with like basically a jellyfish type monster. Then here is the creature that John Voight portrayed in an episode titled The Bolero Shield from season 1. And there's lovely Sally Kellerman, who had already appeared in an earlier season 1 episode of The Outer Limits I talked about, The Human Factor, the 3rd episode produced. I believe this is the 24th episode produced. And she plays a really wicked character in this episode. And Martin Landau returns after playing the future man, the nuclear radiated man, and the man who's never born. He returned to act in this episode, The Bolero Shield. Now, here was a really good episode titled Don't Open Until Doomsday. And in this episode, it first takes place in the 1920s, in the roaring 1920s, on this man's honeymoon night. But he looks into a box that was delivered as a wedding present, and he sees this creature. And when you look inside the box, you get zapped inside the box with the monster. And then it flashes forward to present day, 1963, and we see his bride is still waiting for him to return. And like time has stood still for her, yet she's continued to age. And she thinks she still looks young and beautiful, and her makeup is all distorted. It's just a very, very bizarre psychological episode. Now, according to my Outer Limits book, here's the monster, a close-up look. But here's a close-up look of the monster. Let me just show you. I'm going to read from the book. Because this was actually supposed to be a phallic monster, that's supposed to be. It even says, if you can read the caption at the bottom of the image, it says the box creature in all of his/her/its phallic glory. It was supposed to be a combination of male and female, sex organs. And it's to symbolize what was going to happen on the wedding night. Anyway, isn't that bizarre? I mean, these people must have been on some serious drugs who came up with these monsters.
Right.
There's another look of that creature. Look at that creature. See, look, it's look at the bottom. I'm not trying to be gross here. It looks like a vagina at the bottom and a penis head at the top.
I can see a lot of things, but this is my channel, so I'm going to keep my mouth family friendly here. My gosh, shock and awe. Clutch pearls. Okay.
Here's another Files magazine, and this is a monster portrayed by an actor, Kent Smith, who in season 2 of The Invaders in the middle of the season joined the cast as Edgar Scoville. There's another shot of that creature from this episode, The Children of Spider County. Now, here's Simon Oakland from an episode called Second Chance, like my name, Chance Bartels. And he plays an alien that shows up at an amusement park, ostensibly to take people into outer space. And they think it's just an outer space ride. And they go on this mock-up of a spaceship, and they actually go into outer space. Here's some of the makeup. And this is the creature that wound up in the first Star Trek pilot, The Cage, shot in December 1964. There's Simon on the left, obviously without makeup. There's a sketch on the right, production sketch. Bottom left is the finished makeup. Bottom right is an altered version of the makeup with a beak. That's the version we saw in Star Trek right here. Look, it's the same creature that was recycled.
I was just going to say that because, well, I'm a Trekkie and I know these things, but I happen to, love the pilot right there, right? And I remember the bird man, as we called it around here. That's awesome. Now I know the history behind it. Based.
Ah, yes. So there's that creature. And here's another look at the bird monster in that Star Trek pilot, The Cage, in full color. But it's the same outfit that we saw in The Outer Limits.
No doubt. So cool, man.
Boom. But with the distorted beak. Let me just pull it up one more time. Bottom right. See that? It's the same dude. Then we had this cool monster. Let's see here. That episode was it was written by Frederick Brown based on a short story that was also done in Star Trek Season 1, Arena, where Kirk is fighting the reptilian Gorn.
Mm-hmm.
And that monster also showed up in Star Trek in The Cage, right here. In one of the cages, it's the same outfit. But back to Outer Limits, there's a behind-the-scenes shot from my book. That's the script supervisor, Hope McLaughlin, on the MGM backlot number 3. Isn't that cool? I just love behind-the-scenes images. I think that's really cool.
It is. It makes it more real, in my opinion. Because it takes so much to get to make these characters come to life. Just to make it be. Design from scratch. Got to make it functional, and not kill your actor. Like poison them and stuff. So it's amazing.
So moving on, we've shown you that. Look at these monsters from the Outer Limits. Robert Duvall played a CIA agent who is surgically altered to infiltrate these aliens that have landed on Earth. Now, here's a funny picture of one of the actors on lunch break. I just think that's pretty cool.
Table.
Hey, Sarah, I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute, if you don't mind. I will be back. Now, let's look at some creatures from Season 2 of The Outer Limits. Here's one with William Shatner titled Cold Hands, Warm Heart, which is the first episode that aired of Season 2 of The Outer Limits. And that's a puppet. It looks like a pine cone. It was really fake looking, but they shot it underwater. Here's another puppet from Season 2 of The Outer Limits. And this was a hand puppet in a tank. As you can see, the episode is titled The Invisible Enemy with guest star Adam West, shortly before Batman began on ABC. By the way, Batman is the show that killed the Addams Family and the Munsters. Here's a creature in an episode titled The Keeper of the Purple Twilight. I think that's a pretty cool looking monster. What do you think? And I'm going to address the comments in just a moment. Now, here's another monster first seen in The Outer Limits that wound up in the original Star Trek. Boom. The Horta in The Devil in the Dark Season 1 first appeared in the very last aired episode and produced episode of The Outer Limits, which aired in January 1965. And Janos portrayed this creature. Let me show you another look at that monster. It looks like a piece of melted pizza. Look at it attacking. It's just like The Devil in the Dark. But here's the Horta on Star Trek. And that looks like pizza, doesn't it? That looks like a slice of pizza or lasagna. I call it the lasagna monster. That wound up also on Star Trek. Now we're going to move on to some other shows here past the Outer Limits. Let me just scan through my clips and make sure I played all of my Outer Limits clips that I'd pulled for today. I think I did. I have a clip I want to play from Love American Style. It has Janos playing a bear. What do you think in chat? Should I play? It's 8 minutes long. It's a little segment from Love American Style. I don't think the stream would go down, knock on wood, and I can put comments on the screen. Yay or nay? Do you mind if I play this Love American Style? It's okay if you vote no. Let me see some votes in the comments on Facebook and YouTube. Sarah says yes, play. And that'll give Al Hardy a chance to come on board. Oh, a Facebook user, I need to see your identity, says Lost in Space killed Batman. Well, they both died at the same time, actually. At the end of the 1967-1968 season, ABC canceled Batman and CBS canceled Lost in Space. And the story about Lost in Space's cancellation is that Irwin Allen did not submit any stories to CBS. So they just canceled it. And the whole cast was stunned. They read about it in the trades. That's what Jonathan Harris said. I have that actual footage of him from 1990 saying, I picked up the New York Times, Lost in Space canceled. I was simply aghast, he says. So, yeah. And you're right. Now, I think Batman killed Lost in Space because Batman had the camp, right? The camp comedy. And Lost in Space started rather serious, although there was some silliness towards the second to latter half of season 1, the only black and white season of Lost in Space, where thanks to Jonathan Harris, it got a little campy, but not as bad as the color episodes. When Batman hit, Lost in Space, starting with season 2, got really, really silly. Then they tried to regroup in season 3 of Lost in Space, but it was kind of too little too late, and they were inconsistent. Oh, look who's joined us. There's Al, and there's Tom. Hello,
I am
fellas.
here, and there's Tom. He messed his back up today.
I hurt my back. I'm laying in bed. I look horrible. I'm sorry.
I'm not laughing because you messed your back up, you know.
Oh, I know you're not. I know you're not. Hey, well, did you see the picture I sent you, Chance?
Was it through what?
No.
Facebook Messenger or text?
I got to put my earphone in. Hang on, so I can hear you.
So Herman,
right.
The Munsters.
I'm here.
When season 1, where they used an alien from the Outer Limits in the show, because Herman Munster had a ham radio set.
Really?
And he was contacting outer space. He thought he was contacting outer space, but it was really kids in the neighborhood messing with him. And at the very end, he really did contact outer space, and they showed the alien from the Outer Limits. So.
Oh wow! How did you send me this picture? I want to put it on the screen.
I'll put it on Facebook. It's on Facebook.
Okay, well then I'm gonna go. Y'all,
well, can you grab it from Facebook?
Let's go back to the Outer Limits. I was transitioning to Lost in Space and then Star Trek. I want to go in order of how these shows appeared to the public. What do you gentlemen say about the Outer Limits? Take your turn. One of you go first, and then I'd like to hear from the other. What are your memories or thoughts of the Outer Limits? Because you were around back then. I wasn't alive when this thing aired.
Well, I watched it as a kid, you know, growing up.
Yeah.
In fact, today I was watching on Pluto. Pluto has a channel that runs the Outer Limits along with the Twilight Zone. They'll run a Twilight Zone, a couple episodes, and they'll run an Outer Limits, and they'll run another Twilight Zone. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they run it
on The Fugitive Pluto. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, and The Fugitive is on Pluto TV.
Yeah, I think Hulu. I want to say Hulu or Paramount. I watched the Outer Limits on one of those pay-per-view channels the other day, And as a matter of fact, that's where I got the, if you recall, the last time we were together at Al's house and I had a commercial open,
Right.
the static, that came from the Outer Limits.
On the opening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, you know, today I watched the very first episode of The Outer Limits.
yeah,
You did?
yeah,
Yeah.
with
It was about a
Cliff
disc
Cliff
jockey.
Robertson.
Cliff Robertson, he was a disc jockey, and he was running low power, and then this
Yes.
alien creature appeared in a box or something in the
that
studio.
was a weird.
Is that
That
right,
was
Ken?
a weird one, but yeah, I've seen that a bunch of times.
And then when they ran the power up on the transmitter, it affected this alien, and he came out of that box.
Not that one.
Not that
No,
one.
no, I'm sorry, I messed up. Go ahead. I'm trying to upload the image that Tom sent me.
It sounds like you. It
Well,
looks
there
like
it is.
a bad
No,
meatball pizza, a meatball sub or something. I don't know.
Anything you get at Subway looks like that to me. I hate Subway.
Hello,
like Subway
Esmeralda. Hello, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda. Hello, Esma.
Esmeralda.
All right, Tom, I got it right here. It's loading. This is a cool picture I've never seen that Tom just sent me. Look at that. There's Herman Munster with one of the Outer Limits monsters from the episode OBIT from season 1, played by Jeff Corey. Actor Jeff Corey played that.
Was that on the Munsters, Tom?
Yes, it was. It was the very last scene of the show.
Oh,
it's actually pretty clever with the way they worked him in. So
that is
you weren't
very cool.
expecting it. And if you were watching the Munsters back then, if you were watching the Outer Limits back then, you saw, hey, wait, that's the monster from Outer Limits. You know, you knew where that monster was from. So they definitely overused. They used other characters from other shows, just like Star Trek used Mayberry, the Mayberry set from Mayberry from Andy Griffith's show.
Right.
They walk right by Floyd's barbershop. You see Floyd's barbershop. You know, that's a scene that's a famous scene. So anyway, yeah, that's a great scene from the Munsters. Yeah.
You know, I worked.
Skeleton says, "Oh my gosh, that's so cool, Tom."
Yeah.
Well, you know, I worked on a movie that was shot here in Atlanta, actually in Covington. My cousin Vinny and Fred Gwynn was in the movie.
Yes.
And so I saw him, and he's kind of a tall guy, but he was really, really nice. You know.
Yeah. Now, did you get to meet him, or did you just?
No. I got to meet him. I got to meet him because I ran the dailies, and he would show up at the dailies.
Right.
So,
Wow.
yeah.
That's all right. Now I'm impressed.
No, I did. I thought I told you that, but that's true.
Now I'm envious.
My cousin Vinny. It was kind of
That
a cool
was a great
movie.
movie. It was a good movie. Still a good movie.
Shot in
Marissa
Covington,
Tomei,
Georgia.
right? Marissa
Shot in
Tomei.
Covington. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a good movie.
Mm-hmm. So
And
And
Rob
there used to
Monster
be-
from the Karate Kid, you know, was one
Yeah,
of the stars. You know.
Tom, you love pizza, and you would have liked this place called My Cousin Vinny's near Town Center Mall. It's closed now, but they had a real brick oven pizza maker. It was delicious pizza. My Cousin Vinny's.
Well, you've been to Antico's, right?
Yes.
Antico's has those brick ovens as well.
Hey, Chance, you can remove that picture now.
Yeah, you can.
All right.
You can take a picture down.
Well, a lot of people liked it, so I was leaving it up.
My
Okay, let me
battery's
take it
about
off.
to die. So let me see. Let me find
There
my.
we go.
There
I
we
hope
go.
your back feels better. We were all supposed to see that ISS, but then there was a family emergency. I won't go into details. We'll just do it next Saturday, hopefully.
I heard you
all
trashing
worked
me
out.
about that movie. I was, Phipps Plaza is like 20 miles from my house. Webb Gen is like 7.2 miles, and it's cold outside.
Well, I think the reason we wanted to go there is we like that cinema so much. At least I did.
Yes, exactly. And I like
Well,
Johnny
everybody-
Rockets. It was going to be the experience, and it was. Let's be fair, Al. Tom suggested this weeks ago. He said, "Let's all go." We're not going to argue, but let's all go to Phipps Plaza again and see ISS. That was the plan. And then the night before, you weren't happy with that. Just saying. Do you disagree?
Well, because the weather was so cold, it's just it's still
All right.
like 26 degrees outside.
I was only kidding because we had all that aggravation, and then we didn't wind up going anyway. That's all.
By the way, I still like this shot of you better than the other.
Yeah,
shot. I
that's a
don't know
better
why
shot.
you don't like. I don't know
Yeah.
why you don't like that shot.
That's
Anyway,
better. Even a profile shot, better than the top of your head.
You need to spend $80 and buying a boom stand from Amazon.
Yep. Hey, guys, what is your favorite 1960s and 1970s TV monster? Al, why don't you start? Unless you need to think about it. Tom, do you want? Why don't you start?
TV monster.
Well, TV monster. The from $6 Million Man was who played Sasquatch? And the
Two people did. You had the wrestler, God rest his soul, the original in The Secret of Bigfoot, parts 1 and 2 from season 3 of the $6 Million Man.
But
Andre the Giant.
Yes.
But then Ted Cassidy played
the
Sasquatch.
Yeah.
In a crossover, the season 4 premiere of $6 Million Man, The Return of Bigfoot Part 1.
Yeah.
And then Part 2 was the season 2 premiere of The Bionic Woman, The Return of Bigfoot Part 2. And Ted Cassidy played and he also played it in season 5 of $6 Million Man. He played the Sasquatch. So really, Ted Cassidy played the role more times than Andre the Giant.
Now, the weird part about Ted Cassidy, when his death, they had him cremated, and they scattered his ashes in his front yard. That's where he's at. So I always thought that was kind of unusual that they did that for poor old Ted. But that's who I remember. That's who I remember as far as monsters go. And
who was Lurch in the Addams Family? For those who don't know, the original Addams Family.
Yeah, it was.
And he was in a Bond movie too.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not.
Well, that was that. No, that was.
He's thinking of Richard Keel.
Yeah, you're thinking. Yeah,
Oh.
Richard Keel. Yeah.
Jaws.
Jaws. He played the character Jaws, I think.
Because he had the silver teeth.
That's Richard Keel. Kiel.
Okay,
That's how you spell that name.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But also, Ted Cassidy sadly died in 1979 because of a heart ailment, and he was the narrator of The Incredible Hulk, and they left his narration in after he passed out of respect to him, and he played the Hulk in terms of the growls in post-production. That was Ted Cassidy. And then Charles Napier. That was, thank you. And then Charles Napier took over the role of the growls of the Hulk after Ted Cassidy passed. Do you know who Charles Napier is? Character actor?
Yes, I do. But
he played Adam in the original Star Trek, The Way to Eden, a really bad season 3 episode 75 in production order. And he was in BJ. You know the face. He was in Cable Guy. He played the cop in Cable Guy. Sing us a song. He's kind of had a country accent. Anyway, you'd know who he is. People out there know who Charles Napier is.
Yeah.
But Ted Cassidy was amazing, and he was in a lot of shows after Addams Family was canceled in the 1960s, playing creatures like Star Trek. And he voiced this monster in Star Trek, the Gorn, the lizard. We'll get to start. I'm going out of order for y'all's benefit, but let me just find.
We have some new comments you want to put up, probably.
There's the Gorn. Look at that lizard creature, guys. Ted Cassidy voiced that, but he also was on camera in an episode titled "What Are Little Girls Made Of?" playing the android Ruck. So his voice work was used a lot on television in various shows. And he was in Lost in Space that same season, 66, 67, in an episode playing Malachi Throne's slave in an episode titled The Thief of Outer Space. I have it on 16mm film, mint color, by the way. Ted Cassidy's in it.
Oh, wow.
And I sold Sherry Jackson. I had a print of What Are Little Girls Made Of with Ted Cassidy, 16mm. It was a military print. I sold it to the actress herself, Sherry Jackson. She wanted it. I should have given it to her. I should have given it to her.
Yeah.
I'm Facebook friends with her. I love her. I love Sherry Jackson, but I still have her Incredible Hulk on film. Earthquakes Happen season 1 with great color.
What does she pay for it?
I don't know if I should put that. Over 200.
Oh, okay.
Tom Hudgens, our mutual friend of ours, sold a bunch of film to Lyle Talbot, the actor. He had a bunch of shows that he was in, and he was selling them in the big reel. That's how long ago it was. And he sold a bunch to Lyle Talbot. Now, Lyle Talbot was living in the actor's home out in Hollywood at that time, I think. And but he talked directly to him. He communicated with him, and it's pretty cool. I mean,
so he just saw Tom's dad in the big reel, I guess.
Yeah, he did.
Cool.
He did.
Speaking of Charles Napier, go ahead.
Looking for some of his earlier TV shows, and Tom had it.
Speaking of Charles Napier, I sold his son episodes of BJ and the Bear. His dad was in. His dad, Charles Napier, played a rogue renegade trucker named Hammer, a great character, tough guy, a nemesis for BJ on
good.
BJ and the Bear, played by Greg Evigan. Anyway.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. I sold his son episodes of BJ. Yep. BJ and the
I hope
Bear.
you
That
gave
sounds
him a good price.
nerdy. I did. I should have kept the check because I had their address on it, but I cashed.
Nothing else. Listen, when me and Tom Huggins went, again, I mentioned Tom, we went out in Washington, D.C. and visited a guy. I think his name was a Miscellaneous Man, but he's now on Antique Roadshow as an expert all the time. I forget his name escapes me, but I bought my original Houdini poster, a banner from him. And Tom bought a bunch of Amos and Andy stuff from him. And what he did was he took the guy that he bought stuff from, he took his men to follow him to the library, and he took the Amos and Andy candy boxes and some other things, and he made a color copy of them, and they looked amazing, even back then. And that's what he did. So that's what you should have done with that check, is you should have found a color copy machine and just made a copy.
Made a copy of it.
Right.
if nothing else.
I would have put it in a little frame.
You're right, Al. I'm way behind on comments because someone on Facebook was answering Ted Cassidy to Tom's question about who played Bigfoot on the $6 Million Man.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm just looking through some comments. Bear with me. Sean Ennis. Cassidy was Rook. I mentioned that. Yeah, in Star Trek, the original series. And the knife fighter in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. I didn't mention that. I did not mention that. That's a good fact there. Sean Ennis.
Yeah, he fought Paul Newman's character. Yeah.
Sean Ennis says, yes, he was one of the cops in Silence of the Lambs and the judge in Philadelphia, talking about Charles Napier.
Yeah. There's some smart people out there watching.
You have a picture of him, Chance?
Of Ted Cassidy?
No, Charles Napier.
I'll pull one up. Talk about something. I have to go number one too, but
I'm sure I've seen him before, but I just can't place his face.
Okay, I'm gonna find a good picture, y'all.
That's 10-100.
So Tom, that was a good answer. So your answer was Bigfoot was that your answer? Bigfoot is your favorite TV monster of the 60s, 70s?
Well,
I mean, Herman Munster, I know you're a big Munsters fan. Let's just put Herman Munster aside. I'm talking about like maybe guest shots or one shots, like TV monster. Was that your pick, or were you just mentioning that just as an aside?
I was mentioning that because you were very familiar with that character, so that's why I mentioned that character. But yeah, Herman Munster was my favorite growing up. Frankenstein, of course, but that's a movie. But Boris Karloff, anything Boris Karloff did and Vincent Price did, Vincent Price didn't play monsters, and Karloff only played Frankenstein, the Mummy, and some limited characters. But as he got older, he was basically himself as a sinister person. As far as monsters goes, I can't think of any off the top of my head, with the exception of what I mentioned. What about you, Al?
Well, I'm trying to think. There were not that many TV monsters.
Well, not
to me
in the 60s and 70s.
Well, yeah, they were, but none really stood out that I can remember.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Irma and Allen was coming along, and they did.
Voyage to the bottom of the sea. They had lots of TV monsters.
Yeah, Voyage to the bottom of the sea.
Lobster Man. I mean, dude.
yeah.
And of course, Lost in Space had them too.
I'm going to show some in just a little bit, but I got to do this right fast, quick. So,
go 10-100.
Wait a minute, I got to convert something. I mean, Al. You've seen The Outer Limits. You can't think of a good monster, my friend? Or Star Trek?
Well,
I wasn't a Star Trek fan per se, but the Outer Limits, I'm just trying to think.
Well, listen, in the Outer Limits, one that got me and my brother a lot was the Zanti Misfits.
Yeah, I showed those creatures earlier. Yeah,
those ant characters with the human faces, and that just scared the crap out of me and my brother. And you know, they actually came out with. I want to say McFarlane did it. I could be wrong. It might have been
Todd McFarlane. Oh yeah.
Came out with the characters, life-size characters, so to speak, and all those. And I can't believe I didn't get one. With me, with all my collectible figures I've got. So just like today, I was looking through a bunch of stuff. That's why I hurt my back, because I lifted the box. It was a little bit too heavy.
I'm sorry, man.
Looking for something, and for somebody that was interested in something I had, and I couldn't find it. And I broke one of my Emmys. One
TV monster I do remember. It was in a Three Stooges short, and he was called the Goon, played by Dan Blocker, who was Hoss on Bonanza. Remember that short? He was the Goon. Dan Blocker.
Would that be 60s? Or it's okay if it wasn't 60s or 70s.
No, it was in the 60s, and the short's called Outer Space Jitters.
Good pick, Alvin. That's on topic. Great pick.
Yeah.
All right, I got
Outer Space Jitters.
I'm loading 2 pictures of Charles Napier. I'm going to show you one from Star Trek and then one from the movies. And Al and Tom, you're going to know who this guy is instantly. I think Tom does already know who I'm talking about. But Al, all right, here he is in Star Trek.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
Here he is in the movies.
Yep.
Had a great character face.
Great character.
He did.
Face.
Great, just an awesome actor, great voice.
Well, I do remember him.
Yep.
All right, so that's who that is.
It's only a matter of, not to go off topic, it's only a matter of time, because of all the pictures that you've showed so far. It's only a matter of time before the bots start looking at pictures too, and
I know.
I hope not.
I know.
You just watch. That's
crap.
I know, but that's what will happen.
Don't give him any ideas.
I remember him, man. He was in Napier was in so many things. My gosh, he was in a lot of stuff.
Yes, he was. Charles Napier is one of my favorite actors.
And with AI, they can bring him back.
Yeah, they can, like they did in that Star Wars movie, Rogue One, like they did with Peter Cushing.
Yeah.
Hey, Chance.
I was going to say, but I figured you would come up with it.
And that was a long time ago. I mean, the technology is probably even better now, because that's almost 10 years ago.
I'm going to hold my phone up to the camera, and here's a picture of Dan Blocker. He's the Goon with the Three Stooges, Outer Space Jitters. See if you can see that.
Let me make you big. Hold on. It's just a bunch of light. Just tilt it.
You got to take the brightness down on your phone.
Hang on a second. I want you to see it.
Okay. I'll put some comments on the screen. Meantime, we got to get back to monsters, the main topic. I can put some images on the screen for you fellows if you want to look at them.
Yeah.
I have a lot of good pictures and some video. Were you watching, Tom, when I played that I've Got a Secret with Yanos?
No, I was.
Oh, that was cool. It was for black and white, 1961. I don't think I ever said the year. It was 1961 with Yanos, who always played a primate. He was a stuntman.
See?
Let's see.
Yeah,
is it the top picture?
Yeah, I mean, it's the top. I can.
You can't really make it out.
That's Dan Blocker in the middle is the Goon.
Wow.
Outer Space Jitters.
You know what? Can you click it and then zoom on it on the top image? Can you, if you press it, can you zoom? Make it big. Yeah, and tilt your phone. Okay, that's better. All right, is it Panavision? If you tilt it sideways, would it make it bigger? Your phone?
Just get it closer to the camera.
Yeah, is that as close as you can get? There you go.
There he is. That's Dan Blocker.
Hoss.
Okay. Yep, of the Bonanza.
Yeah.
Someone on Facebook talked about Charles Napier being in Rambo 3. I never saw Rambo 3. I heard it was very violent.
See that one.
They're all violent. Did Hammer Horror have a TV series in the 1960s, or was that the 1970s?
Well, I think they had a British series, obviously.
It was a British production.
I don't think that they had it in America at that time. It may be there now, but I don't know.
Put the group shot back.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Why are you wearing a scarf? Is it cold where you're at?
Yes, I got the,
You see what Sean Ennis has on the screen? Would
I
someone
wore
read
it
that?
outside. I just never took it off. What?
Would someone read Sean's comment, please?
Yeah, Rogue One. I think it was 2016 or 17. I met Alan before it came out. So
wow,
there you go.
Yeah.
I'm looking up when that movie was released.
And I
It
wanna
was
say
2016. It was released on December 16th, 2016 in the U.S.
I want to say Napier also did a bunch of cons. I'm not saying he was a driver.
Yes, he did.
But I
He
think
did Star Trek conventions. Yes.
Yeah.
He absolutely did. I'm looking at the box office for Rogue One. The budget was $200 to $265 million. It made over $1 billion. $1 billion.
Al, can you do an echo?
Al, can you do reverb?
Chance.
No, on that fancy board of yours.
No, I can't.
Yes, Skeleton. That was Hoss from Bonanza and Al Hardy's picture. How about that?
That was the only Stu short he was in, of course.
That's before he died.
No, he did Bonanza after that.
I know. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Before everyone loses interest altogether, I think I was about to wrap on Outer Limits. Let's move on. Did you see this picture I had of Tina Louise with Janos on Gilligan's Island set? Isn't that cool?
I didn't see that.
Well, you should have been paying attention, Al Hardy. I'm teasing. Now I want to show a clip of Janos on Lost in Space. But before I do that, just teasing, here's a great monster from Lost in Space, the Giant, played by Lamar Lundy, an NFL player at the time. This was filmed in 1965, January 65, directed by Irwin Allen. The pilot, No Place to Hide, before there was a robot or Dr. Smith. And they filmed the Cyclops' scenes in color. Look at him in color.
Wow.
He does look cool. I like that.
Here's another cool monster or monsters that were seen at the very end of the original pilot that showed up in the 8th aired episode of Lost in Space and the 8th episode in production order titled Invaders from the 5th Dimension. These guys. No mouths.
No mouths. How about that?
And they use this makeup in Star Trek in season 3 in an episode titled The Empath. And I didn't pull an image, I should have, of those creatures. They were similar, but they had mouths in the Star Trek, but it was the same craniums that you see here and the same eyes. Now, here's another cool monster from Lost in Space from an episode titled Wish Upon a Star, the 11th episode in production and aired order, where Smith uses a machine to summon a servant, and that's what comes out. Wow. And he was the owner, an alien that owned the machine that wanted it back. That's why he's beckoning to Smith. He couldn't speak. He's going. I can't do it. It's a real deep voice. But I love that monster, and that's directed by Sutton Rowley. He would always have these cool camera angles. Look at his hands coming at you.
Yeah.
So now that takes us to where Janos fits in to Lost in Space, and I pulled this clip myself. Sarah helped me produce this because for some reason my techniques weren't working. This is just a few seconds. Here's a clip from Lost in Space. I hope it doesn't make the stream go down. All right, you know the bloop, the alien bloop, Penny's pet.
The chimpanzee.
In the 9th episode in aired order and production order titled The Oasis, they find an alien fruit that causes things to grow, including Debbie the Bloop and Dr. Smith. They grow to giant proportion. So Janos plays the bloop as a giant, a semi-giant. Let's watch this clip. It's 50 seconds long.
I'm gonna go take a look at Debbie. All right, dear. Mother! Come quickly! Mother, what's happened to her? Do you think she knows probably aware of something. Mother, if this happened to Debbie when she ate that fruit, then...
Now, Judy, don't jump to conclusions.
Don't you think we should tell Dad about it?
No, he has enough to do now. We'll just wait until he reports into us.
At least she seems to be friendly.
There you go.
Where's Lassie?
Where's what? Lassie?
Lassie.
It's a giant monkey. Yep.
Well, it's the bloop. They encountered the bloop in the third episode, Island in the Sky, which I have on 16mm film, when the Jupiter 2 crashed on the planet Pre-Planus in the third episode. Basically, the first 5 episodes of the aired Lost in Space was the pilot. And they added new scenes, including the robot and Smith, whom they added later when the show was picked up by CBS. Started airing on September 15th, 1965, Wednesday nights at 7:30, which is where it aired throughout its entire 3-season run, was Wednesday night from 7:30 to 8:30 on CBS.
And
then the Beverly Hillbillies would be on after. Huh?
I had all of them in 16mm at one time. Every episode.
Wow. So now let me get back to
Tom Hudgens got them.
Get back to my photos.
Yeah.
And shucks, I didn't want that to be up there. So I take it down. And I will show you, there's a solo shot of Janos as Debbie the Bloop. I paused it. So there you go. And again, he kind of was stereotyped. He was the go-to guy in Hollywood in the early 60s through the early 70s to play an ape or a primate. Yeah. Did you know he died in a plane crash? I didn't know that till I researched today's show. Did you guys know that?
No.
You may not even know who he was. I don't know if you knew who he was, but getting back to Lost in Space Monsters, our friend of the show, friend of the Podblast on Facebook, David Kolf, Kolf is how you spell his last name, chose this alien from Lost in Space as his favorite monster on television of the 60s.
It looks like something you buy from the Costco food court.
Yes. And this guy was in the Golden Man episode. That was the true form of the gold. It was a pretty good episode that shows why you shouldn't prejudge something that is handsome or beautiful as good and something that's repulsive as evil. Because the repulsive alien seen here, which is a frog monster, was actually good. And the Golden Man on the right, who was handsome, played by actor Dennis Patrick in the episode, was really the bad guy, wearing a disguise. And look at Jonathan. We got to have Michael back on to do a Dr. Smith impression, Tom, your buddy.
Yeah. I've still got his number.
He's kind of
Michael, if you're watching.
He has hit the big time, though, at least in YouTube land. There's someone that's creating all new Lost in Space shorts with computer animation, and Michael is voicing Smith in those.
Oh, fantastic.
They're really cool. So I guess and there's so many monsters in Lost in Space and Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. This is a topic we'll have to revisit later together. So that's all I'm going to do with Lost in Space, because I still haven't done a Podblast about Lost in Space. I mean, I've mentioned that in the very first episode I did with Al back on June 15th, 2019. I still haven't done it. But now I have the technology. We can rebuild
every episode of Lost in Space had a monster usually.
Yeah, most of them did.
Yeah.
But they would recycle costumes too, and so did Space 1999. Let's move on.
Well, now Voyage didn't have that many monsters as they did in Lost in Space.
They had the mermen that I loved. I loved these creatures, which Lost in Space recycled in a black and white episode, the 28th episode in production and aired order, A Change of Space. Remember the merman? They were webbed creatures. Yeah. They had webbing, and I should have pulled that dang picture. I'll do it while we're talking. Oh, where'd Tom go? Oh, there he is. I guess he's probably plugging up. He's plugging up.
He's what?
Plugging his phone up.
Oh.
Now let's talk about Star Trek. And then while we do that, I'll try to find a picture of those mermen creatures. I really whipped the show together because we were going to go to the movies today and do a movie review of ISS, and that didn't happen. So forgive me, guys. Anyone out there watching or listening, I'm going to do a full TV Monsters thing, 60s and 70s down the line, but let's just continue with Star Trek. This is my favorite monster on all of Star Trek. From the very first aired episode titled The Man Trap, that was the salt vampire from planet... Oh, trivia. What was the name of the planet this creature came from? Anyone in chat? I'll give you 5 tops. Grease cards. I know it's apples to oranges. Greece, 1978 Topps cards. If you can name the planet in Star Trek fiction, this creature came from.
You know what that monster looks like? They stole the image from what was that movie with Rod Taylor with the Moors?
The Time Machine.
The Time Machine. I mean, he looks just like the Moors from the Time Machine.
And also, you know, who starred in
the Moors had their eyes glowed though.
Oh, look what Tom's got. Let me take this image off. Look what Tom's got. Let me make Tom big.
It's Frankenstein.
Yeah, believe it or not, that's a Hallmark.
Oh, put him up for the camera there. I got you big there, buddy.
It's a Hallmark.
Frankenstein. Boris Karloff.
Yeah.
1931.
I appreciate that prop, buddy.
But there's his hook.
Well, Universal put out all those monster toys. I've got them in color and black and white.
Yep.
Remember?
Yep.
Let me see if anyone in chat. God, there's 38 comments I have not acknowledged. Sorry, folks. Most of them are from our friend Sarah. Let's see here. Great clip, I guess, from the Lost in Space of the Bloop, played by Janos. Let's see what else we have here. That was from Esmeralda, and then Skeleton kind of looked like her. Esmeralda says, "Have shaggy costume will travel." I guess that's a reference to Haas.
Yep.
Western reference there. Just because I'm beautiful does not mean I'm evil, Esmeralda says, referring to the Golden Man Lost in Space analogy that I referenced earlier. Sean Ennis. You can so deep dive Lost in Space over multiple episodes. One of those first series so abruptly canceled before people are still upset over, let alone Firefly, Farscape, etc. Indeed, indeed. And My Flock says, my favorite monster on Star Trek was the one I was showing. And I'm going to show you what the person looked like inside that costume in just a second.
Sweaty.
Esmeralda says, Chance, Al, Tom, and Sarah, this is such a fun show. Thank you all. Well, thank you for being out there and get well soon. Yeah. Esmeralda's recovering from a cold, and I hope that you feel better.
Hope you feel better. Yeah.
It had numbers, yes. Skeleton
to hang on longer than they used to.
Skeleton, the planet did have numbers. You're on the right track. Sean Ennis guesses, well, it's not SETI Alpha 5 or 6. This is SETI Alpha 5! Remember Khan in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan? Or Talos 4, correct. Talos 4 was the planet from The Cage, the pilot with the creatures with the misshapen heads, the Telosians, with mental telepathy and the power to create illusions. Let's see. It's tough to keep up with the comments. Chance, says Sean Ennis. Indeed. I'll just give the answer then because I want to show you what the person looked like inside that costume. My favorite monster. This creature was from planet M113. M113.
A real planet.
In the Star Trek universe. Now, here's who was inside that costume. It was a pretty girl.
Oh, my God.
How about that?
Da, da, da.
And I have another shot of her right there.
God.
And she was on the crew of Star Trek.
But I bet they did her hair up for that picture.
Well, it was
I bet it didn't look that good when she pulled off that mask.
It was kind of in character because if you remember that story, that classic Trek, the creature was doing an illusion of McCoy's old flame. He was a woman. So maybe that was all by design. I don't know. Maybe they wanted a woman to keep it authentic. And by the way, speaking of the Telosians with the big misshapen heads in the cage, those were all women. Gene Roddenberry intentionally cast women so they look more alien. With their throbbing, they had like a little vein that would throb like an air pump device in the side of its head. I thought that was really cool.
Just like that movie Scanners when their heads blew up.
Oh,
But I remember seeing it in the theater. Woo, was that good? Was that really good?
Now I forgot what I was going to look up. Gosh darn it. I was going to stall to find it. Somebody mentioned a monster. I was going to look it up. Oh, heck. Oh, Voice of Bottom of the Sea.
Yes.
Round table, talk about something nostalgic while I find it, please.
Now, in the 60s, Al, how
Yes.
many shows did you end up watching a week? I mean, how many shows would your mom let you watch and get away with? And then, how many shows did you watch that she didn't know that you were watching, that you weren't supposed to be watching?
Yeah, that's a good question. I watched a lot of TV as a kid. I watched Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea every week. I watched Batman every week, which was on 2 nights a week.
Right.
The only show that my parents wouldn't let me watch was The Untouchables, because she said,
really?
"No, that's just too violent. You can't watch that." But we had
But
to
it
go to
wasn't.
bed.
But it wasn't because it was. It wasn't because it was on later at night. That didn't matter.
Well, no, I don't. I wanted to watch it, but she wouldn't let me watch it. But because we went to bed at 9:30 every night, she made us go to bed at 9:30.
Okay.
So
I know my parents would not let me watch. I always wanted to watch F Troop with Forrest Tucker and Larry
but
Storch.
there's nothing wrong with this troop. It's a comedy. Why couldn't
Well,
you watch
I know,
that?
but it came on
Came
at
on
like
late?
8:30.
Oh,
And
well,
that was.
Was
I
there
think it
something
was
else on they wanted to see, Tom?
No, that was bedtime for me. So sometimes I could sneak it in there,
but you think about it, television back in the 60s and early 70s was really better than it is today.
Well,
As
it was
far
more. It was more, even though it was less channels.
It was better. It was better quality programs.
Well, yes, but it also seemed like there was more of a variety. Not only was there
True.
variety shows, but there were more sitcoms that didn't really make it. That only lasted a season, maybe 2 seasons, and then you would never see them again. Bridget loves. I forget
Bernie.
the name of it. Bernie.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. They just didn't stand the test of time. My Mother, the Car. Everybody always
That's
dishes
true.
on that one. So there was a lot of variety, but yet it came and went really, really fast because back then they thought differently of it. They didn't promote it, and if somebody at the executive level at the network, if their wife didn't like the show, guess what? That show was gone quicker than you can shake a stick at. That's what happened to Gilligan's Island. The network executive's wife didn't like it, so they canned it. So I'm saying stuff like that used to happen.
Well, it's
I don't
just-
think it happens anymore.
That's what happened with Silverman and CBS after All in the Family hit. He just canceled shows because they didn't like them. They were still performing well in the ratings.
I remember now this is not a monster show, but I remember when Hee Haw came on CBS, they didn't like that after one season.
Well,
they canceled it.
Yeah, they did the rule purge, and they got rid of the Beverly Hillbillies, Petticoat Junction, all of those
Green Acres they took away.
Oh, the Paul Henning shows were, but see, the Paul Henning shows were gone the season before. Like Petticoat Junction and Green Acres were canceled the season before Beverly Hillbillies was canceled.
Right, but I'm
69 to 70, they were gone.
Yeah. But anyway, did you find? Anyway, did we?
Can I say one thing, Tom, real quick?
To
your point, to your point, Tom, there were other shows, not just the rural shows that were canned because of All in the Family and Silverman, like Hogan's Heroes and My Three Sons.
Yes.
And others fall into that.
Yeah.
Look at Sean's comment.
Just read it. I'm busy.
He said, I used to sneak into my parents' room where we had a second TV, and turned it on and turned it off when I heard my parents coming up the stairs.
But
sneak in and watch TV. Yeah.
I'll put that on the screen in a second.
Sean, was it a black and white set or was it a color set? That's what I want.
Yeah, probably black and white. I don't know. Have to ask him and see.
Yeah.
Or her.
So Al, what was it? What was the answer to the one question I did ask you? What show do you consider today that you snuck, that your parents might not have known you were watching and probably should not have watched?
Good question.
I've been watching.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, I'll while you think about it, I'll tell you about me and my brother. Me and my brother used to watch something called Shock Theater, and it would come on Friday nights at 11:30, I believe it was. And my parents did not like us watching it, so we tried to move this big honker of a console TV set, black and white, into our bedroom, and it got stuck on the furnace in the floor. And the furnace in the floor was right in front of my parents' door and right in front of our door. So that the TV set got stuck there. So we got caught. Trying to watch.
I think every TV market had a Shock Theater. In Wilmington, my hometown in North Carolina, Channel 3 had the Shock Theater every Saturday night.
Right.
At 11:30, and we could stay up and watch that because we didn't have school,
Well, Shock was on Friday nights, and they thought it was too scary for us.
Yeah.
At that time, because every TV station in the country around that time in the 60s, early 60s, was sold a shock package or a horror package, and they would always put their own little hosts with it, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why they were successful.
Channel 3 in my hometown, they had a host.
And that's why there were so many of them. There's an independent documentary called Virginia Creepers that was put out a few years ago.
Right.
That my good buddy Donnie Shiras was involved in, and it talked about the local ones in Virginia. Virginia had so many. They had the Bowman Body, Ronald the Ghoul. Every market had their own horror host. Also, McFarlane Press. Do you have any McFarlane Press books, Chance?
Yes.
Okay. McFarlane Press did a book. It's probably about, that thick. And it's nothing but horror hosts. And the funny thing about it is, when you open past the first page, it was a poster that me and my buddy Don had done when we started working at Channel 13, long after the horror host thing had happened. Okay, we're talking now the 70s, early 80s, and we had Larry Cumbo, the graphic artist. We found the original negatives from Shock Theater, and they were the big negatives. They weren't 35 millimeter. They were 10 by they weren't 10 by. They were 5x4 negatives or something like that. And we found one of the original ones, and you open up the front cover of that McFarlane, and it makes it look like it's an original Shock Theater poster. Well, no, it wasn't. It's one we made and designed. Okay, so that's fake. But anyway, you find that book out there because it's out there of horror hosts. We made that. 3 guys made that well after.
Hey, Tom, were you working at Turner when Al Lewis hosted Super Scary Saturday?
I had
Grandpa Munster.
Yeah.
I had just started, and the set was still there.
Yeah.
But they had just stopped production of it. They were still running it. They were still running it because we did the Jason project with Dr. Bob Butler, who found the Titanic. And we were live doing those on the weekends.
Right.
From across the country, people could drive Jason Jr., the submersible that went down to the Titanic. Okay, so kids had a joystick at the Science Museum, and so they were able to drive it. So I remember one instance, the shows were supposed to have been telecast from the Galapagos Islands with the lizards and stuff, and they were running Super Scary Saturday. I looked up, and I saw the big giant lizards attacking each other from the old campy 50s, 60s movies. And I wanted to cut that in so bad, live, so all the kids could see it. But no, I couldn't do that.
Well, Al Lewis was a pretty nice guy, but sometimes when he was in town recording the wraparounds on Super Scary Saturday, he was kind of grumpy sometimes.
Yeah, he was. He was, because he did local dinner theater again with me and Donnie and all us guys at that station. He was doing local dinner theater, and he was on our show, on one of our shows. And he was real nice, And I got a picture of me with him and and everything. And we had Larry, again, the guy in graphics. He developed the pictures and made 8x10s. And we went to the dinner theater and had him sign it. But he was kind of a grumpy guy at that time.
He could be.
I'm done with you guys. Leave me alone.
Al, he was what? Al Lewis was what? Al Hardy?
He was grumpy like me.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was going to say like you.
Well, I have a good picture of me and Al Lewis too.
Where is it? Hold it
on
up.
the set there, Super Scary Saturday.
Is it within arm's length where you could hold it up for the camera? Or is it
in a
another
box. I can get up and go look for it, but I'll show it to you.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. Next time. Next time.
Yeah.
We got some comments. Esmeralda says, I used to sneak out and go to my grandparents' house to watch the things not allowed at home. Grandparents are the best.
Yes.
Yeah, they let you get away with murder. Basically.
Almost.
Sean Ennis says, my quote unquote bedtime as a kid stopped at 9 p.m. for a very long time. I used to have terrible FOMO listening to my parents and older siblings watching stuff after 9.
No.
Facebook user, it started earlier.
Yeah.
Some of those horror movies, like Al said, were run on Saturday afternoons. I know Channel 20 out of Washington, D.C., we could sometimes pull it in. In Virginia, it was Captain 20. There was Count Gore Duvall, who still is out there on Facebook, Count Gore Duvall. And he does his web show every week, and he runs movies. And so does, what's his name? I can't think of his name. I've even got his head bust downstairs in my basement. There's several other horror hosts that have continued on. Their kids have actually taken on the moniker. Sammy Terry is the guy's name. I'm sorry. Sammy Terry. Get it? Sammy Cemetery?
He's on Facebook. He does stuff
He's
on
on
Facebook.
But his father originally did the character.
Mm-hmm.
And his son picked up doing the character after his father passed away. And so I think that's a great homage to his dad that he's kept it up and kept it going. And he's on every Friday. I think he's on every Friday night live on Facebook doing the show.
Wow. Someone on Facebook mentions the time tunnel had some cool monsters. Hey, I found my Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea merman monster, guys. Look at this. Remember this guy?
I do.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Wow.
And look at it attacking the sea view. It was a giant creature in some cases, or in one episode. Boom! Look at that.
Wow.
With the model.
I've got a model of the sea view at home in the basement.
I never saw that in your basement. Where did you have it?
Yeah, it was up on the shelf. Right across from where you sat. It's up on the top shelf.
Was it very big? I just don't remember seeing it when I was over there.
It's about 15 inches long.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really.
That's what she said. I'm sorry.
You know, I knew you were going to go there.
I'm sorry. Hey,
tried not to say that.
No, I'm just immature. Look here. Here's some other Voyage monsters I pulled up while y'all were talking. The spaghetti monster.
I remember that one.
Look, you can see the guy's arms beneath. Look, it's just like a black shirt.
Yeah.
And then you had this guy. That looks
like a creature from the Black Lagoon.
It looks like the monster from This Island Earth, like they got the costume and sort of redressed it or something.
But that's back, to Irwin Allen. That's back when the shows started getting really campy, really out there, because of what the kids were watching, famous monsters of Filmland, etc. The science fiction was really taking off, even more so, even though it was in the 50s too. But it just got campy because Voyage of the Sea, when it first started, like the movie with Peter Lorre, was in that movie, and it wasn't campy at all. So
the feature was a serious movie, basically.
Yeah, it was. It really was.
I remember the scene with Peter Lorre. He was in the shark tank with the shark. He was, walking the shark in the tank. Remember that?
Yeah, but they all got campy after a while. They really did. So,
I think Saturday Night Live did a skit one time where they were in the sea view and they were rocking back and forth. Do you remember?
Yeah.
It was a fun show, though. And you mentioned television shows. Well, we could pick up a station out of Raleigh in Wilmington, and every Saturday they had a monster movie in the morning. They called it Sunrise Theater, and they always ran horror movies and monster movies on Sunrise Theater.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every Saturday morning. I used to get up and watch it.
There was also a monster show, and I hate to get off topic. Chance, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Off topic. But
It gets off topic all the time.
There was one called Tron Theater, which was science fiction, and it was on in the afternoons, and it had Robbie the Robot. The station actually rented the original Robbie or a copy or whatever it was, and it was hosted by a children's show.
It was probably a replica. I don't think
Who
it was
designed Robbie the Robot? I know one of you gentlemen know.
Yeah, but the same guy that did B9, right?
Yes, Robert Kinoshita.
Yeah. But anyway, Poop Deck Pappy was his name. He did a kid show. But I know Poop Deck Pappy. And he would run Popeye cartoons and stuff like that. He dressed like a sea captain and had a big wheel and everything. And he would turn the wheel, just like I'm turning, you know. And basically, he would host it. He was dressed in a suit. It was all a black backdrop, and Robbie the Robot was there, helping him introduce the science fiction movie of the day. It's called Tron Theater. And just like with most things back then, no copies of the show existed. So yeah.
Hey, you guys were talking about, or when I showed the creature M113 Star Trek Salt Vampire Monster earlier, Al mentioned the Morlocks from the Time Tunnel. Well, the remake of the Time Tunnel starred Guy Pearce, whom I worked with in Lawless when I tarred and feathered the bootlegger for his character.
Oh,
the same little 6 degrees of Bartels. Chance Bartels,
which you did good. You did good in that. I saw that clip that Sarah. I think Sarah put it together.
She sure did. She did a fantastic job.
Well, I must admit, Lawless is actually a good movie.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Must admit? I mean, why is that hard to?
Well, you gave me a DVD copy of it.
Yeah, it's about the Prohibition days.
Right.
Yeah.
You had the Blu-ray and you gave me the DVD.
You were mean in that movie. You torn Featherneck, poor guy.
Yeah. We got to get back to monsters. People are going to drop off, but I was going to show you. I pulled some more while we were talking. I have a requested monster. Let me see if I can find it. Uh-oh.
Is it a picture of you torn that guy?
Oh, I've reached my limit. Here's one from Voyage. They always would have a werewolf. I think that's Lee Crane got possessed and became a werewolf. Can you see that, Al?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. He's cool looking, actually. I like his teeth.
I didn't know I had a limit of images. I've reached my limit, so I'm going to have to delete something here real quick because I want to show you guys one more thing. Just one more thing. Well, I'll delete this one. There's our friend Al Hardy.
Used. Yeah.
Al, there's you.
All right.
Thanks to Sarah. And there's you. Hang on, I'll delete that image and put it back in another time.
That werewolf you showed looked a lot like Michael Landon as a teenage werewolf. So,
hey, fellas, I'll get back to monsters. But did you know this? I did not know this. You know the band, the J. Giles Band?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Wolf, the lead singer. I had no idea that he was once married to Faye Dunaway between 1974 and 1979. Just a little off-topic nostalgia. And I like to play a little game on occasion. Name the actress. I'll put a picture of an actress, usually a headshot from early.
Faye Dunaway was a monster anyway.
What do you mean?
She was not easy to get along with, I heard.
And she beat her kid with a co-hanger. Oh,
that's right.
According to Christina, the adopted daughter.
Yeah, that's it.
So I'm going to put an image up on the screen, but darn it, it shows in the lower right corner who she is. But I'll just put up Esther Roll from Good Times. There she is as a young woman. Isn't that cool? That's not a monster, folks. No letters.
She actually looks good. She looks good.
I know she looks lovely.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to upload the final picture because this was a request I had from someone in chat earlier today. of a monster. I think Japanese monsters count. Absolutely, they do. Japanese TV. The question was, name your favorite monster in TV of the 1960s and 70s. I think I said 60s on Facebook, so forgive me, but someone mentioned Ultraman.
Ultraman, yeah.
Just like my beloved Space Giants, Magma Taishi is the title of Space Giants in Japan, had tons of monsters. Those are cool rubber monsters. I like the rubber monsters. Can you see that, Al?
Yeah, I do. They're cheesy.
You ran that on Turner, didn't you? Ultraman ran on Turner when you were there.
We did. We did.
Did you have those on film?
On film. We ran everything on film.
You once had every Space Giants, but you sold them to Tom Hudgens.
I had all the Lost in Space. I had all the I Love Lucy's. I had all the Beverly Hillbillies.
Genie. I Dream of Genie.
I had all I Dream of Genie. I think Tom had a set of those.
Yeah, see, I have a bunch of them. I don't have them all. I have a bunch, though. I need to go give credit to who requested.
No, when TBS went from film to tape, they just ditched all their films. And so I was there. I grabbed them, you know.
Bear with me, fellas. I'm going to look on Facebook to give credit to whomever requested Ultraman for the Ultraman monsters. There were some monsters that freaked me out on Ultraman. These creatures, these women that had no eyeballs. They just had eyelids and no eyeballs. It scared the heck out of me. It was very bizarre. I think there's only 52 episodes of Ultraman. Jim Von Spiegel says, I loved Ultraman. He just made that comment a minute ago on Facebook. Thanks for sticking with us, Jim. You've been with us since pretty much the beginning today, sir. Thank you. I know I've been going long, gone almost 3 hours.
Well, I mean, the only monster that scared me, and he really wasn't a monster. When I first saw the movie, I saw it on NBC Saturday Night at the Movies, was Gort the Robot. He scared me to death. Did he scare you, Tom? Yeah.
No.
When that lid came up and that beam of light came out,
I remember.
It scared me to death. You know, when I first time I saw that on TV.
The day the earth stood still.
Yeah. That's the one that scared me, is, you know.
Gort. Oh,
Gort,
yeah. Michael Rennie.
Yes, he's a great actor.
Yeah.
He was a really good actor. I liked his voice.
He was in The Invaders a couple times, 3 episodes, a 2-parter, which I have on film with the original commercials I've never shown you guys.
Now, did he play an alien on that show?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, he did.
I want to see
He played an alien both times. He played an alien in season 1 and in a 2-parter, the only 2-parter of the show, in season 2, with William Wyndham in that 2-parter as a human. And Diana Hyland.
What?
Go ahead.
Well, no, thanks to Chance, I was going to give him kudos. He gave me a box set of The Invaders.
Right. And we're trying to work out a deal for a trade for the entire Fugitive series on DVD. I have 2 sets on DVD, not identical. Each one's different.
Well, long as the prints are good quality and they have, you know.
One set just has more bonuses. Like it has a wanted poster, Dr. Richard Kimball, like a replica of the prop wanted poster. That's the one I'm keeping. And other extras like that, like there's a toy in there and everything. And then I have just a basic set with the episode.
Wait. What kind of toy could be in a Fugitive box set? Handcuffs? I mean, what?
Handcuffs.
I mean, what?
How did you know?
I was kidding.
How did you know, brother?
I was kidding. I want my dog up.
I use these at sexy time.
Well, those weren't really in the box set. Those are chances he uses for his playtime.
No, yeah. No, that's a good question. No,
it's just like, who do you handcuff up at night at the bed?
I'm looking right at the set with all the extras and the toy and the wanted poster, and I need to just look it up because it's at a place where the security camera on top of it, and I don't want to move the camera. I have it at a good angle. I got security cameras in my
trade. Is the trade still on?
Yes, the trade is on. Go ahead and tell the folks what we're trading, what you offered for a set of all the Fugitives.
Well, I have a Marvel's banner that there were very limited productions, and it's huge. It would cover, if you rolled it out where your boxes are with your comics, it would cover all that up. And I was going to trade you that. It's a vinyl banner. It's not paper. And then I have an advanced one sheet for the Fall Guy coming out.
And that pushed my buttons right there.
That's a fair trade because these advanced one sheets, they only made so many of them, and it's brand new. It's never been used.
Well, that's because a lot of theaters are using digital imagery now instead of posters. So
but you know, a lot of them still use the actual poster. I hope they don't get away from that.
Well, I'm just saying they're going to that because it's cheaper. It's cheaper. You know.
Well, not really. I mean, but it in a local theater that a friend of ours works at, Bill Tush. I mean, they have the digital one sheets, but sometimes they just don't work. That's just oh well. You can't beat the original paperwork.
No, you can't. But you got to pay to have those printed, so it's cheaper for them to send to theaters, just like they send the movies digitally on a drive.
Well, with the movie posters, they don't return them. Back in the old days, you had to send them back to National Screen, but now they don't return them.
You were supposed to return them, but they
they haven't
I've got a
returned
bunch
them
of
in
them in
years.
our basement right now. And
Well,
you
so do
got
I.
hundreds of them.
Yeah.
And that's proof positive. They don't return them even though you're supposed to.
Right.
So.
Well, I do like The Fugitive, and I was going to buy a set, and I thought I'd just ask Chance if he had a copy, but because I like to watch it on Pluto.
Yeah, but what you did was really enticing, actually, for a change in terms of your salesmanship. You texted me. You could have the Marvel's banner in your background over the comic boxes when you go live.
Right.
And I thought, that's a good point. I like that. I mean, this is a huge banner. Now, the Marvels didn't do well at the box office, but I like it.
Well, but it's actually a cool looking poster. I'll give them that. I mean, I didn't care. I didn't see the movie, but it's actually a cool looking banner. So you'll like it. And since you have 2 box sets of The Fugitive, you're not going to lose anything. You're going to gain, right?
That's true. And I'm trying to find, I have a whole bunch of them on DVD. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. Say something.
Whole bunch of what? Fugitives?
Something. Something. He wants us to say something. So
don't let him don't let him.
Here you go, Al.
All right, which one are you going to give me?
I told you the deal is for the series, right?
I know, but which box set? You held 2 of them up. Which one? No.
There's
Open
one.
it up. Open it up.
The back.
That's just one.
Well, I got more.
But do you have all of them?
Yeah, I have them all sealed in 2 different complete sets, but I have individual ones as well.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what's your mother making for supper tomorrow?
I don't live with my parents. What now?
I know. I didn't say you
But
did.
she gives you food all the time.
I didn't say.
The other day, mom made vegetable soup. Nobody cares. We got to get back to the monster talk. Made vegetable soup. I went and picked it up. I live about 5.5 miles from my parents' house. And now a lot of people think that lima beans are of the devil. I like lima beans.
I do
Mom
too.
usually puts lima beans in her vegetable soup, and her Publix was out of them. So after I picked up the soup, I went to Publix and they were in stock. I got lima beans and I had fresh, organic 2 pounds of ground beef. She usually puts ground beef with the vegetable soup. This time she didn't. Sometimes she does a vegetarian variety. So I got beef broth. I got my ground beef. I added ground beef that was seasoned with beef broth and lima beans. And it's delicious. And I still have some left. I'm going to eat the rest of it tonight for supper before it's not fresh anymore.
You should have put it in a crock pot and let it simmer.
I have 2 crock pots. I should. I never use my crock pots for chili.
I have a crock pot that I've never used. I need to use it.
I have more of those individual fugitives. I'm looking around here trying to find the other.
Throw those. Just throw those in as a bonus.
Well, I'm tempted to just. I don't want to mess up my camera, my security camera.
Oh, don't.
I have a couple security cameras in here with motion detection and all that, and it might mess something up because I want to show you it's sealed. It's a night set.
You're gonna have to move it anyway.
And I have a Batman Blu-ray set, full series, sealed, and that has a toy in it, a Batmobile car.
That's a Batmobile. Yeah.
But they had music. They screwed up the music, Tom. You told me, and I missed the deadline to get the replacement disc.
And I got the replacement disc on mine. Yeah.
I don't have.
I can't believe.
I'm missing a lot of comments.
I can't believe it. I think they sent me like 4 or 5 discs. Warner Brothers did so.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let me see what comments we have. Oh, Sarah, our friend Sarah says, "Mommy Dearest, great movie." I agree.
Yeah.
Great picture of Esther Roll. Thank you, Sean
I
Ennis.
didn't care for Mommy Dearest, really. I went to a press screening of that, and everybody in the theater started laughing when she was screaming, "No more wire hangers," and it was just over the top.
Look what Esmeralda said. Yes,
What?
yes, Al. Godzilla versus the Smog Monster was funny. If you turn the sound down and play music, they look like they're dancing during the fight scenes.
Now, did you ever see the Michael Nesmith? Now he's with the Monkeys at the time, but after the Monkeys, he was one of the first innovators of the video, the music videos after the Monkeys, and he did elephant parts. And in one of his shows, they did.
You're right, John.
He was dressed up in a cowboy outfit at the top with a shirt and everything, and he was singing. Her name was, instead of Roseanne,
Joanne.
He was, instead of Joanne, whatever, he would say her name was Rodan, and she lived off the South Seas of Japan. And as he was singing that, the camera would pan down, and all of a sudden he's got Godzilla feet on, and he's crushing a village. It's funny as crap. You have to see it. It's very funny. It's very short. But
Joanne was a big hit song for him too.
Yeah, I know, but that's why he changed it up.
Do you know what his mother invented?
Yeah, go ahead, and say it.
Whiteout.
The correction stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the whiteout stuff you put on, like if you type something, you cover it up.
Correct.
Al, you scared me for a second when you said whiteout. I thought you were going racial. Thought that was a racist statement.
You know what whiteout is? It's in a little bottle.
I
It's
know,
white,
liquid paper. I'm just being silly.
Liquid paper. Yeah. His mother invented that.
Oh, Sarah says, Chance, today is my dad's birthday. Happy birthday to Sarah's dad.
Happy birthday. Yeah. Yeah.
How old is he, Sarah? Let us know in the comments. And then Sean Ennis says, good job, Al. Studios will throw out a lot of valuable stuff. They mismanage props, wardrobe, and more.
Markets for props and wardrobes and more. Well, MGM back in the day, they threw out a lot of stuff, but they did auction off stuff.
Sarah's dad is 70. Oh, they auctioned it off? Not for charity, I bet.
Well, no, they, like the chariot from Ben-Hur and then the actual time machine, they auctioned off. They sold a lot of that stuff.
For charity or for profit?
For profit.
I knew it.
For profit. They weren't going to,
I knew it. Look at Sean Ennis said, Al, and Tom, one sheets are also thicker than posters, so you can see the image through on the back.
Well,
they're double-sided. They call them double-sided posters, and the light beam shines through it, lights it up. I've got a light box upstairs, and I've got one in the basement. You've seen them.
Oops.
What?
Other than posters, which you can't see through it. Something equals profit. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Al used to dumpster dive back behind Films Incorporated and got a bunch of posters and films and stuff. Didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Well, Films Incorporated was a big rental company like Swank, and they had a big place here in Atlanta, and I knew everybody that worked there, basically. And my friend that worked there, he says, we threw some film in the dumpster if you want to come by and pick it up. So that's how I got a print of Rocky Horror Picture Show.
You said Swank. That used to be an adult magazine, sir. I know that's not what you're talking about.
Swank was out of St. Louis, but Films Incorporated was in Atlanta and Chicago, and but that's how I got films.
What was that you held up? What was
I'm holding this up. Let me make myself big. You guys remember James Tim Walker?
Oh yeah.
There's this book.
Oh yeah.
And when you said dumpster diving, that's how he got started in the business. He when he was a kid out in Hollywood, he would dumpster dive behind Hanna-Barbera Studios, and he got actual film cells.
Yeah, they threw them out.
And other show. There's some of his artwork. He's been on the show before. I'm going to bring him on now that I can do StreamYard video. There's his book, Shaken Not Broken. He had to teach himself how to draw with his left hand because he was diagnosed with a terrible disease.
I have a cartoon cell of Porky Pig.
You do?
I do.
And I got one from Bed Knobs and Broomsticks.
It just reminded me, Al, of James Tim Walker when you talked about dumpster diving. That's all, because that's how he got started as an illustrator.
Esmeralda likes lima beans too. And what I used to
lima
do
beans.
was put ketchup on lima beans.
You don't put ketchup on lima beans. That's gross. That's gross.
That's what I used to do. Yep.
That's gross.
No, it's not gross.
You probably put
I'm
ketchup
going to try
on
that.
too, don't you?
No, it wasn't gross.
Esmeralda, I
Maybe
like
it was for
You put ketchup on eggs?
No.
And to your point, crock pots are awesome. You just throw everything in and let it do the work for you.
That's what I can't believe. Listen, again, we're getting off topic. I'm sorry. But Al has a membership at Costco. Okay. He could go and get 2 pot roasts. Okay. And he could put one in the freezer, one in the crock pot, put some chicken broth, some vegetables, some potatoes, and let that sucker go. And it would be so good.
I love a good pot roast.
And they're so easy to make. It's like brownies are so easy to make.
The last good pot roast I had actually was at your house, Tom.
What? Yeah.
It was that Susan fixed, but it was delicious. I think Chance was there too.
Yeah, Chance was there. But
my mom makes a great pot roast. She's such a great cook.
Oh,
your mom is a good cook. I'll give her that.
And so is my ex. I can't mention my ex. My ex is a phenomenal cook. Oh yeah, I already mentioned this. My Flock Sarah says her dad's 70. So happy birthday to Sarah's father, and we wish him continued better health. Better health. Yep. All right. Well, let me look at some other monsters real quick. Get back. We've gotten way off. I was going to go into the 1970s. I know you guys do not like this show. I have almost all of them on 16 millimeter film. Talking about Space 1999. This was a cool monster, and the movie Alien ripped it off. This was produced in 1974, late 74. Alien was filmed in 78. The same guy that did the special effects, the models, Brian Johnson, did the effects for Space 1999 and Alien, incidentally. And he also did Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. But this monster would suck people into its bottom and spit them out as skeletons.
Oh, nice.
And it had see that eye in the middle? It really looks like a headlight on a Jeep.
It does.
It's just kind of a gross looking monster. It's not scary.
No, if you watch the episode, the way it was directed and written with the music, it's very scary and gory. And it would hypnotically entrance people with that eye to come towards it. And then it would suck it in beneath it, devour the people and spit out their bones.
Oh,
Dragon's Domain episode. It's on Tubi. Tubi. Look up Dragon's Domain if you've not seen it. Space 1999, season 1. And then in season 2, the character Maya was introduced to was a shapeshifter that turned into all sorts of alien creatures. She was from the planet Psycho.
I like that one. I like that one.
Where's Tom? Behind the scene. He's on the move. Here's another
alien.
alien.
My glasses and I stepped on them. I found them.
You stepped on your glasses?
Yeah, well, that's okay. They're okay.
Did you step on them?
Yeah, I did.
So monster lovers.
I have to let the dogs out.
Okay.
Well, go let the dogs out and come back.
Who let the dogs out?
By all means, I gotta let the dogs out.
Okay.
Well, go let the dogs out and come back.
Who let the dogs out?
The Chance, put me backstage.
Okay. You are backstage. Okay. Can't see or hear him. All right. So here's another monster that Maya turned into in Space 1999 in an episode Seed of Destruction, season 2. I have that on film. Here's another creature, an alien that Maya transformed into in the episode Space Warp, where Maya, the shapeshifter, she can hold alien forms or animal forms, living forms for 1 hour. That's her limit. And she's delirious. And in the first episode that introduced her, the Metamorph, the season 2 premiere, her planet is destroyed. It blows up. And her father, mentor, played by Brian Blessed, who later played the Chief Hawkman in Flash Gordon. Gordon's alive! And he also came back in the year 1999 in Star Wars The Phantom Menace, voicing an animated character. We do not care about the Naboo. Remember that guy? We do not care about the Naboo. That was Brian Blessed. But Brian Blessed played Maya's dad in Space 1999. Unfortunately, his character was killed in the season 2 premiere. And he also played a different character in the season 1 episode titled Death's Other Dominion. But in this episode, Space Warp, in season 2, Maya is delirious. She's trying to go back to her planet, which has been destroyed. And she knows it, but she's not in her right mind because she's in a feverish state. And she keeps transforming into creature after creature, wreaking havoc. Here is probably the grossest alien from Space 1999. These were creatures that consumed nuclear energy when it's exploded, when it's destroyed.
You
It
showed
gave
this
them
monster
life.
the other day.
Yeah, I did on Sarah's show.
Yeah.
And it had this grotesque eye. Keith Wilson designed that. God rest his soul. I met him in New York City in the year 2000 in Manhattan at a convention, but we were hanging out in a hotel room partying after the con. And he was a brilliant production designer. And look at that slime around its eye, that green slime.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was before green slime. Remember the toy? That's my nostalgic toy of the week, by the way, green slime, which I know wasn't part of your generation, Al, but that's okay.
I got to mention this comment that Sean made.
Oh, let me go back to comments.
He said, "My ex-wife was an awful cook. It was a very short marriage." Laugh out loud.
Oh, right here. Esmeralda says, my first husband was a great cook, so I took a few more years before I divorced him.
That's funny.
You know, good food buys time. That's pretty funny.
Good food buys time. It does. That's a good one.
Oh,
and the one by Sean. Yeah.
Oh my God. That's it, Sean. Replying to Esmeralda, my ex-wife is an awful cook. It was a very short marriage. I'm losing my voice. Oh my God.
You can take this monster down now.
Well, I want to leave it up. Okay, a little bit longer. All right. So there's that image. There we are. I'm just scanning through my pictures. Here's a cool picture I've shown before. I love that McDonald's campaign. I'll put that up when Tom comes back.
There's Al Lewis.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. That's the reason I brought it back up. Now, let me look at my clips and see if I've done all the video, because I have another thing I want to talk. There were some big TV anniversaries this past week, such as The $6 Million Man and Happy Days and a whole bunch of great shows. Al, were you tuned in when I played the original opening? Oh, I know what I was going to play. I'll have to wait till
I saw the opening for Outer Limits already.
That's it. The Please Stand By. That's what I was going to say.
You already played
I
that.
do have a few more good clips. I'm going to play a skit from Love American Style. I guess I can do that after you sign off or something, unless you want to sit. It's 8 minutes long, but it's just a skit. But it's because Yanos is playing a bear, the guy I talked about earlier, who performed most of the monsters in the Outer Limits.
You can play it. I've got a sandwich I need to go heat back up.
Well, do you want me to do it right now while Tom's walking the dogs? Maybe it'd be a good time to do this.
How long is the clip?
8 minutes and 50 seconds.
Well, that's kind of long.
I've never watched it, but you're not going to believe who's in the cast. I'm just going to play it. Are you ready to eat? It's 6:51.
Yeah, I'll go heat my sandwich up while you do that.
All right. Well, before I play this, I'm going to play another clip. Last time we talked about TV stars that quit hit TV shows to do movies and failed. And I led with Farrah Fawcett, and I meant to play this clip. This is a parody of Farrah Fawcett by Marie Osmond. So we're going to stop on the topic of TV monsters for now. Rewind. If you tuned in late, we covered a lot, and we're going to cover more in a future installment of this show, The Nostalgic Podblast. And Tuesday, we're going to talk about the Twilight Zone and Twilight Zone monsters with Sarah on her channel, with Sarah, I, and Al. And that'll be Tuesday night. And but for now, I want to play this parody from 1977 with Paul Lynde and Marie Osmond spoofing Farrah Fawcett Majors from September 1977. This is about 3 minutes long.
Hollywood Unemployment Office, unemployer to the stars. Who is this? Ed McMahon? Oh, thank you for returning my call. I think I found some work for you, Ed. What's that? You're already employed? Where? You mean you get paid for doing that? All the unemployment offices, I get assigned to this one, the Wacko Factory. This job gets hairier by the minute. Make that by the second. Oh, well. Name?
Farrah.
Would you speak up?
I am speaking up.
Oh, how foolish of me. I did feel a breeze. Full name?
Farrah lost it.
Farrah lost it.
Minors.
Farrah lost it. Minors. Your name's probably longer than your career. What's your occupation?
I'm an angel.
And I'm a sweetheart. But this is government, miss. No time for emotional involvements. Who was your previous employer?
Charlie.
Last name?
I don't know.
Doesn't know, and it's only 10 after 8 in the morning. Why didn't I go into spot welding like Mother told me? Now then, do you have any particular skills?
I don't think so.
Well, what can you do?
I can do this.
We don't get much call for that. Anything else?
I can do this.
Smirks and jerks. Let's see now, I've got to ask you some routine unemployment form questions. Do you plan to go into farming?
No.
Have you been in the military service?
No.
Does your husband work?
Yes.
Oh, what kind of work does he do for a living?
He does this.
Moves in slow motion. She's married to a civil service worker. Oh, just a second. I think I have just the job for you. You like to travel?
Yes.
You like adventure?
Yes.
Report to the Yukon on Monday. You're going to be a scrub brush for the Alaskan pipeline.
Far in.
Ha ha ha. Not laugh out loud funny, just amusing, but I like it when she does the parody of Steve Austin. Lee Majors as Steve Austin, Colonel Steve Austin on the $6 Million Man. I thought that was kind of funny. All right, so I guess we'll get to the Love American Style segment while Al eats his sandwich. I see backstage, he's at his desk. Let me just pop him on real quick. Al, have you eaten already? That was quick.
Yeah, I just heated it up. Hang on.
Did you eat it?
No.
Oh, well then I just played a clip from the Donnie Marie show, a parody of Farrah Fawcett.
I saw part of that.
With Paul Lynde. And Paul Lynde played Grand Moff Tarkin in that same episode in a Star Wars parody. Where did you make it or get that from Firehouse?
No, it's a Euro from Arby's. I had you buy one and get one, so I ate one for lunch and had the other one left over.
All right. Well, why don't you eat that while I play this Love American Style? Love American Style.
Clip. I like that song.
Me too, by the Cowsills. And then it was adapted by Charles Fox.
That's true.
All right.
Well,
so I'm going to play.
Sang on the opening credits, but not on the end credits.
If our friend Carol Ford is out there and Linda Groundwater, they're authors, co-authors with a third person, a sort of a ghostwriter, the autobiography, the true biography of Bob Crane. I think they'll appreciate this skit if they're out there. Let's watch it together. This is 8 minutes long, so bear with me, but I need to take a little break. And then I'm going to talk about a couple more nostalgic things when we get back with Al. Here we go.
Hello, Dolores. This is Carol Baxter's mother, Mrs. Baxter.
She knows that part. Ask her.
Excuse me a second, Dolores. What should I ask her?
Ask her what I asked you to ask her, for Pete's sake. Ask her if Carol went to the library with her today.
Dolores?
If she says yes, ask her if Carol said she was meeting somebody after they went to the library. If she says no, ask her if Carol said she had a date with somebody on the way over to her house. Now, if she says yes, find out who Carol was seeing. If she says no, ask her if Carol only pretended to go to her house and then asked her to pretend they were going to the library so Carol could go someplace else with somebody she didn't want us to know about. Ask.
Dolores, if you see Carol, will you tell her supper's ready? Thanks.
Why didn't you ask what I asked you to ask?
Because I am a mother, not a private detective. Our Carol is a mature, intelligent, lovely young woman. Why don't you let her live her own life?
Look, Carol is 28 years old. She's still living at home. She's afraid of ending up an old maid. Now, fear makes girls hasty, and hasty girls in the garden of love pick lemons.
Aunt Carol would never pick a lemon just to get married.
To get married, she'd pick poison oak.
That's not true. Carol's dated lots of nice boys. Remember Lionel Nishman?
How could I forget him? It isn't every day your daughter brings home a male model for orthopedic shoes. The only part of him that worked were his feet.
She wasn't serious about him.
Of course not. He wasn't a big enough creep. Maybe you forgot some of Carol's Mr. Wonderfuls. Like the actor who did Alice Faye impressions in a long blue dress.
He only did that to keep out of the army. He happened to be a real artist.
The real artist was the butcher who sculptured Carol's head in meatloaf. Now, there was a winner for you.
I didn't care much for him either, but there certainly was no problem with that Simpkins boy.
How would you like to be the mother-in-law to a freelance shepherd? What about the dum-dum who ate nothing but prunes? Remember when he tried out for the track team?
You're just too hard to please. If you don't stop finding fault with Carol's suitors, she won't bring them home to meet us anymore. And just for spite, she's liable to marry somebody really rotten.
Not without my permission, she won't. She promised you would get my consent before she got married. And believe me, I will never give it unless everything is absolutely perfect. You hear me? Absolutely perfect.
Mommy, Daddy, oh, it's so wonderful to see both of you. I'm sorry I'm late, but I've just been dancing on clouds, talking to rainbows, and singing to the trees.
You went down to the docks and some sailor got you drunk.
Oh, Daddy.
Don't owe Daddy me, Miss Innocent Cloud Dancer. You didn't visit Dolores and you didn't go to the library. Now out with it. Who have you been seeing?
Harold, please.
Oh, no, Mom. Daddy is right. I didn't visit Dolores and I didn't go to the library, and I was out with someone very special. Mom. Daddy, I want to marry him.
No!
And I've brought him home for you to meet.
Now, Carol, honey, listen to your father. You're only a child.
Oh, no, it's true love, Daddy. And you're not going to talk me out of it, so please don't try. Now, let me just get Millard, and I know that in time you'll think he's as wonderful as I do.
Millard sounds like a nice name.
So does cholera.
Mom, Daddy, meet Millard. Darling, I want you to meet my parents. Oh, and don't let Daddy scare you. His bark is worse than his bite.
You're not joking, my precious sweetheart?
No, Mama, I have never been more serious in my life.
Oh, Harold, most girls want to own a fur coat. Our little girl wants to marry one.
Carol, cut the clowning. You're scaring your mother.
I'm sorry, Daddy, but Millard and I are in love, and we want your blessing.
Well, I don't know any blessings for bears. Look, this is ridiculous. How can you even think of marrying an it?
Can't we just sit down and discuss this like intelligent human beings?
Well, some of us can, and some of us can't.
Millard, please don't lose your temper, darling.
Oh, let him get mad. You think I'm afraid of some yo-yo in a bear suit? Come on, dimwit. Where's your zipper? Come on.
Get away, Harold. He's starting to drool in your direction.
Oh, baloney. She probably paid some wino a few dollars to put on this funny no zipper, no button, no... You're not really a bear, are you, fella? He's got moose on his breath. Carrot's bear is a bear.
Oh, I think we'd better eat. Millard always gets grumpy around dinner time. He has an appetite like a horse.
I wish you were a horse.
Yeah.
At least you'd get to travel. I'm going to put on dinner.
Carol, stop it. You know you can't marry a bear. I mean, what are you going to do while he hibernates all winter? Sit in a cave and knit? He hasn't got much of a sense of humor.
Don't make fun of our love, Daddy. Millard is as devoted to me as anyone can be.
Oh, really? How do you know?
For one thing, when we hold hands, Millard always keeps his claws tucked in. Here, Millard, vegetable, eat. Oh, isn't he adorable?
Oh, yes. I bet within a couple of days I could have him eating out of my leg.
Dinner is served. I'm sorry it took so long. While I was getting the food out of the oven, I had a terrible time turning off the gas. I didn't want to.
Take it crazy, Millard. I've never seen you so excited. What did you fix for dinner, Mom?
Poached salmon.
Bon appetit, sweetheart.
Look, honey, let's be realistic, huh? For just one stupid second, let us imagine you're going to marry this bear, huh? How is he going to support you?
Oh, Millard has very good prospects. The Forest Service keeps making him offers all the time.
Wait a minute. You can't marry Millard. Where will you find an apartment that'll take pets, huh?
My fiancé is not a pet.
What landlord will let a 1,000-pound grizzly bear live in a building, huh?
What landlord is going to stop him? Come on, Mom and Dad. I mean, just tell us you approve. Or is it the religious difference that's hanging you up?
Now, this may come as a big shock to you, my sweet girl. But my objections to that thing eating your grandmother's footstool have nothing to do with what church she attends. Listen, have you flipped out of your mind? You think I'm going to let you marry a bear?
He's going to live on your father's head.
He just wants to dance. He loves to dance after a snack. I've got spurs that jingle, jingle. Come on, Mom. He's very light on his paws.
All right. The circus is over. He's got a great sense of rhythm, but the fuzzy animal goes.
Daddy, you're just being prejudiced.
Prejudice. I will never, ever give you permission to marry this beast. Anyone else in the world, yes. But Smokey the son-in-law, never.
That's just what I wanted to hear you say. Come on in, Henry. It's okay now.
What is that?
That's Henry.
My bike okay out there in the front porch?
Of course. Mom, Daddy, Henry is the person I really love.
Carol, where's your heart? Millard is listening to every word.
He's just an animal, Mama. But Henry is the man I really want to marry. And Dad just said I could marry anyone else in the world but Millard. So I choose Henry. Okay, Dad?
Marry the bear.
Okay, that's Love American Style, an underrated show that CBS Paramount seems to have forgotten. I don't know why they don't stream it on Paramount Plus like they do The Love Boat, which was a show like a Love American Style, an anthology of different actors, different stories, and cheesy love lines. That episode was the second episode of season 4 of Love American Style. And now, Hardy, I don't know if I should bring you back on. I guess I'll bring you back on because you're not going to believe who else was in this hour-long episode in the other segments. A lot of people you like. Hang on. Put your hand up. Can I put you on? Wave if it's all right. Okay.
Yeah.
You're back. Did you see any of that segment? Were you watching any of that?
I did.
So you
somebody said the young woman was Seinfeld's mother. Is that true?
No. I saw that. Liz Sheridan, no. But you did see someone from... Oh, I was going to show this on camera. Our friend's book. Friend of the show. Let me make myself big. Here is the book about Bob Crane. Bob Crane, the definitive biography. You saw the actor who played Colonel Klink in that segment, did you not?
Yeah, we did. Hogan's Heroes, yeah.
Werner, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But there's the book, Carol M. Ford. Great book with D. Young and Linda J. Groundwater. And Linda lives in
Bob
Australia.
Crane used to be a disc jockey. He got started in radio.
Talked all about it, yeah, in that show.
Mm-hmm.
So I will tell you who that is. All right, so I want to talk about that Love American Style briefly. It aired originally on September 22nd, 1972, which was the second episode of season 4. And it was an hour-long show, so there were 2 other sketches, including one with your buddy, Peter Marshall.
And he's a pretty good actor, actually.
He's in that episode. And let me just go through the credits. Peggy Cass was in that skit, who was known for To Tell the Truth game show. She was one of the regular panelists on To Tell the Truth going back to the 1960s. Let me just see. And then you saw that's Werner from Jack Klugman was in this. Al Lewis, we were just talking. Al Lewis was in a segment in that episode. One of the other two segments of that Love American Style. We were talking about him earlier. Grandpa Munster. He played a character named Bernie in Love in the, what are the other skits called?
When I was at TBS back in the early days, we used to run Love American Style. Had them all on film.
Love in the Love Nest had Al Lewis in it from that same episode. That skit we just watched was Love in the Unbearable. See what they did there, fiance. And then there was another skit, Love in the Amateur Night. Oh, there were 4 skits. Love in the Amateur Night, Love in the Cheaters, Love and the Love Nest, and Love in the Unbearable Fiance. So
I
they
like
had
the
4
episodes where it
sketches.
had like little 30-second clips. Love, remember those? Yeah, I love those things.
They did that every week.
Yeah.
And the actor who played Angel later on in Rockford Files was in all of those skits almost.
He was in just about every one of them.
Stuart Margolin. Excuse me.
American Style was a terrific show. It was well done. I just don't know why it's not in syndication anymore,
I don't know.
streaming somewhere.
It is in syndication, just no one's running it because Catchy Comedy did a weekend binge marathon.
They did a couple of weeks ago. They did.
And as you
But
saw,
but
the
it's
Me
not
TV
streaming
bug
anywhere,
was,
like you said.
yeah, it's not streaming. It should be streaming. And I hope that Pluto TV has a Love American Style channel because Love Boat, I think, does pretty well.
Yeah.
With the numbers. So Janos Prohaska, the reason I played that, he played the bear, Millard the bear in that segment. Ron Masak was in this episode. I'll just quickly go down the list of names you know. Excuse me. I'm trying to see the name of that actress to answer who played Sammy Lee Jones, like Samantha, but spelled Samee Lee Jones, played Debbie. Okay. All right. And I guess I can wrap on this topic. Oh, here it is. And Marion Haley played Irene Thompson. Let me see what skit that was. Ah, damn. All right. Well, anyway, that's all I got to say about that. But yeah, I like Love American Style as well. Oh, yeah. Love American Style started Happy Days, says a Facebook user. I'll go on and identify who said that. But true, it was Love in the television set, which was renamed Love in the Happy Days for rerun syndication. Another thing they did, same thing with Night Gallery. Night Gallery was a 1-hour show, as was Love American Style, except for season 2 of Love American Style. It was a 1-hour show in season 1. They cut it to half an hour in season 2, back to an hour in season 3, 4, and 5 of Love American Style. And they cut it to half an hour and re-edited the whole thing for reruns. Same thing with Night Gallery. Night Gallery was always an hour-long show for its 3 seasons, and they cut that to half an hour, and then they put padding in the Night Galleries of shows like The Sixth Sense with Gary Collins.
I didn't like those too much.
I have one of those on 16mm film with Lee Majors in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was kind of like a Ben Button storyline, except he was an old man that had like a serum to stay young, Lee Majors. And he throws a 16mm projector like down the stairs. It's weird.
We showed that over here.
No, I never brought that one over. I don't think.
Oh, I've seen it. I thought you brought it over here. Maybe.
No, I didn't bring that print over ever. That's one of my prized prints.
Show, the Alfred Hitchcock Hour was an hour. Then it developed into a half-hour show.
No. Alfred Hitchcock Presents was a half hour, and then Alfred Hitchcock Hour, 2 separate shows.
Right. Okay. But still,
Alfred Hitchcock Hour came along after Alfred Hitchcock Presents had been on the air for several years.
Yeah.
It was an additional show.
Well, Pluto has that running, but it's just a half-hour shows.
Yeah, and MeTV plays both. On Sunday night, they will play the hour-long version, and then Monday through Friday, they play the half-hour Alfred Hitchcock Presents. A lot of great actors, and they got away with a lot of violence on those shows, those Alfred Hitchcock TV shows.
They did.
Because in black and white, I guess, you're not seeing the blood in the red, gory glory, so I guess they can get away with it. Yeah, so you're right, Happy Days. And speaking of Happy Days, it was the anniversary this past week, the 50th anniversary of the debut of Happy Days. And I want to read to you something I had written in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, if I could. While I pull it up, Al, what are your thoughts on Happy Days? Say your line. I know it's coming.
I really didn't care for it.
Right.
I did watch it occasionally, but it just didn't interest me. I did like the movie American Graffiti, but I just didn't care for Happy Days too much.
Hey, John Von Spiegel said, while you were making your sandwich, Jim Von Spiegel said we should do a fugitive Podblast.
We've done one.
Well, we did half of one. We did Podblast episode 4 was about The Fugitive and the Invaders. QM shows, but we didn't do enough. That's when we were just doing 90-minute Podblast at the maximum length. We didn't do it justice because we devoted both those shows to that 90 minutes.
We'll do a Fugitive show when you bring me the box set.
I knew you'd say that. I knew you said that.
And you can get your Mandarin poster. You know,
it was Jim Von Spiegel that said Love American Style started. Happy Days. You're correct. Now let me find my little.
Esmeralda said Alfred Hitchcock was a great show as well.
Oh gosh, it's up there with Twilight Zone, which we're going to talk about Tuesday night.
Like you, Sarah, with Boris Karloff.
Oh, that was a great 1-hour show. I have that on Laserdisc.
Be a thriller. Yeah.
Talk about that. Shatner was in that a couple times in Thriller, in The Grim Reaper and The Hungry Glass. Those are awesome episodes.
You know, those shows spawned a lot of actors we know today when they were younger. You know, the Thriller, Alfred Hitchcock. See what else? The Fugitive. A lot of those spawned actors that we know today. 12 O'Clock High had Sally Kellerman in an episode that I liked. Peter Fonda was in an episode of 12 O'Clock High. So
Sally Kellerman was in The Outer Limits a couple times. I showed her image from that.
Yeah. I liked her. Yeah.
Let me get my monitor. I just found the Laserdisc set. Do you have this, Al? Let me make myself big.
Show me. No, I don't have that one.
Look. And you can play Laserdisc in your living room on
I can. Yeah.
On a tube television. On a tube TV, Laserdisc still look good. Not if you're not using an LED.
Well, that's true. I have all of my Laserdisc. One thing about Laserdisc, the packaging was great because it was just like a record album. They had, pictures and things on the inside. It was just really it's a cool presentation of a Laserdisc.
Ooh, look inside, Al Hardy. Too bad Tom's missing this. Look inside. Look how cool. Liner notes.
Very cool. That's very cool.
Look at the pictures.
Yeah.
Let me show you. There's more. Look, there's Liz Montgomery at the top. Pre-Bewitched, right at the top. You can't see very Premonition right there top. There's Liz Montgomery. There's Shatner with the Grim Reaper painting. And look at all these chapters they had. Whoa, shucks. Let me open this sucker up. Oh, wow. Look at how scary and spooky. I've never opened this thing. Look.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's a great Laserdisc.
Can you see it at all? If I back up, can you see more of it?
Yeah, it's good.
On a television, you can probably see it better. If you're rewatching this or watching this live.
Yeah, Laserdisc on high definition television doesn't look very good, but on a tube TV, they look okay, like you said. Yeah.
So, and then here's the discs themselves. Thriller was an awesome show. WGNX, Channel 46 here in Atlanta, played it in syndication in the late 80s. Mid to late 80s, they played it.
The labels on Laserdisc that were made by MGM were cool because the label had the old MGM logo, like on the records. It was yellow with the black MGM logo. It was pretty cool.
I love the MCA logo at the end.
That was cool too. Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun,
I'm
dun, dun,
talking about the sticker on the Laserdisc, the label. It was the old MGM logo on the MGM release movies.
With the lion?
Yeah.
Oh, no, the MGM UA you're talking about?
No, it's just MGM before UA.
Sean Ennis asked, does Love American Style have the magic 100 plus episodes? Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it does, yeah.
5 seasons. And it was part of a magic Friday night lineup on ABC. Get this, Partridge Family, Brady Bunch, they were on together. People don't realize that. A lot of people don't realize that Partridge Family and Brady Bunch, people think of them as competing shows. They were on the same network, same night, and not throughout all the run, but a lot of the run. And then also you had Room 222, a show I really like. I always like shows about schools, like Boston Public, before Boston Legal, same guy, Robert E. Kelly, Michelle Pfeiffer's husband. By the way, I meant to talk about, Cindy Morgan died. Who was in? Let me put you back on the screen. Who was in Caddyshack?
Ennis was talking about Laserdisc. You can put that up too.
Okay, but the reason I'm going to do a topic about actresses and actors that had similar looks, where one made it and another did not. And the reason I mentioned Cindy Morgan, from Tron and Caddyshack was she looked a lot like Michelle Pfeiffer. And what happened was Michelle Pfeiffer hit the scene after Cindy Morgan did and took over. And it was that same look. And casting people, they cast based on look as well as talent in terms of big casting.
Mm-hmm.
And Michelle Pfeiffer pushed Cindy Morgan right out of the limelight. She absolutely did, because they had a similar look. I don't want to talk too much about it. I have many examples of other actors that had similar looks where one took off and the other did not, even though the one that got pushed aside, was there first on the scene. Let me see. Get back to the comments. I don't understand some of these comments.
See Sean's comment there.
Wish I'd thought of this gambit, says Esmeralda. Sarah, I just didn't get married. Okay, I'm way back. They're still trying to figure out if that wasn't the same woman from Seinfeld. So there are definitely more than 100 episodes of Love American Style. Love Night Gallery, says Esmeralda. Same here. We watched a few at your house, Al. A couple years ago.
I forgot season 1 and 2 on DVD.
I got them all. And our friend Carol M. Ford, whom I mentioned, who authored this book, she did the audio commentary for Bob Crane's Night Gallery episode. How cool is that? Friend of the show.
Yeah.
On the Blu-ray version of Night Gallery season 2. Not DVD, Blu-ray. 5 seasons answers my question. Yes, sir. Gary Collins. Let me go back. Great show, guys. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah.
Alfred Hitchcock was also a great show. Is that the comment you're talking about?
Yeah.
I love blackmail. That's a racist statement. I'm kidding. So awesome, says Skeleton. I miss albums with inserts or foldouts. Right. Like with vinyl, you had the lyrics. Remember, Al? You'd have the lyrics to songs, and even on some cassettes. Not every cassette. I'd be disappointed. Here comes Tom. Wave, do you want to be on the show? All right. Here comes Tom Williams, everybody.
Did you take care of the dogs?
Yes, I took care of me too.
What did you eat?
I ate some delicious Kirkland's chicken chunks.
Chicken what?
Chunks.
Chicken chunks. I had to put them in the air fryer.
Oh.
Chance, do you have an air fryer?
I do not.
No. Okay.
I have everything else. I even have an air popper for popcorn.
That makes terrible popcorn. What?
No, it don't. It's better than microwave. No, it doesn't.
That air popper. I had one, and it just popcorn.
It's not as nice as your fancy. You have a real movie theater popcorn maker in your house. Thanks.
Well, that doesn't matter. I do, but the air pop.
In part, thanks to me. But that's another story. But I think it's better. It's better than microwaving. It's not as nice as and as good and as tasty as your popcorn, no doubt. But it's better than microwave.
Popcorn's terrible too.
You know, let me say that the AMC popcorn that you buy at Walmart is horrible. I tried both the buttery kind and the plain kind. It's horrible. But the Walmart brand popcorn, if you got to buy the bag popcorn, if you don't have the fancy popcorn like Al's got and whatnot, you can't beat it. It's pretty good.
Well, AMC popcorn at the theater is actually very good.
No, I didn't say it wasn't. I said the one that you buy at the store.
Yeah, I haven't tried that.
I always get popcorn to go sometimes if I want to stream something at home. I'll go to the theater, buy it, take it home. And if you put it in tubs and put it in your fridge, it'll last for days. You just heat it up.
Oh,
well, you could just put it in a Tupperware container and it'll keep.
If it's airtight.
You don't have to put it in the refrigerator. Just
now, I will say this: the new albums that you buy, and I bought quite a few, don't have the fold-outs and the inserts like they used to have. I caught the tail end of that conversation because I got some Tom Petty and some Ringo Starr and some other albums I bought, and they don't have the inserts and stuff like they used to have. I don't know why. As much as they cost, you would think that they would, include those or have some, but no, they don't.
Look, we live in the present and hopefully in the future, but the reason we like nostalgia is things were better made then. And you're right. Yeah. They're selling better than compact discs are. Vinyl is. So
Yeah,
vinyl's
that's
had a
true.
comeback, but they didn't bring it back the right way, like you said, with the lyrics, with the inserts, like Esmeralda's saying, like you're saying.
Yeah, they've also I know Best Buy has just stopped carrying Blu-rays and DVDs.
And albums today cost 25 and $30.
That's what Tom was saying.
But correct me if I'm wrong. That's why I used to go to Best Buy, was to buy the most current whatever movie is out there, and it would make you look around the store at other things. So if nothing else, it's a lost leader for them. And why they did away with them, I'll never know, because it drove a certain percentage of people to the stores, just like they do at Walmart, just like they do at some of the other places that still sell them. Because you go to Walmart and they still sell them, and so does Target. So I don't know. I guess that's where you got to go now. Yeah.
I think this is the comment Al was talking about Laserdisc from Sean Ennis.
Yeah.
Do one of you guys want to read it, or?
Yeah, Laserdisc were cool. I remember watching all the extra footage on the Taxi Driver, director's commentary. You could also remove channels, watch it, just the score, or just the dialogue without the score. I don't remember any disc like that. I'm sure they had them. Don't get me wrong.
I had some. Yeah, isolated tracks. Yeah.
I don't think every title obviously offered that, but what he said is true. It would be cool to watch a movie with just the dialogue, no music, because how boring would that really be? Just like they did the test shows on CBS many years ago, where there was no laugh track.
Hey, Chance, check your the group text. I sent you a picture of me with my popper.
Oh, I'll put it on the screen.
Actually, you took that picture.
Yeah, I'll put it on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also to Tom's point, it'd be great if you could watch a sitcom without the laugh track. And Ryan Settles and I have talked about this, friend of the show. Oh, he froze up.
Hey, Tom, you froze.
And watch a sitcom without the laugh track.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
I don't like a laugh track. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what happened to Tom. Should I pull him out and put him back? I'm just leaving him right there. Maybe he'll unfreeze. It's kind of funny. Sarah says, "Chance, you're killing me." Oh, he went away. Hopefully he'll come back.
He'll come back.
Esmeralda says, popcorn is the best, no matter how it is prepared, except for the bags of always stale tasting stuff. I want to say this now, locally, I don't know what market you all are in, watchers, viewers, listeners, but here in Atlanta, they have on local television exposés. They did one years ago about sweet tea in restaurants, and how there's bacteria in the sweet tea or unsweet tea in restaurants and in ice makers at a particular AMC theater. Don't sue me. It's just a fact. I'm mentioning a brand. I shouldn't mention AMC. I don't think they changed the butter, because there's one particular dispenser. I avoid it because every time I get butter from this dispenser, I get a stomach ache soon after I eat the popcorn with that.
I never put butter on my popcorn. I don't like butter on my popcorn.
I put a little bit. I don't want acne. I still get acne. Even at my age, I get acne if I have too much grease in my diet. So I avoid it too, but I'll put just a little spritz.
If it upsets your stomach, why do you put it on popcorn?
You weren't listening. I'm saying this one particular dispenser upsets my stomach. I don't think they've changed it or cleaned it. I bet if they did a test for bacteria in movie theater butter, popcorn butter, I bet it'd be disgusting. One of these eyewitness news expose teams needs to expose or at least investigate movie theater butter. That's what I say. I bet they'd be horrified. Look what Sarah said. I'm still hungry. Popcorn, yellow stripe, smile. I guess it didn't come through. She's trying to do emoticons. Comments. Let's see here. Let me put them on the screen. Esmeralda says, I remember when a record album cost a few bucks at the place near my college.
Yeah, an album was like maybe $3 or $4 at the most. Back in the day.
Sarah says, all birds quite so good. Yeah, Sarah has 3 pet birds. Danny stating, okay, have to consult a wise old wizard later all. Okay, a wise old wizard. Methuselah, space giants, wise old wizard. What does that mean?
I'll be right back. I'm going to show you something. Hold on.
Okay. I'll get caught up with the comments. Later, Dan. Thanks for tuning in, brother. Dan in South Carolina, checking out. Esmeralda, I hate laugh tracks. I'll decide when something's funny. Exactly. Sean Ennis, watching without the musical score illustrates the worth of it. Compositing and editing is an amazing art. Composing and editing is an amazing art. Sarah, if I told what I made at Movies Popcorn, you would cringe. Oh, Sarah must have worked at a movie theater at one time. We'll talk about it Tuesday. Or tonight. If she comes back. She's with her dad. Her dad's birthday is today. He turns 70. So happy birthday to Sarah's dad. Esmeralda, chance you do not want to know how many bacteria is in many public things. Are on many public things.
Here is the popcorn I use in my popper.
Oh yeah, I got to pull up the picture. Hold on a second.
Here's the wait a minute. Here's
do that while I'm pulling up. That's exactly good.
I pull a case. I buy this by the case, and it has your popcorn here, and then it's got your butter here, and then I have the flavor call that I add to it to give it the yellow look and the great taste. Fun pop.
Tell the story of how you got that maker. We were together at Bill Tush's Cinema, which is the Sandy Springs Cinema and Tap House.
Mm-hmm.
Back, it was at 2019, before the pandemic.
And
there was a guy there working on their popcorn machine who sells them from Gold Medal.
Gold Medal, which is here in Atlanta. I think it's in Austell now, just outside of Atlanta.
It's by Six Flags Over Georgia, for those that don't know the Atlanta, Georgia area, out in Cobb County. And
but Gold Medal,
and they sell popcorn makers for homes as well as movie theaters. Go ahead.
Right. Plus, they sell every kind of thing that's in a restaurant or a theater, from hot dogs to cotton candy to popcorn, snow cones. They have all of that stuff at Gold Medal.
They sell to churches. We're giving them a free plug.
Anyway, they had this popper like at the Sandy Springs Cinema and Tap House here in Atlanta, and I liked that little machine. And I started talking to the guy from Gold Medal. Oh, well, we sell these, and so I bought one.
And it's a little counter. I think I have the picture about ready to upload.
It's a 4 kettle machine, a 4 ounce kettle machine. Because you buy the popcorn, you can buy it for different size kettles, and this is for a 4 ounce kettle here.
I need to smile more. I look like frowning. Okay, let me get that. Okay,
you look fine.
4993, 4993, 4993, photo 4993. I don't know why I said that out loud. I gotta delete something.
Yeah.
I sound like a hillbilly. I gotta delete something.
Well, I need to.
But I do. I didn't know there was a limit of 100 photos, and that's fine. Delete that, and now I can add the photo.
Take the old photos out from old shows that you've used.
I do. No, I do. I do. But there's some videos and photos I use every week, like my fake rant of the week. I'll get to later. Is this it? This must be it. Here comes a picture of Al Hardy with his popcorn maker. Boom. Yep. And I took that picture, and it is delicious. It's the same thing as being in a movie theater. And behind him on the right, those are projectors stacked up, digital projectors.
Those are digital projectors stacked up. But if you look up, you'll see a 35 millimeter projector too. That's in the booth. I can run film. I can run film.
You've got two 35 millimeter projectors.
Correct.
As well as 16. Yeah. He's got like literally a real home theater system, and he's got a movie theater screen he got from a movie theater.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I thought my setup was cool. Al's, I think, is a little bit better than mine.
But that popper makes great popcorn. And Chance always brings that big tub over.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go get it for the camera. Y'all gonna think I'm a pig, a pig.
He always brings that over, and he just scoops up the popcorn. You know,
like Martha's character said in Animal House, that boy is a pig. Esmeralda says, "Now that looks like great popcorn." Al,
well, I bought a new 4K projector. It's It's an Epson, and the ones you see stacked up there, I bought those, before I really settled on one that I really like, and I bought a 4K projector a couple of years ago, and it gives an awesome picture. And I have Dolby sound and all that sort of stuff. And you can see some movie posters. There's a picture of Humphrey Bogart there, and I got a couple of banners in the back. I mean, I'm just a pack rat. I save every. I say what?
I think you've lost weight. I think you've lost weight since that photo was taken.
Well, I have lost weight. I've tried to lose weight. I weighed 190 pounds one time, and when I went to get my checkup, and I said, "Oh God!" And so I'm down to 182 now. 180, yeah, 180, 182.
I have my bucket. I'm ready to kick the bucket. No, I'm not. No, I'm never ready to kick the bucket. But look, here's a can of Pringles to put it in perspective. Let me make myself big. Here's a can of Pringles.
Look at that tub. It's huge.
Here's my bucket. Oh, God dang it. You could fit maybe, let's see, how many cans of Pringles could we put in here?
At least 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Just to put it in perspective, because it's hard to tell looking, but look. And isn't today National Popcorn Day, or was it yesterday?
It was yesterday. Today is National DJ Day.
And this is clean. It's plastic and it's machine washable. And this is what I bring to Al's house, and I fill it up. When I leave, I'm such a pig. I fill it up to take home. I put them in those plastic Tupperware tubs, and I have popcorn for days.
Oh yeah,
sometimes weeks. But this thing is humongous. Let me put it on my head. Look.
Yeah, Sean said he lost 30 pounds in 2023.
Look, Al, I can put it on my head. I've never done that, like a dunce cap. But look, I mean, and I have plenty of room to spare. I would never suffocate in that thing.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah. Well, the first time you brought that over, I said, "Oh my God, I got to pop 4 or 5 bags of popcorn to fill that thing up."
Well, yes. I know, but I usually would bring over DVDs or something. I'd give you a gift in exchange.
That's
so
true.
It wasn't just a one-way street. Let me see what other videos I have. Oh. People don't care about us. They
Did
care
you
about
see where Sean said he lost 30 pounds in 2023?
Let me see.
Working on the old bod.
Hang on.
Esmeralda says you're taking advantage of me.
Esmeralda also says, Chance, did I ever mention I am a hillbilly? Sarah, told you, Chance, I'll teach you StreamYard. No. I'm when I make people big, you do it your way, and that's fine. I don't want all that crap on the side. I like it just when I'm doing it. I like it where it's just like I like to. Let's just make Al big. I don't. I like it better that way. On the TV, I'm sorry. I know how to do it. I'll prove it to you. If I wanted to, I could do it like this. Wait a minute. I do know how to do it. I promise. Wait a minute. I know how to do. Oh yeah, under him, I hit this. Oh, I already forgot. No, I'm kidding. No, wait. The 3 things, and then I know how to do it. Believe me, I know. I don't want to waste time. Now that looks like great popcorn. That's an old comment. Thanks, Esmeralda. Sarah says giggle. Sean says, see if you can guess what I am now. Bluto from Popeye.
I love Bluto. You know, speaking of Popeye cartoons, when I love Bluto, because when they talk, they all mumble and they don't even move their mouth. Pluto never moved his mouth. Who's that guy?
There's the Sean Ennis comment you're talking about, Al. Cheers, Al. I lost 30 pounds in 2023 working on the old bod. Cool.
Yeah.
Al, he is taking advantage of you. Yeah, about the popcorn. Well, I always give him a gift.
He does.
And besides, I bought one of those big boxes of popcorn one time for you.
You did. That was gone a long time ago. I just bought a new box of this. It's 36 in a box.
Hold on, let me make you big. Well, hold that. I know you've already done holding it.
The 36 count costs about $45. I think somewhere around there.
Oh,
there you go.
Look at that. Oh, I'm ugly.
No, that's good there.
Man, that's weird. There, that's better.
I like it like that. Yeah.
It gets rid of the border anyway. Yeah. Okay. I need to get back to the nostalgia in just a sec. We were talking about monsters earlier, TV monsters from the 60s and 70s. That was the main topic. We have other things to cover as well today. Outer Limits was my main focus, I guess, of the 1960 shows, but I've talked about this a lot, and I played this before. There was really only one monster, if you will, in this show. I'm going to play the opening to in a moment. Let me just put up Hamana. Let me put up the still image, which I showed earlier of this monster from this particular show. And this one right here, I'm going to play the opening to The Invaders with the music by Dominique Frontier. There were only 2 times you saw the alien's true form in The Invaders starring Roy Finnis.
Didn't Dominique Frontier do some of the first season music for The Fugitive?
No. He never did the music for The Fugitive.
Are you sure?
Now they recycled in season,
or did he do it for The Outer Limits? One of them.
He did The Outer Limits season 1, and they recycled that in season 4 of The Fugitive when it went to color. That was recycled music from season 1.
When I saw the first episode of Outer Limits today, because I noticed it said music by Dominique Frontier.
People get confused by that.
Yeah.
Because it is confusing. They just recycled his Outer Limits music. Look what Esmeralda says. I'm joking, Al. Looks like he can take care of himself. Oh, believe me, he can. He's like the king of... He should be the leader of Planet Sheep.
No, wait a minute.
I'm kidding. All right, so that's The Invaders alien. That's Richard Anderson, future Oscar Goldman. I'm going to play the opening credits and the end credits to The Fugitive, if you guys don't mind, because I love this theme. And I've talked about it before. I won't bore you with it again. They took concepts from an unsold spin-off pilot attempt of The Outer Limits titled The Unknown, which was going to be an anthology horror show.
Mm-hmm.
And they re-edited it as the final season 1 episode of The Outer Limits season 1 titled The Form of Things Unknown. But it had like the little rip effect in The Invaders when they go to commercial, starting with episode 5, it would have a cool little tear effect where instead of fading to black, you'd see a rip. And that came from The Unknown. As did this music I'm going to play. And I'm not going to play that original opening to The Unknown. I've played that many times on the show. So I don't want to bore. I know different people tune in at different times, but I'm not going to do that tonight. But here's how The Invaders begins. In every episode of all 43 episodes, here's how it would start.
Next, The Invaders in color. The Invaders. A Quinn Martin production. Starring Roy Finnis as architect David Vincent.
The Invaders. Alien beings from a dying planet. Their destination, the Earth. Their purpose, to make it their world. David Vincent has seen them. For him, it began one lost night on a lonely country road looking for a shortcut that he never found. It began with a closed, deserted diner and a man too long without sleep to continue his journey. It began with the landing of a craft from another galaxy. Now, David Vincent knows that the invaders are here, that they have taken human form. Somehow he must convince a disbelieving world that the nightmare has already begun.
The guest stars in tonight's story: Jack Lord, Alfred Ryder, and special guest star Diana Hyland. Tonight's episode, Vicar.
That narrator, William Woodson, a lot of you may remember from the Odd Couple TV show. Two grown men live together without driving each other crazy. That was William Woodson, the narrator of The Invaders. And Sean Ennis comments, thanks, Chance. I've never seen this. Just seen references. Wow. TV in the 1960s was just like British TV now. The same actors across multiple shows and movies. And you'll see a lot of classic Star Trek original series actors in The Invaders.
See this, Chance?
Oh, let me make you big. Yeah, I gave you that.
Chance gave me this box set. It's really cool. It's all the Invaders. It was either a Christmas or birthday present. I don't remember.
I gave it to a lot of. I gave that to Alan Sanders and Barry King. They each got one. And I gave that to several because I just love the show, and I bet they still haven't watched them yet.
I've watched a lot of these, but Chance gave me this when we worked in radio together. He brought it to me, but it's good. It's got
Oh, my buddy Jeff Logan's texting me. Yeah, it is good. It's a great show, just like The Fugitive. It's as good as the damn Fugitive, I think.
And Chance and I did a trade. He gave me 2 16mm copies of The Invaders in black and white of color.
Well, I'm going to hold up a film right now from my film library. I've never shown you, never brought over of an Invaders episode. It's in color.
Yeah.
My friend Jeff's texting me because tomorrow I'm going to a comic book show. It's a show they have in the Atlanta area called the Atlanta Comic Convention, and Open by Chance Toys will be there. My friend Jeff Logan and I are going, and it's a one-day show, always on Sunday. It's been around since 1992. I'll look at those DVDs, and it's from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And it's only $5 to get in. And they always give away something like a T-shirt, or you get a door prize. Everybody that goes. And right now it's going to be like 16 degrees tomorrow. So yeah, I'm going to go and look for some deals on comic books tomorrow. Okay. So if someone on Facebook said, I've been watching The Invaders on MeTV, let me show you this film, Al. Oh, I got to put myself on the camera. That would help. And those DVDs look cool. Oh, damn. I'm so ugly. All right. Look, it's in a film can. But I usually keep it cracked. Look, this is from Australia, this film print. It's an episode. I've shown it before. Look, can you see it, Al? You looking? Al. Golly. Al. Earth to Al. I might have muted him.
Here?
I took him off the stage. I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry, Al. We couldn't hear anything you were saying a moment ago.
Oh.
What were you saying? Can you see the film?
Yeah, I saw the film.
All right. This episode ends the whole storyline. It's called The Life Seekers, but ABC aired it out of order. This should have been the last aired episode. It resolves everything. And I don't want to give away what happens, but there's the film can.
Yeah.
Here's what the film looks like of The Life Seekers. It's awesome on film. Look at that, Al, with the TUSCAN 2-scan film reel, which is an Australian-made product.
Australian reel, yeah.
Look at that. And then no vinegar smell. Look at the nice handwriting that the TV station, whoever worked at the station, did start. The Invaders.
I'll label film prints nicely.
Barry Morse is in it. From The Fugitive, who played Lieutenant Philip Gerard. He's a guest star. And this was the season after The Fugitive ended. This is season 2 of The Invaders. And the weapons were cool that the aliens had. Of course, they had a laser gun, but they also had something I call a death disc, where they put this little round object on the back of someone's head and their neck, and it would induce a cerebral hemorrhage or a heart attack if it was held on long enough. And it made this terrible vibrating sound, like, and the person would be killed.
We got some comments you should put up.
All right. The aliens had no pulse, no heartbeat, and no blood. So a lot of times an alien will be cut, and they have a cool little like prosthetic effect with no blood. And when they died, they would glow and burn up and disintegrate because the oxygen was lethal to them. So when they were shot or stabbed, their membrane would be pierced and they would just burn up. So one would wonder, why do they want to take over the earth if they can't really live in oxygen? They have to regenerate themselves in these tubes every so often. And what they wanted to do in one episode, the Life Seekers, I'm sorry, not the Life Seekers, Wall of Crystal, was they had a weapon that would deplete the oxygen and just take the oxygen away and kill all the humans. It wasn't like V, where they wanted to eat us in The Invaders. They just wanted the territory because they were from a dying planet. And this lady, I talk about this too much, but Julie Summers guest starred in that episode, Wall of Crystal. and she signed that for me last summer. And also in that cast was Ed Asner in Wall of Crystal and Peggy Lipton before Mod Squad. She had a small role in the opening sequence before the opening credits. She's killed. Oh, spoiler alert, but it happens right at the beginning of the episode. And she's just gorgeous with, beautiful, beautiful lady. Let me get to these comments. Wall of Crystal.
I just got a text from Tom. He said, battery on phone died. Hang on, I'll be back.
Who?
Tom. His battery died. He said he'd be right back.
Okay. Sean's asking, is Life Seekers on Al's DVD set? Did it actually air? Yes, it did. I'm saying it aired, but out of sequence. Like ABC aired an episode titled Inquisition in aired order, which was produced not in sequence. So, yes. So the Life Seekers is the last actual episode of the Invaders, and it ties up the whole storyline.
Right.
And Diana Muldaur is in that as well. I mentioned Barry Morse. Diana Muldaur was in 2 Star Trek episodes. In season 3, Is There in Truth No Beauty? And then season 2's Return to Tomorrow. And this was filmed just around the same time as Return to Tomorrow, season 2 of Star Trek. So she had that long hair. Mm-hmm. She didn't look like she did in season 3, which was produced after Invaders had gone off the air, the season after. Say something, Al.
You got me hid away. Huh? You got me hid away. What are you doing?
I'm putting that film print away.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to find the one. I have a 2-parter with the original commercials I talked about earlier of the Invaders with William Wyndham and Diana Hyland. It's called Summit Meeting, parts 1 and 2. Original commercials. And one of the commercials, I need to put you on the screen and add Tom. There's Tom.
Yep. He's
there.
back.
Now we're all on. That one with the original commercials has a great Wishbone salad dressing ad with future character actor Robert Donner, who a lot of people know from Mork and Mindy, who played Exodore. And he had a lot of other character roles. And it's like a Hatfield and McCoy type plot in the commercial where there's a family feud going on, but they come together because of the salad dressing, Wishbone. Anyway, and he's playing one of the feuders with a big shotgun and everything. And then also I have, get this, an Ultra Bright commercial with Cheryl Tiegs. Ultra Bright toothpaste, 1967.
Wishbone was also a character in, was it Wagon Train? Wasn't he the character that...
He was in a Wagon Train, wasn't he?
Wishbone? Yeah, did I say Rawhide? I meant Wagon Train.
Yeah.
Talk amongst yourselves for just a sec.
I've got some Wagon Train on 16 millimeter. I like that show, actually.
No, did you ever see the one with Lou Costello?
Yeah, I've got an episode that's got Betty Davis in it. Wagon Train. Yeah.
On film?
On film, yes.
Oh, wow.
Tom, this will interest you. Al offended me earlier today. This isn't controversial. I didn't let him know I was offended. But he said, with streaming, you don't need film anymore. When he discovered the Fugitive Pluto streaming channel.
Well,
and he made that statement. I thought, really? Film is unique, brother. One of a kind.
Well, look, I've been a film collector since I was 16 years old. I mean, I know all about film. So does Tom. So do you.
Film is just the joy of having it and being able to throw the projector.
Well, back in the day before VHS tape, back before home video, the only way you could watch stuff at home was on film.
And there were catalogs. You could rent movies on film.
Well, I was lucky. I worked in television, and I used to take movies home from the TV station. I mean,
this is all I wanted to go get, guys. We'll get back to film. We're talking about Wishbone. I'm not a wish. I like Ken salad dressing, and I got this the other day because it was on special at Publix, and this is delicious. It's called Wishbone Lemon Herb Vinaigrette. It's so good. That's all I had to say. I'm doing like a commercial for Wishbone salad dressing. It's so good.
Well, did you like the rock band Wishbone Ash? Wishbone Ash.
I need to put. Let me take put Wishbone Ash. There we go. Tom, what are you doing?
My dog is going on the.
Is that Telly?
Of course, it's Telly. Yes.
Show everybody Telly.
There's Telly.
Yeah.
And they found that dog. she was running loose on the side of the road.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's a long-haired Chihuahua. She's my baby. One of 6. Anyway.
Sonny's down here next to me asleep on the floor.
Oh.
Ken Steakhouse is my favorite salad dressing, and then that's all I'm going to say about that.
I'll tell you what. You're talking about salad dressing. Thousand Island dressing is still a favorite, but I will say this: Pizza Hut. Did you ever used to go to Pizza Hut when they had the all-you-can-eat pizza and they had the salad bar and everything else?
Oh yeah.
Well, their Thousand Island dressing was incredible. I don't know what it was, but I just remember it being very, very good. There, I've said it. That was Pizza Hut. That was Pizza Hut, you know?
And I loved Pizza Hut, the sit-down Pizza Huts. It was a great first date when you're in high school or college. It really was.
It was.
It didn't break the bank, and you could feel like you took your date to a sit-down place, and it really wasn't. But
So Sean says the last thing he shot was an interview with Ed Asner, a great guy. How long ago before he passed away did you shoot that interview? I mean, was he a retired actor at that point, or was he? He never really retired because he did the voice in Up, and
he did a lot of Hallmark. He did a Hallmark Christmas movie in recent years.
He was Santa Claus and Elf. So he did a lot of things beside Mary Tyler Moore's show, and although maybe what he's known best for.
And Lou Grant, the spinoff show that was an hour long.
Yeah, Lou Grant. And that's just like saying Buddy Epson was well known for the Beverly Hillbillies, but he went on to do Barnaby Jones for what, 5 seasons, 4 seasons?
No, 8 seasons.
Well, I was wrong. It was 8 seasons. 8 seasons.
Now you're talking about. Wait, repeat. Who are you asking about, or who are you commenting on about Barnaby Jones? Which actor? I got a text that distracted me. Are you talking about? You're not talking about Buddy Epson, are you? Okay, Buddy Epson. Yes, because I thought you were talking about he and Lee Merriweather were in the entire show because they had different cast members. Okay, all right. I couldn't hear. Yes, he was in all 8 seasons of Barnaby Jones. That ended in 1980. It began in 1973. Really, winter replacement for the 1972-73 season.
Buddy Epson was a very good dancer.
Of course.
Oh, and he had a hilarious cameo in the Beverly Hillbillies movie from 1993 as Barnaby Jones.
Yes, he did. I thought the Beverly Hillbillies movie was pretty well done, considering Jim Varney as Jed Clampett was good. I thought they were all pretty good. Cloris Leachman played Granny, and I thought it was an okay movie. I know Al probably didn't like it, but
no, I love it for it.
Dabney Coleman is Drysdale. You can't go wrong with Dabney Coleman.
No, you can't go wrong with Dabney Coleman.
And Lily Tomlin is Nancy Culp's character. I just finished watching the whole series, and I can't remember her name right now. Jane Hathaway. Miss Hathaway.
I like the lady that played Drysdale's wife. She was funny.
Oh yeah, in the series, you mean?
Yeah, in the series, she was just clueless about everything. I loved her.
Gibbons.
Yes. Yeah. She was funny.
And that he wore a hairpiece, of course, the original Drysdale, because I saw him in a My 3 Sons film the year before Beverly Hillbillies premiered, and he's bald as can be. Wow.
Anyway.
Well, a lot of actors were. Bing Crosby wore a hairpiece. Jack Benny wore a hairpiece. John Wayne wore a hairpiece.
Shatner, of course, everybody knows that.
Connery.
Connery's a good one. Yeah.
The list goes on and on. The hairpieces did look so good. I mean, I did a thing for Frank's Nursery and Crafts, their national campaign, and we did a Christmas one which featured a Scrooge character, and a hairpiece alone cost $5,000.
Whoa! $5,000! Oh my God!
Yeah. But it looked. that hair looked real. I mean, you could from the scalp merging with his. I mean, it was amazing, and that's why it cost so much because it looked really, really good. So,
Fellas, Harriet McGibbon played Mrs. Drysdale, and she passed away on February 8th, 1987.
Wow, a long time ago. But she was funny. She hated the Clampetts. She couldn't stand them. Those hillbillies.
Yeah, she was funny.
Yeah,
she was funny indeed.
Yeah.
She lived to be 81 years of age. She's born in Chicago, Illinois on October 5th, 1905.
And the lady, what's her name, that played Granny, they made her look older than what she really was.
Irene Ryan. Yeah.
Irene Ryan, yes.
Well, they did the same thing with Golden Girls with Estelle Getty. Same thing. Almost not the same character, but the same look, aging beyond her real years.
I mean, if you look at the young pictures of Irene Ryan, she was gorgeous.
And she made some movies back in the 40s too, you know?
Yeah.
She was a chain smoker too. That's what killed her. She died shortly after Hillbillies left the air. Terrible chain smoker. I've read interviews where people were really upset with all the smoking. I mean, just like worse than Danny Cochran.
B. Benaderet, who played Petticoat Junction, who played the character of Kate, who ran the hotel. She died of lung cancer too. So,
the original mother of Jethro. She played Jethro's mom.
Yes, she did play that character. Yes, she did.
Pearl, cousin Pearl.
But he's the only one left out of the series, as far as I know.
Max Baer Jr.
Yeah, he's like 83.
Knock on wood.
I think he's like 82 or 83. Yeah. Macon County Line was his big claim to fame after the Hillbillies.
Because Donna Douglas passed away years ago.
Yes,
she was in a Twilight Zone. Everybody knows that. They dubbed over her voice, but Eye of the Beholder season 2, the gorgeous woman in the bandages,
right
in the reveal. Sean Ennis, are you a director like Tom is? Our friend Tom at the bottom of the screen. In what capacity did you interview Ed Asner? In what capacity? Was it a podcast, television show? Please let us know in the comments if you're still with us. I'd like to know.
Update the comments.
Yeah. Because the reason Ed Asner came up, Tom, I don't think you're on yet, in case you weren't listening. He was in an Invaders episode, a really good season 1 Invaders episode called Wall of Crystal that had David Vincent's brother, and he played a really mean alien, Ed Asner did. He was credited as Edward Asner in those days. And he was in a lot of Fugitive episodes too. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. Edward Asner. Chance told my dad you gave a birthday party shout. Thanks again. Well, you're welcome. Of course. He gave a
Sarah.
shout.
You've showed that one before. You need to catch up.
Oh, Esmeralda said about your dog, Tom, cute dog.
No, she is. Yeah. She's my love. She's my baby.
And Sean says good doggo. Oh, good doggo.
She's a good puppy. She's a good puppy dog.
You got to get caught up in these comments.
You do. But you know Ed Asner is a good actor, of course.
Oh, 2010 or so. He's talking about interviewing Ed Asner or Sean Ennis.
Wasn't Ed Asner president of the Academy at one time?
Probably so.
He was. Yeah, I think he was president of the Academy at one time.
Patty Duke was.
Mm-hmm.
And you know who is now? The nanny, Fran Drescher.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Ed Asner was back in the 80s, sometime back in the 80s.
So how was John Houseman? We should get Sean on the phone. How was John Houseman to work with Sean? I'm wondering. How was John Houseman to work with? John Houseman.
They earned it.
The paper chase.
They earned it.
Yes,
he's been gone a long time. And of course, he was the fembot maker, Al. I have those on film. Those Bionic Woman's where he played the fembot maker in all 3 of
I remember. We watched that over here.
Back in 2019, we did. Yep.
Yeah.
I could sell those for a bundle if I wanted to. Let me look up John Houseman. How long has he been gone?
He's been gone a long time. Well, they did the movie The Paper Chase, and then it developed into the TV series.
John Houseman died on Halloween night, 1988, in Malibu, California. He's been gone since 88. Halloween night, what a terrible night to die. Yeah. Well, hell, any time's a bad time to die. But
that's true.
He was 86 years of age, born in 1902 in Romania. He was born in the Kingdom of Romania.
Sean said he was camera assistant.
Well, believe we have some talented people in the audience.
I never really got a chance to direct, but I do write. Cool, Sean.
Let me look that up. Let me.
It's funny because as many things as I've directed, the camera people, or the camera assists, the grips, the people that are out on the set with the actors, they get to know the actors better than sometimes the director or the producers or whatever, because they're with them all the time. They're on camera and they're having to interact with them. So the actors, if they're regulars, they know their names, they know their families, they know, know what kind of new car you just bought. Whereas, someone like myself who doesn't have the interaction, direct.
Well, you're in the control room. You're not
I'm
in there with them.
But it's kind of a different thing, because we don't get to be out there in the flesh with them, like the camera assistant, the jib guy or the grip guy or whatever, camera dolly guys, and all the guys that are out there. So the actors tend to interact with them more than they do anybody else. So that's how come our repertoire develops between them. Just like David Letterman and his cue card guy had quite a repertoire together, to where Letterman will pull him in as part of the show, and that type of thing. So,
and they get a bump. For those that don't know, when a crew person gets on camera, they get extra pay.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Hey, Tom, you said, Tom, when he left Turner for a while, Tom went up to MSNBC in New Jersey. Yeah. And you directed the Imus Morning Show, right? The Don Imus?
Yeah.
National DJ Day. Yeah, I'll bring that up. But you interacted with Don Imus, and you said he wasn't very pleasant.
He wasn't. Yeah, I'm sorry. He wasn't a very pleasant human being. He should have been.
I love to watch his show, though. I mean, I've always liked Don Imus. He was always sarcastic and, crude, but I always liked him.
Yeah.
I watched that show all the time.
Yeah, he was not a very pleasant human being, unfortunately. So,
in fact, you brought something back to me.
There has to be a reason that he was that way. Something happened to him.
Well, I don't know, because he was getting good ratings when he was on MS, and and
you gave me this, remember?
Yeah, I do. I gave you a mug too.
Imus. See the somebody get a little thing on his cheek.
Yeah, where's the mug? Where's the mug?
Oh, the mug? Hang on.
The mug is there too.
The mug is cool too. Hang on.
It was up to your right.
I got it right over here.
Well, let me read this comment. Esmeralda, talking about hair pieces earlier, says bald men are sexy too.
There you go. Bald men. Well, there it is. Imus in the morning.
Hang on a second. Put my earpiece in.
Esmeralda also says, Granny and the Beverly Hillbillies always reminded me of my grandmother. Practical and not impressed by much.
Yeah. Granny was the best. And, now the funny part about the Granny stuff, and it used to be when you collected that. Oh, that's nice.
Thanks, Al.
Classy.
Classy.
Wait, let me read it. Husband was long gone, but as great. Oh, fantastic.
For the listeners, Sean Ennis said Houseman was long gone, but Ed Asner told me some great stories about him and Nancy Markin, who was Tony Soprano's mother. Okay.
Yeah. That's great.
Oh, cool.
That's great.
Look at did you read this, Tom, about Alan Arkin? Sean Ennis says, I also shot an interview with Alan Arkin around 1990.
That's funny. I went to the Maine workshops up in Rockport, Maine. Turner paid for it. I remember going up there. So, yeah, it's nice up there. I spent a week up there. So, good. So real quick, like I was saying, if you please punch up Al. I'm tired of seeing your face.
You can put us back up there. You got me.
All right, but I'm trying to show this comment. Sean keeps giving us great comments here, and as do everyone else who's taking the time to chat. But Read that. Sean Ennis, I've had many fly on the wall moments. I think Richard Linklater. Oh, I'm sorry, Linklater? Who's Linklater? Well, it says Linklater.
Linklater.
I assume it means Richard Linklater, but I don't want to. Maybe he knows what he's talking about. I don't.
Oh.
Owes me a drink at least for making his career. Who is Richard Linklater, Tom?
I don't know that. I don't know
I'll
that.
Google.
Oh,
Maybe he's a British.
Linklater. Yeah. Okay. Maybe he's a British guy.
So anyway, they mentioned Granny. What's funny about, especially Beverly Hillbillies, the commercials, because when you collected film, usually the film collector would not want the commercials in there, regardless, and so they cut them out. But now that YouTube has come along and Vimeo and all these other places you can see them, you should look up some of these old commercials, and they're a hoot. They're just really, really funny. Even TikTok has some I'll come across every once in a blue moon, and they're hilarious. I mean, they're great. They're great how they weave them into the show. Even I had a network Jack Benny show, and Don Wilson comes on and says something, and then all of a sudden he pulls up a box of Jell-O, and he brings his son. He brings his son on and said so. Whereas the syndicated print cut that, they cut that scene out obviously because it's a commercial, and those they used to weave them into the shows, and they were so funny how they did that, how clever. Even Green Acres with the titles, and Lisa Douglas would read the titles. Who's the producer? Oliver, that type of stuff.
Donna Douglas?
No.
Not Lisa. Who's Lisa Douglas?
Lisa Douglas. Green Acres.
Green Acres. Yeah. Oh, Richard Linklater. I knew who this is. He's a big-time director. He directed Dazed and Confused. Movie director. He directed the trilogy Before Sunrise. Oh my gosh, I feel so stupid. He was probably screaming at us. Directed Hitman. Oh man, this guy's a big-time director. Before Midnight. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but he probably won't give you a drink. He probably won't even give you, Sean, the time of day.
I love Dazed and Confused.
I hope I'm wrong.
I love Dazed and Confused now. He directed Bad News Bears, the 2005 remake. Bunch of stuff.
I must have been on this. His career.
Holy smokes! I like those movies, man. The Before Sunrise, Before Sunset trilogy. Those are movies that were done every decade or so. Do you know about those movies, guys?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I didn't care for them very much.
Yeah,
I've seen them all.
The thing about it is when I went up to Rockport, Maine and did that film class, our teacher would obviously tell stories, but also he said, you'd be surprised how many of these big time grips and directors and assistant directors and whatever do the Hallmark movies and do all the other kinds of crap that you would normally not associate with a big time DP or an AP or whatever. And because that's the type of work that puts food on the table. Just like I, for many years, would do network marketing conventions. I would go to California. I would go to Vegas. I would go to Kansas City.
You met Stan Lee?
Yeah, I met Stan Lee.
Just having a casual conversation, no big deal.
I was in
That's back in his freelance days.
Yeah.
And you're not fanboying. You weren't a fanboy. You were just having a conversation about life.
Not at all. And the thing about it was, that's what puts food on the table is those types of gigs. The big movies that 2001 or whatever the case may be, that's great, but they also do other things to put food on the table. You got to work. Just like the actors, you'll see them pop up on a clip. You go, man, I don't remember them doing that. Or you see, for instance, we had Lenny Kravitz at one of these network marketing conventions in New Orleans a few years ago. He played for him. Well, listen, There is an internet site. I don't remember the name of it now. We can go and book all these big names that are out there now for your own convention or whatever, but they cost a lot of money. Yes, you can get Bob Dylan. Yes, you can get all these big stars, but you got to pay the money. And that's
how much money does
mean,
Bob
I mean,
Dylan
let's face it,
need?
we
He
had
just
Jay
sold his
Leno.
library for like $1 billion.
Yeah. But we had Jay Leno do Ted Turner's birthday party about 5 or 6 years ago. And they flew him in a private jet. They paid him $25,000. And then they flew him back. He was up in one day, 25 grand. Come on.
Tom, question for someone you did interview at Turner. You had the honor of interviewing, if I remember right, Steve Allen and his lovely wife, Jane Meadows. Jane Meadows in her younger days was gorgeous. Audrey Meadows' sister, for those that don't know, from the Honeymooners. Classy. I look at kinescopes of her on game shows and live shows.
Yeah.
What were they like? Steve Allen and his wife. Am I wrong, or did you not direct them in an interview?
No, I directed them, but it was a show. It was the Trumpet Awards. It's a Turner thing. And it was him and the name just escaped from me. The black singer, she's no longer with us, but she co-hosted with him. And she was sitting in the front row doing rehearsals, and I didn't realize it was her until I, backed away from the podium and was listening, following along on the script and everything. And I looked over and went, wait a minute. He brought his wife with him. He brought Jamie.
Be right back.
So it was great. I mean, he signed several albums for me, and I had some LP records. The thing he wanted to know was, have you actually listened to these? I went, oh, yes, sir, I have. So some great music on these. You if you haven't listened to them, you have to listen to them because they're really, really good. He acted like it's just a paycheck. I'm here. He wasn't jovial as you might think. He was much older then. This was probably about 4 years before he passed, and so he was okay, but he wasn't real outgoing. Okay, he wasn't real outgoing. Now,
and another hairpiece wearer, I might add.
Yes,
Steve Allen.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. And the worst guy I worked with was the Allstate man, the black gentleman. I don't remember his name. He did.
Oh yeah, Saber. The guy, he was in 24, and he was in a Fall Guy episode. Of course, I have them all on film. Great voice.
So many edits in my life on a person because he kept messing up, and the teleprompter was there.
For good hands with Allstate. Yeah.
Yes. And he, he
was rude though. He was rude.
He wasn't rude. No. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he was rude. He was a pleasant enough guy, but he couldn't read teleprompter worth a darn. And
I missed who you're talking about. Who you talking about, Tom?
The Allstate guy, the black gentleman.
Oh, okay. You're in good hands with Allstate. before Mayhem, he was the guy that did the Allstate ads before Mayhem.
Hey, Tom, were you at Turner when we did a Andy Griffith special?
Yeah, I directed it. Me and Bud Wilson.
I found this. I'm going to show it. It's a picture of Don Knotts. He was one of the nicest people. You know that?
Yeah,
here's me.
Yeah, I worked with
this him. Is in the studio, me and Don Knotts.
Yeah.
Look at you, Al.
That was a different time.
Used to be handsome, Al.
That was a different special. They brought him in for.
And if you see there, he was sitting in a CNN chair.
Right. He had a tuxedo on. I was not there. That was before I came there. Then they brought them back for a reunion special.
Yeah.
And it had Howard Sprague. It had George Goober Lindsay. It had Otis Campbell, Don Knotts.
Don Knotts was a great. He was so nice. Yeah. He was so friendly. He really was.
They had all the surviving members except for Andy Griffith, Gomer Pyle, Jim Neighbors, and Ron Howard.
Yeah.
And the only reason Ron Howard wasn't there because he was doing the movie.
Right.
And I would tell you why they wouldn't bring
Andy Griffith was doing Matlock. He was busy.
Well, he didn't want to do it.
Well,
That started
he didn't want to come
1986.
to Turner. He was kind of a butthole, you know.
Yeah, he was. He was not a. Yeah, he wasn't a really.
He wasn't
Andy?
a real friendly person. No, he
Andy,
wasn't.
you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't very friendly, actually.
He wasn't as friendly as you might think.
But Don Knotts couldn't have been any nicer.
Comment from Sean Ennis: School Days was a Spike.
Emma.
Sean Ennis: School Days was a Spike Lee film. I think a Spike Lee joint is what Spike Lee calls his films. A Spike Lee joint. It's what it says on the credits there. And he's talking about Spike Lee. It's going back to like White Men Can't Jump and everything. Sean Ennis: I met Tommy Lasorda under the outfield bleachers of Dodger Stadium on a film shoot.
You just showed that clip that earlier.
I am not a baseball fan. He just asked a lot of questions about the movie I was working on.
Well, same with Hank Aaron. I did a bunch of stuff with Hank Aaron down in our virtual studio at Turner, and he was a nice guy, but he was all business. He was on the Turner board of directors or something at that time, and he was a busy guy, and but he was nice enough. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
And he continues, Sean Ennis: I remember thinking this conversation is so being wasted on me. I knew who Lasorda was, but couldn't care less. Friends of mine groaned when I told them.
Yeah. Well, same with me and Stan Lee.
There you go. Dennis Haysbert is the actor from the Allstate ads before Mayhem.
He's right. I forgot his name. And
Sarah, are you getting mad at me? She's making comments like I'm trying to understand her comments back there.
What he is.
I'll have you. We're going, Sarah. If you're still, I see you backstage. We'll have you on in a minute. You know, after the fellas sign off or while they're on.
Well, she says Al looks fantastic. Thanks, thanks, Sarah.
I don't know if Sarah's mad at me or not. I hope not. I'm very grateful to
Al, you handsome rogue.
Thanks, Esmeralda.
Sean says joint. You're right. I mistook. I mistook School Days for Dazed and Confused. Okay. All right. So let me see here. Sarah, don't be mad. Dang, we just, damn. I don't know what's going on.
She's not mad.
Because I don't know what this comment means. I'll just book Chance, and then he'll bring his friends, and then they'll bring their friends. I'm smart. I don't know what that means. Hope. All right, back to the nostalgia.
Well, we'll make it up for the podcast we didn't do today after the movie.
Right. We were going to review ISS, but an emergency happened that we won't go into details on, and we couldn't go. So we're going to go next week.
I think I told you that ISS is getting IMDb gave it a 5.6 rating.
But see, I don't care because people are stupid. More than half this country are stupid, and people.
They said the plot's all over the place, and they said it's just Miranda. It's just
I'm going to judge for myself.
It still might be a good movie, though.
What?
It still might be a good movie.
Well, that's true. That's true.
It's only an hour and 35 minutes long.
That's what somebody said. If it was any longer, they said it would be impossible to sit through. Oh, God. I'm just telling you what they said. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, fellas, I was going to say 50 years ago this past week, Happy Days made its debut on Tuesday, January 15th, 1974 at 8 o'clock on ABC. And, of course, it was the answer to the August 73 big screen hit American Graffiti, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But this, Tom and Al, the series pilot was originally shown as a one-episode skit on Love American Style. It was on Love American Style on Friday, February 25th, 72. This just shows how short-sighted network executives are because they passed. It was a backdoor pilot in Love American Style titled Love and the television set with Harold Gould playing Mr. Cunningham before Tom Bosley was signed when it became a show. So anyway, around February 72, ABC said, oh, no, that'll never work. And then in August 73, American Graffiti is a hit for Universal Studios at the box office. Now they're interested. And so as a winter replacement, it began in January 1974, in the middle of 73-74 TV season. Funny how success works.
Yeah, that is...
American Graffiti 2 was terrible, though.
Yeah.
The first, it wasn't very good.
Yeah.
And Happy Days ended its long run on Monday, September 24th, 1984, after 11 seasons and 250 half-hour episodes and 5 one-hour episodes were filmed. But guys, did you know that at the start of season 3 of Happy Days, the show began being filmed before a live studio audience, replacing the canned laugh track they used in the first 2 seasons, which used the Bill Haley and His Comets theme or tune, Rock Around the Clock. Yeah.
Did you know a lot of those laugh tracks go as far back that they used was from I Love Lucy?
Really?
Yeah, we talked about it, I think, on a podcast one time. We talked about that.
Yeah.
I don't like laugh tracks, actually.
Who does? Laugh tracks suck. But Happy Days spinoffs included In Order of Appearance, Laverne and Shirley, Blansky's Beauties, a lot of people don't talk about, Mork and Mindy, and Out of the Blue, which is debatable, and then Joni Loves Chachi. Notable lowlights of Happy Days included introducing Fonzie's horrible girlfriend Pinky to kick off season 4, the disappearance, couldn't stand her or the actress, and then also the disappearance of the older Cunningham kid Chuck with no explanation at all, and of course Fonzie jumping the shark. And of course, Bill Haley and His Comets' May 1954 hit single Rock Around the Clock was the opening theme song. I know I've already said that before. It was scrapped and replaced with the tune titled Happy Days, written by Norman Gimbel and Charles Fox, used beginning with the 3rd season. But guys, here's some good trivia. Final thing about Happy Days. Did you know that in 1976, Happy Days on ABC ended the 5 consecutive years All in the Family held at number 1 in the Nielsen television ratings for CBS? Happy Days beat 5 years in a row of number 1.
I remember when our station got the when it first went in syndication, when it was still on ABC. It was a big thing. It was expensive. We had them on film, and it was a big thing. They paid a lot of money for them.
Do you know what they retired? There was a new title for syndication. Do you remember what it was?
Yeah. Happy Days Again. I think.
Yes, good job.
Yeah.
Winner, chicken dinner. Chicken chunk dinner in your case.
Give me my chicken dinner.
It's just like the series Bonanza. They put Bonanza in syndication when it was still on NBC, but they called it Ponderosa.
Right. I'm impressed, Tom. Good job.
But did it have a different theme song at that time, though?
No, it's the same theme song.
On the Ponderosa?
Yeah. Okay. You know, they had the map with the flame burning in the map.
Right.
When it came up and said Bonanza, it just said Ponderosa.
I remember the restaurant Ponderosa. I'm hungry.
Ponderosa Steakhouse. Yeah.
Ponderosa Steakhouse.
And then Chips in syndication also changed its name to Chips Patrol. I don't know why they changed Happy Days to Happy Days Again and Chips to Chips. I have film prints of Chips that say Chips Patrol where they obvious splice job. Yeah. And like the color stock will be different. It'll be like mint color, and then the Chips Patrol will be red, and then back to the good. It's like one quick shot, like 2 seconds. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, they did that with Rocky and Bullwinkle. They called it the Bullwinkle Show. You know, in syndication, it was Rocky and Bullwinkle when it was on the network. Then it became the Bullwinkle Show.
Yeah.
Esmeralda says Pinky was a singer. Getting back to Happy Days.
She was actually a very good singer.
I forget her name. I forget her name. Yeah, she had
the actress. You mean who played Pinky? Yes. Roz Kelly or something? I think it's Roz Kelly.
She had a band.
She was awful.
So
no one could stand her in the crew and the cast. By the way, they wrote her out quick because she was a B, allegedly. Yeah, pain in the butt. Yep. Tom, you getting a compliment from Sarah? Tom is so fantastic.
Thank you, Sarah.
As well as Al. Cool.
I don't know about Al. Look, you lost his Al. Where's your scarf? What happened to your scarf? Did you get hot
in there? I took it off.
Hey, fellas.
No, I wear it when I go outside, and with a coat, and I just didn't take it off.
I thought you were trying to be debonair. I thought you were trying to get an ascot.
No.
He needs a top hat to be debonair to go with that scarf.
Yes.
I could never be debonair. Not me.
Hey, fellas, another 50-year anniversary well, this is from a while back. Remember the show Emergency? Of course you do.
Of course.
That was another one retitled for syndication. It was retitled Emergency One. Yeah. The great Ron Troop's dad, Bobby Troop.
Well, Bobby Troop and
Singer.
Julie London were married, and Bobby Troop was a good singer as well.
Yeah,
But
Julie
his
London,
did you know his daughter was on My Three Sons? Played the she played the character Chip Douglas married. Polly.
Really?
Oh.
That's Roan Troop. That's his daughter. Anyway.
Julie London was she was in a film noir movie last week on Turner Classic Movies, and she looked so young.
She had a sultry voice, smoker
Yes.
voice.
Julie London.
They were on Tattletales all the time in reruns on Buzzer.
Yes, they were.
Bobby
That's
Troop
right.
and
They were.
Julie London. He's funny on that show. Like just being not scripted, he's hilarious.
Bobby Troop had a big hit song with Snooty Little Cutie.
And Sarah's a big fan of Emergency, and she told me about some bloopers I've yet to see that are really raunchy, funny outtakes from Emergency of Bobby Troop being crude and funny.
Oh, wow.
But happy debut day to Emergency, which hit NBC 52 years ago. Oh, this is old copy. On January 15th, 1972. Yeah, okay. It's not old copy. I'm sorry. Let me start over. Happy debut day to Emergency, which hit NBC 52 years ago on January 15th, 1972, as a TV movie titled The Wadsworth Townsend Act. The weekly series began on January 22nd, 1972, and concluded its sixth-season run on September 3rd, 77, which was a rerun. But get this, there were 6 new emergency TV movies airing on ABC after the show was canceled between January 7th, 78 and Tuesday, January 3rd, 1979. And that's all I got to say about that. Happy debut day.
Sean said, "Where's Al's mustache he had in the picture with Don Knotts?" I cut that off a long time ago.
That looks like a PORN stash to me, but whatever. All right. This will make you feel old, fellas. Your stat. It's a joke. I didn't want to say the word. We're a family show. Did you know? Guess who turned 65? This makes me feel so old. Susanna Hoff. Susanna Hoffs.
Oh.
From the Bangles, 65. Oh well.
That's not old. That's still young.
Dolly Parton turned 100 the other day.
She's not 100.
I'm kidding. She turned 78. I love Dolly. I acted with her in Joyful Noise. I played her son in one big scene. Yep.
I met Dolly when I was in country radio. She's up at the radio station. She's very nice.
She was born on Saturday, January 19th, 1946 in Locust Ridge, Tennessee. And she's married to her original husband. They've been married since 1966. How about that?
He's very tall, too.
Carl Thomas Dean. He's a handsome man, too. Oh, and then last thing, fellas, and I'll shut the heck up. Last week was a debut day anniversary. I call it Happy Debut Day to the weekly version of the $6 Million Man. First episode aired on January 18th, 1974, but it had been airing before that as a series of 3 90-minute TV movies starting on March 7th, 1973. So,
now,
there you go.
Have you met Lee Majors at one of the cons?
I did. I met him in 2012 at Dragon Con when I was there as a guest, as one of the Walking Dead walkers. I sure did.
Right.
Got his autograph and everything.
Wow. Was he pretty nice guy? Was it nice to you? Or?
It was a bad experience.
Oh, sorry.
Because he got irritated because I tried to take a picture. Just a picture, not of us, just a picture of him. He puts his hand up. Nah, I don't want don't take my picture. Okay.
You know, I'm sitting up here and you two are doing all the talking. I guess I'll sign off. You know, then all the talking.
All right. Well, I gotta go. I gotta be early, so I'll let you do the talking now.
Yeah, he moonlights, Tom. For those that don't know, he moonlights on the weekend.
I was just joking. I was joking.
I gotta work tomorrow. I gotta get up early. So
he does got a boogie.
It's only 8:30. I was joking.
I know. You're joking. But I've got to go. It's been great, and I'll.
Where you gotta go? It's only 8:30.
I'm in the bed. By the way, this bed I'm in.
Are you? You're in the bed.
One of the producers of the movie The Accountant.
What?
The movie The Accountant. This bed.
Oh, that's a good. That was a good movie.
Yeah.
Very good movie. Yeah.
because they filmed up there in Madison, up near Athens.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
So, anyway, I will see you all next time. I'm
Later,
signing
Gator.
off.
Thanks for joining
Bye.
the Podblast, and we'll hopefully see the movie next Saturday if you're free. We can
Right,
see
Tom.
ISS and then review it in Al's studio.
Okay,
Bye, Tom.
sounds good. Bye.
Hey, give my best to Susan. Oh, there he went.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Like,
Can we
I
bring
was just
Sarah
joking.
on? Can we
What?
bring Sarah on, Al?
If you want, that's fine.
If she's still back there. Sarah, you still there?
Yeah, I just shoved a banana in my mouth. But yeah, I'm here.
There's a joke I could say, but we're a family show, so we're not
exactly.
Gonna...
Hey, Al, bye, Tom.
Listen, we're all gonna do. Look at this graphic. Al, you and I are going to talk about Twilight Zone Tuesday night on your show, right, Sarah?
I got banana in my mouth.
Well, look at this graphic that she designed. That's not it. I'm sorry. That's not it. That's not it. This is pretty cool.
Mary.
I can find it.
I'm dying. Okay. I got swallowed my banana.
Boom.
There you go. Well, that's the old one. I gave the updated one.
Let me get the updated one. Say, y'all talk amongst yourselves and I'll pull it.
Anyways, yeah, it took me a while to get the updated one. I've been kind of busy around here doing a bunch of things. So, like I said, it's my dad's birthday today. So,
Tom just texted me a picture of Dan Blocker playing the fiddle. Look at that.
All right, I'm going to put that on the screen after I put the revised promo up that Sarah designed. I'm going to let me.
Excuse me real quick while I let my bird. She was upset that I had a banana and I didn't share it with her. Who knew? You hear her complaining. Sorry, guys.
Oh, God, I've gone almost 4.5 hours, and I didn't even really. Well, I prepared pictures, but I didn't have a script like I normally do. just talking, just running my mouth like an idiot.
You know.
Let me.
Oh, and my dad wanted me to tell you thanks for shouting him out for his birthday. He said that was awesome.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday. And I'm glad Esmeralda's feeling better. Let me get this image that you had sent. Let me look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. She put you in there, Al. Let me you're going to love this. Hang on. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. You're so talented, Sarah.
Thank you. I was doing everything while doing everything, so thanks for letting me have the time off from the show for you get things done. Because I literally woke up to get here, apparently.
Well, thank you for being such a good sport. Let me just
Hey, it's what we do in life. It's teamwork.
First thing I got to do is do that. And then I thought I downloaded it. Oh, shoot. Hang on a second.
Chats are so fun.
What? What did I do? I've been told I'm funny when I'm not trying to be funny.
But right, Al, he is, right?
Yeah.
And
Let
there
me
he's Shepherd.
delete that. I didn't know, Sarah, I can only have 100 images. I've got a ton of images going.
I have a bunch of things to tell you about StreamYard, not just layouts. Although you are funny with that.
Thanks, Esmeralda.
There's that. Where do you see this, Al Hardy? There you are. See yourself there?
Yeah.
I haven't had a tie on since I went to Chance's confirmation.
Well, you're on what's his bucket's body? You know, the guy who made
I like it.
the show. Yeah, so you're the announcer because you got the voice for it. So
okay.
And obviously, Chance is the how to serve man guy, and well, I'm gonna get eaten, so whatever.
I look like I'm about to grab your breast.
Chance is the villain.
You know what's funny though is like those clips or the pictures I put up there of the actual show are like 4 of my favoriteest ones, right? Well, plus Chance and I 5 then I guess, right? But favorite episodes right there.
Yeah, and you're Talkie Tina.
No, I'm not going to kill you though. I'm more like the fortune teller person there, more like that because that's William Shatner's first appearance in there, right? In Twilight Zone. Mm-hmm. So most people don't know about that. They all know about the plane, but they don't know about that one. And that one happens to be my favorite.
Right.
The William Shatner ones.
What is this? Hang on a second. I'm trying to find what Tom sent. This is hilarious if I can get it going.
The one with Dan Blocker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought okay, talk amongst yourselves. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, so oh my gosh, Mary. Yeah, it took the when I make these thumbnails, I don't just willy-nilly throw them together because I wanted to kind of say what we're saying are going to be talking about. Let me have to type words because my spelling is terrible. So it takes me a while to figure out how to say it in picture form. So then I have to figure out, how to add everything and that kind of stuff. So other than that, it's fun. I love making thumbnails. It takes me a while to think. Who knew?
You're good at it. And you helped me with that clip from Lost in Space of the giant Debbie the Bloop played by Yanos. Thank you for that. Cause I couldn't get it to go at my end. So
no worries. Sometimes I have to go through multiple converters to get it to work because some of them are just offline to updates, and some of them just have too much adult links to them, and I'm like, why? And so I understand your struggles. And Mary, for God's sakes.
I hear your birds.
Yeah, Mary's the medium social crested cockatoo in the white that you see in my picture. You have to, radio people, you have to come to the Chances channel if you want to see me and what my birds look like, because that's how it is. And that one with the orange head is Paulo, and he's a Brazilian bird. And the one with the red hair or redhead is a Mexican redhead. Her name is Pickles, and she's from guess Mexico. There you go. But Mary's complaining right now, all because I ate banana.
Sarah, are they in the same big cage or separate cages? How you got that?
Okay, so Mary is in a cage by herself. I mean, her penthouse by herself in my room. Mm-hmm. And Paulo and Pickles were in separate, but they decided that they were in love, so now they live together. But then Paulo also loves me because, of course. So now there's this weird bird-human love triangle I want no part of.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it happened because, of course, yeah, my life is a sitcom, except with birds. Mary. But yeah, but I have 3 of the birds in my room: Pickles and Paulo, and Mary. And my dad has Lefty in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you clip their wings a little bit so they can't fly, or how?
Yeah. You trim their feathers. There's a way to do it, right? So you don't hurt the birds and they don't get hurt if they fall down. So they can still glide, right? Okay. But yeah, right now they're fully flighted just because I haven't gone to the bird farm lately because life. But usually keep them, their wings clipped so they don't fly away, so they can go outside with us and stuff.
Okay.
They'll sit on our shoulders and we drive, and it's really fun.
Interesting.
Cool. Yeah.
I've never had a bird as a pet. I bet it's cool. I bet
when we were kids, we had parakeets. We had parakeets when I was growing up.
See, parakeets don't really sit on your shoulder. They don't really do that. They're not those kind of birds, really. I mean, some of them are. Obviously,
they will sit on your shoulders. I remember we had a parakeet when I was a kid, and he would take showers with my dad and mom. He would sit on their shoulders while they were taking a shower.
Right, yeah. But what I'm saying is like parakeets in general aren't usually like shoulder birds. Most of them are just in cages and stuff.
There's
Dan
Blocker.
They don't really like to come out and be social.
Look, Sarah, there's Dan Blocker from Bonanza Haas.
Yeah, that's great.
He passed away a long time ago, sadly. His son did some TV in the 70s, too. He did a Chips episode from season 2 where he played a college kid that got caught smuggling weed across the border. Anyway. But, yeah, there's Dan Blocker. That's a funny. Thank you, Tom Williams, if you're still watching. That's funny.
I was going to say,
Admiral Chesterman.
Besides, he was my favorite character on Bonanza. Besides, obviously, I can't think of his name. The main guy, the dad. What's his name? Oh my gosh, jeepers!
Well, after Dan Blocker passed away, a character named Candy took over.
You're talking about Lauren Green.
Yes, thank you. I have him. Oh, my mom does actually.
Alpo Dog Food, Pitchman. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did a song back in the 60s called Ringo.
He could sing. He's got a
Oh,
great
yeah.
voice.
I have a CD. My mom does. Anyways, I have a CD of him singing all the Bonanza songs and all that shit.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
awesome, dude. It's one of those kind of things like I don't care for like like country or that kind of thing, right? That much, except for old stuff is great, right? Marty Robinson, Chef's Kiss. But when Lauren Green, like, oh my gosh, he could sing like anything. He could sing like I'm going to be sentenced to death. I'd be like, oh, that's so good. That's great. Keep going. It's amazing.
Dan Blocker was only 43 years old when he passed on May 13th, 1972.
Ooh.
You know, they did an episode of Bonanza where he died, and it was very sad. I remember seeing that.
You know what killed him? A pulmonary embolism following gallbladder surgery.
Yeah.
At Daniel Freeman Hospital. Sad.
Daniel Freeman, really?
But he's immortal.
My grandma was a nurse at Daniel Freeman.
Esmeralda says so young. I concur, Esmeralda. We missed you, Esmeralda, the last couple streams. I was asking Sarah, where's Esmeralda? I miss her. I love her comments. And I said to Sarah, well, she has a life.
You know,
like,
Lauren Green was in the movie Earthquake, remember?
Oh yeah. Irwin Allen did that, didn't he?
Yes.
I didn't see Earthquake in years. I saw it like one time. That was a great movie. I actually like that one.
And Esmeralda says that is an awesome pick. Basil of Dan Blocker.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that's the one she's referring to. His son was also Dan Blocker's son was in Black Sheep Squadron.
That's right. He was, yeah.
His relatives apologize for being sick. That's weird, but I love
it. You have a life. I'm just saying I missed you. It's cool. There ain't no hard feelings. I'm just glad you're here. God, I've been talking my ass off all day, all afternoon. I need to wrap it up because I'm going to a comic show tomorrow, and I like to skim through the show to see how the clips went, and then I'll go to bed. And sometimes I'll have a drinky poo while I do that. So I'm hungover and up all night. I got to meet my buddy Jeff. We usually go to Steak and Shake before the comic convention and grab a bite, and then we go to the show. It starts at 11 a.m. and it's going to be friggin' 16 degrees tomorrow, but we'll be in a hotel. I bet everyone's going to be sick. I'm going to really watch it out. I'm not going to be there more than an hour. I'm just going to buy a few comics and leave because people are going to be coughing after this last week here in the Atlanta, Georgia area of the bitter cold. There's going to be some sick people in there.
You're going to come back sick.
No, I don't want to do that because I want to see the movie Saturday with you and Tom so you can report back. I want to see ISS. We'll see if it is as bad as the people in IMDb are claiming.
I've yet to see one good review on it.
How could that be if it's over 50% good? There's got to be some good. What do you mean?
Well, how do you know it's good? You haven't seen it.
You're not listening. That's not what I'm saying. You're saying it's what? 50%, 60% good. So some people are saying it's good. Otherwise, it would be like a 1 star or 10%.
Well, I mean, some people, you're going to have some people like it. Yeah, of course.
What phone was that?
Not many.
Is that yours?
That's my phone.
What is it about?
Your phone? What?
Who's texting you, Al Hardy?
my friend Norm, who used to live across the street.
His house burned to the ground, his former house. I was there at Al's house, Sarah. We were about to do a show with Bill Tush, an interview that Al did of Bill Tush. And the house, I go, Al, the house is on fire. I mean, literally across the street from Al's house.
Yeah, it was.
Now, it was hard. And I said, call 911, Al. And he did. And I got to say, the fire department got there quickly, really quickly. Gwinnett County Fire Department, and the house burned. And you know why? Some guy that was renting it, an African-American gentleman, was smoking weed, and he didn't put it out. He thought it was out in an ashtray, and it caught the drapes on fire, and the whole house burned up. That's his buddy Norm's former house. After
I have a hole in my bed from dropping. Well, I didn't really mean to drop it. I had a joint, right? And the stupid thing fell out and burned a hole in my bed. Whoops.
I think I might have a photo I can throw up of that house burning.
But I was awake.
Thanks, Asma.
It was in January too, Al. It was the month of January.
It was cold. Yeah, the house has been rebuilt since now, but yeah, we were actually doing a podcast.
That's what I said.
And then the lights started flickering over here, and I said, "What the hell?" And so Chance and I went outside, and there was smoke coming from the roof of the house. And what was happening? The the power pole out there where the lines come to my house and to that house, it was affecting the electricity in that house. It was affecting mine. And so mine never went out. It just flickered a few times. But I called 911 and the fire department got there, gosh, within 10 minutes. They were close. They got here quick.
I had a house on fire on our street in Temecula one time. They were gone, fortunately, so nobody got hurt, right? Not even their animals or anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what happened was, because the neighbors across the street were quick to call 911, but I guess they let the fan on and it caught fire, and it just started burning up the whole upstairs, right? So I mean, the house got fixed and everything. It burned down to the ground. It was definitely salvageable, but regardless, it was one of those nights that we all as neighbors went down the street, were hugging and kissing everybody, like, oh, we love you all. Be careful, stay safe. What do you need? It was pretty good.
Well, the sad thing about the house across the street, the dog didn't live because he left and the people weren't home and the dog died.
And we were told the dog's going to make it.
Yeah.
That was the sad thing.
The cops actually brought the dog out and they had him on a stretcher behind the fire truck, but he didn't burn. He just got smoke inhalation.
Yeah.
And he didn't make it.
Yeah. The majority of everybody will die of smoke inhalation before they ever catch on fire.
Yeah. So
tell the rest of the story, Al. All right. The guy did it. The African-American guy did it because he was leaving to watch NFL playoffs. I already said he didn't put the joint out and it caught everything on fire. But talk about after the fire. You went in there and you salvaged a brand new bicycle out of the garage, a TV set.
No. That was weeks later. That's
what I said, after the fire.
Well, the garage didn't get burned. And so I walked over there one day and there was a brand new bike in there, a really nice one. And so I just brought it home. I still had it.
And a TV, I thought.
Well, they had a TV, but it had some damage to it, so I just left it.
But you went in there and grabbed a bunch of stuff, I thought.
Well, me and my friend Ron, he said, let's go over there and see what we can find. So we went over there and I got the bike.
That's not huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Dude,
my people were gone and everything had been, they just left it there.
I know. We've had plenty of people in my life that, up and just left their houses and what's there is there, right? But I get that. I was just messing with you. But my mom in 84, so before I started kindergarten, she had a paper route and she'd bring my brother and I with her, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And one of the buildings that we went to drop off newspapers had a fire inside it, right? And obviously, it was, building with other places in it, but the floor was still there, the roof was still there and everything, but it was all just black inside, right? And so they, had to close down their business, and then they returned all the newspapers to my mom. So that was really the thing I remember most about it is it smelled like smoke. It was black inside. And why are we giving back the newspapers that are old? What? There's a trash can. I remember thinking that as a kid.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, no.
I can't find the photos, and it just popped up, Al, in my Facebook feed of on this day, a year ago, 3 years ago, whenever it was. I can't find it. Damn, I wanted to show you pictures of that house going up. Yeah, the fire.
Well, I did a video, but I don't think I have the video anymore. I think
you posted it though, because you posted the fireman.
I posted it on Facebook, but I think it's not on my phone anymore.
By his mailbox is a fire hydrant, Sarah. So the firemen were drawing the water off of Al's property.
Yeah.
When I lived in Temecula, the street I lived on was a cul-de-sac, right? And we had a fire system right in front of our house. And our next door neighbor looking straight down the street to the left of us, right? He was a firefighter. And when he built the swimming pool in the backyard, all he did, instead of everybody else who gets their garden hose and fills it up, right? He took the lid off the fire hydrant, put his hose on it, right? And put an actual fire hose on it into his backyard to fill up his pool. And he did it every time, right? It was pretty funny. But yeah. We had the fire hydrant on our street right in front of our house. And the fire the house was on fire was down our street, right? We lived in a cul-de-sac. So it's pretty far, but yet, they had enough water in the truck to put it out, fortunately, because otherwise they would have run a hose all the way up to our street, or to the end of our street there, which was the closest one to that house, because they had a little side cul-de-sac on it, and even that street didn't have another fire hydrant, so kind of poor planning.
Yeah. They've got some more comments you can post.
Okay, I will. I'm trying to find that because these are great images we had of that house burning down. Someone's house is burning down. That's a Jimi Hendrix song. Down, 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 down. All right, I'll put the comments on the screen, but first I have a picture to share with you guys. And I got to check on my bunny. It sounds like she's tearing something up.
Aw, she's so cute.
She's cute, but she's getting hungry.
Oh, yeah, my birds escaped. Pickles and Paulo. Remember I typed in chat, I gotta go see what's wrong with my birds. They escaped from their house. I had to go hunt them down. It took me a while.
Wow.
They escaped in my room. I was like, dang it, birds.
Well, I can't find the fire, but I found this. We were talking about Bonanza, the restaurant, and we were talking about the TV show Bonanza and Haas, Al.
The Ponderosa?
Yeah, but let me take this comment off just so I can.
Ponderosa Steakhouse, yeah.
What the hell is that bunny doing? All right, hang on a second. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hungry.
I remember that ad.
Okay, now
there's some nostalgia. And who is that? Who is that in the photo?
He was
the actor.
Wait a minute, I'll tell you.
It looks familiar.
He did a lot of good voice work too.
He was the first Marshall Matt Dillon in radio. He was Cannon. He was the narrator of The Fugitive. He was in Jake and the Fat Man.
Yeah.
William Conrad.
That's it. I knew it all along.
Yeah, that's what I just said, but you guys didn't hear me because I didn't say it out loud.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's it.
The steak it's only $3.99 and it tastes like $1 million.
Dude, I paid $1 million and I get a steak that tastes like cat food. That's not good.
You see the price of steaks and stuff in the grocery store? Oh
yes.
My God.
Yes. It's depressing. And my dad bought canned meat. I'm like, please don't buy us dog food to eat. I refuse. I can live without steak. Just don't give me canned meat. That's gross.
I don't eat a lot of red meat anyway. But good grief. I was in the store the other day and I saw the price of steaks. I said,
Well, I need to see what's going on with the NFL guys. I'm going to start to wrap this up if that's okay. I mean, seriously, and I'm hungry as hell. And
I'm fine with that.
Got almost 5 hours, but great show. Thank you all.
It's time for On Patrol anyway. I got to go watch that.
Yeah, same here. The cop show. I'm going to wait till 10 so I can zap past the commercials. Let me get to the comments though that you referenced, Al.
Yeah, and then
Jimi Hendrix rocks. Yeah, I love that song, "House Burning Down." It wasn't
Joe
a hit
is
song.
my favorite song by him. Hey Joe.
Hey Joe. Yeah. It is enough to make me turn vegetarian, but I cannot give up bacon. My 10-year-old niece Molly loves bacon. Loves bacon, and so do I. Okay,
bacon is a drug, and it should be injected into my veins at all times. Just saying.
I love comedy shows.
Yes.
Go ahead. I love. Oh yeah, it is sad about that dog because we thought we're repeating ourselves, wasting everyone's time. We thought the dog was going to make it. All right. I agree. Under the old, well-established law of finders keepers, absolutely. Oh God, I have my Al.
Yeah.
Well, yes. This includes you. I got to quickly do this before I sign off. Got to do this. It's a regular segment I do, so let me put my little graphic up. I think Sarah's going to know where I'm going with this, but let me just play this.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. Some more?
Well, I got to do my fake rant of the week. Very good, sir. I'll be quick. I mean, I've told Sarah this story on the phone, but and I told you too on the phone, so I'll be quick with it. But I pay my power bill at a local grocery store called Publix. Publix, because it's free. Everyone pays their bills online. I know, but I pay because it's no fee. I just hand cash to the customer service. I'm there anyway. So I go there last Saturday night when the Chiefs are playing, and it's dead because everyone's watching football. And long story short, I say, hey, I'd like to pay my bill, but please be careful. Make sure you apply this to Georgia Power and not Georgia Natural Gas. Okay. Well, the lady cannot figure it out. I'm waiting there. I'm looking at my clock, not an exaggeration, 15 minutes. And she cannot figure out how to do this thing. So finally I said, maybe you get some help? And so she knocks on the door and the guy's counting money in the back. He comes out and he goes, oh, you didn't hit enter, to the lady. You didn't hit enter.
Yeah.
Then I have to wait another 5 minutes for her to do her thing. It normally does not take this long at all. She hands me the receipt and it's $1.50 more than it should be. And I said, well, something's not right because this is free service. And then I thought, well, maybe they're charging a fee like everything else in this terrible economy. Maybe they added a fee and it's gone up. So I look at my receipt. She applied it to Georgia Natural Gas. I told her, apply it to the power company. So I said, well, we got to fix this real quick. She doesn't apologize, doesn't do anything. And so she gets on the phone with the Western Union, blah, blah, blah. And long story short, it takes 45 minutes to resolve this. And at the end, she goes, okay, here's your tracking number. You can come back on Tuesday and get a refund. And I said, that's unacceptable. I said, can I talk to your boss again who's in the back? She goes, well, that's not my boss. And I said, well, I need to talk to a supervisor. So the guy comes out. And this is a guy that could pound me into the pavement. He could kick me in the next week. Big old boy, big white boy, big gut, but nice, friendly. And I said, sir, I'm not going to blow my top. But this is unacceptable because I told this lady from the get-go, please be careful this gets applied to the power bill because this happened a year ago and not, blah, blah. And I told him the whole thing I just told y'all. I said, I think I need a gift card. We all make mistakes. I make plenty of mistakes, but I think I should get a gift card. And he didn't even hesitate. He said, sure, no problem. So he gives me a $30 gift card. That's great. I go back on Wednesday, I give it another day. And I get my money back and it gets applied the right way. But it's just an example of how this person was probably between 21 and 25, how Generation Z, which I call Generation Zero, does not pay attention. And there was a nice African-American woman behind me while this was going on. And I said, I promise, I told her to please be careful and make sure it goes to my power bill. So how this involves Al, and then she goes, I know the young people don't pay attention. How this involves Al is I told Al this story and Al's response was, Chance, it's your fault because you don't pay your bills online.
Yes, I pay my power bill online. Never have a problem with it.
That's besides the point, sir.
Wait a minute. You're saying that because Chance doesn't pay his bill online, she can't hit the button right? Like she should not have hit buttons with a Chance.
Well, no. Clearly, she didn't know what she was doing. But he wouldn't have this situation if he just pay it online and it's instant.
We also wouldn't have the situation if she knew how to hit the buttons. Right?
One mouse click and it's done.
Either way,
that's besides the point.
It might be, but you got aggravated, and you wouldn't be aggravated if you'd have paid it online. You'd have never had that situation.
The way he said it was, he was so smug, Al, when I told this story, when I was venting with him over the phone, he goes, oh, well, almost like, I'm glad it happened. It's your fault. You should pay your bills online.
Well.
Like he gave me a bye, Felicia.
It's not the first time. It's not the first time you whined about this. It's happened to you before.
It happened a year ago at the same Publix, Paces Ferry, but it hadn't happened since. Every month, I choose to do that. I don't trust online. I'm old school.
Well, I tell you what, it'll happen again. I guarantee you.
You irritated me worse than when someone says "bye, Felicia." That's a pet peeve of mine. When someone says "bye, Felicia," I hate that expression, and I hate people that say that.
Yeah.
Hate that.
Who says bye, Felicia? What are you talking about? What?
I don't know. I guess that's besides the point. What I'm saying. All right. Well, I guess we had to make sure there wasn't anything else in the clips.
You guys are the best.
I have to go to the bathroom, so I have to go number one. TMI. So I'm going to play the typical Wet Willie weekend song. I'll cut y'all loose because Al's sick of hearing this song. But I want to play it because I haven't played it in a few shows, and it just kicks off the weekend. We're Saturday right now. Normally we would have done this Friday night, but I thought we were going to go to the movies today. And so I didn't do it.
Oh, get over it. The movie will be there next week.
You guys are the best.
You know what you should, since you like the Beverly Hillbillies, you know what you should close out with?
What?
A little clip. Y'all come back now.
Oh, yeah. Donna Douglas. No. It's not y'all come back now. This has been a Filmways presentation.
Well, no. When Flat and Strug sings the song, they say, come back now. And then they say, this is, yes.
Not in the theme version, in the 45 version.
Yeah.
Y'all come back now. You hear? You're right.
Send me the clips and I'll get it done for you.
Oh, yeah. It's on there. Just look up Beverly Hillbillies 45. That's all you got to do, and you'll find it. It's right there. Beverly Hillbillies.
I don't think you can play the whole song, but you can use the parts as y'all come back now.
You could do fair use.
Well,
you could do just those 5 seconds. Or
it depends
2
if it's copyrighted or not, and even then, sometimes that's finicky. So we'll see.
Oh, I love you back, Esmeralda. Chance, we love you. Thank you. All right, so guys, I'm gonna remove you. I'll keep you backstage if you want to hang out, because Sarah, I'll chat with you briefly, but I do need to run because I got to meet my buddy Jeff at the comic show tomorrow, and I can't afford to do my typical behavior.
I have to take care of my dad's birthday shit, so we're good.
All right, Al, thanks for being a part of the show. Tom Williams, Basil Chesterman, thanks for being a part of the show.
Bye, Sarah.
Thanks to everyone in chat that joined us. Thanks to everyone in comments. I'm going to go a little bit longer, but I want to thank everyone. Esmeralda, let me go down the list. Sean Ennis.
Yes.
Nocturnal Miss So was there for a while.
Yeah.
A lot of people. And I'm sorry, I mentioned everybody at the top of the show. Yeah, I agree. Sarah, family. So have a good one. So I'm going to remove you guys from the stage, but I'm not going to, see you later.
Well, I'll you put me backstage, I'll say for a few minutes, and I'll talk to you guys later. See ya.
All right. All right. So now I'm going to play this song because I love this. I love this song, Wet Willie Weekend. This is a live version. Let's listen to it.
I am talking about the weekend. Yes, I am. My mind is buzzing. You like dancing? Yes, I do. 'Cause you gotta make the best of life while you're young. Good people, we can do just what you wanna do. We can. When all those working days are through, we can. Yeah. We can. You know it's time to get away. Let's go down to my favorite bar. Weekend, yeah. Weekend, I'm spending all my hard-earned pay on the weekend. On crazy nights and lazy days. Weekend, yeah. Let's go. I'm talking about to the drive-in with all your girlfriends. You miss the whole show. Oh, now, but you gotta make the best of life while you're young. Listen, people, weekend. I'm watching all the people play on the weekend. I want to hear everybody say weekend. Hey, yeah, weekend. Weekend now, baby. When all those working days are through, weekend.
Thanks again for everybody that joined us. I just can't tear myself away. I want to make sure I covered all the nostalgic stuff. I covered recent birthdays. Today's also Lorenzo Lamas's birthday. I think he's 66. And we got to thank our friends at Remind Magazine. Go to remindmagazine.com and get that offer, introductory offer of $1 an issue. Mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order. It makes a great gift, and they'll think you spent a heck of a lot more than just $12 for an entire year. Normally, it's $5 per issue plus tax on the newsstand at, say, Barnes & Noble. And that's out the door, including tax and shipping. $12, $1 an issue. Just go to remindmagazine.com. And I'm just going to scan and look at the what I'd written in the Nostalgic Podblast. Oh, let me take this image down here. And thanks for joining us. Sorry, I talked about that. Lorenzo Lamas turned 66 back on January 20th. He was born January 20th, 1958 in Santa Monica, California. Happy heavenly birthday to George Burns, who was born as Nathan Birnbaum on Monday, January 20th, 1896 in New York, New York. I love George Burns. Here, let me see if anyone wants to chat about that real quick. You're back on stage, Al. I took you back off, Al. I didn't want to catch you off guard. Sarah.
That's great.
Sarah.
That was great.
George Burns memories? Did you like,
yes.
Oh God?
Okay. George Burns. Back in the old days of the black and white era where, George and Gracie, right? Well, I didn't know about the TV show until Star Trek 4, when they named the whales George and Gracie, that they were referring to that old show. So once I learned about that, I went to watch the show because, of course. And I'm going to tell you, comedy gold, that man is a genius. And when he said he was going to live to 100, he did. That guy is amazing.
Other nostalgia shows we want to talk about, our friend Thrash Pondo Pond, Sunday nights on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Thrash Pondo, just look it up on YouTube. He's on every Sunday at 7:30 with a nostalgia trivia show, and he interacts very well.
Engaging and fun. I definitely recommend.
It's not boring. There's a lot of things that are boring.
He's not boring at all. He's definitely not. 100% not.
Oh, happy heavenly birthday to DeForest Kelley, speaking of Star Trek, who, of course, played Dr. Leonard Bones McCoy in the original Star Trek and the original Star Trek movies.
He was my favorite character in Star Trek, the TOS, for sure.
Yeah, and he was born here in the state of Georgia, in Toccoa, Georgia, as Jackson DeForest Kelley on Tuesday, January 20th, 1920. He sadly passed away at the age of 79 on Friday, June 11th, 1999. Mm-hmm. But we all remember him, and I've seen him in episodes of The Fugitive and Westerns. He usually would play a villain.
Gosh, yes,
he was a villain.
I was just going to say that too, but he's an amazing man. Love him too.
And then the other day on January 19th, Melanie Griffith's mom, Tippi Hedren, turned 94. I didn't know she was alive anymore. I'm glad she is. She was in The Birds, Alfred Hitchcock, The Birds, among other things. And she's still with us.
I love that movie, actually, except for that they threw the birds at people. Not Mary. She doesn't like me talking about that. But, they threw the birds at people. And that was the first time they ever showed a toilet flushing on a movie.
I should have known that might be a sensitive movie for a bird lover like you. Yeah.
Well, not me.
Behind the scenes because of what they did. Well, that's before. Yeah. Now, of course, as a disclaimer, it has been for decades that no animals are harmed, and you have the Humane Society overseeing production so that no animals are harmed.
That's because Disney put all those living running off the cliff. I mean, that's their fault.
Right.
Blame Disney.
Right on. Right on. So I'm going to sign off for real, but let's plug Tuesday night. You, me, and Al talking Twilight Zone. Where's that graphic?
It's great.
It is. Oh, I'm in the wrong area. I'm in my videos and not the graphics. Look at this funny thing that I saw on the internet about the Dallas Cowboys. It's not a logo, it's a rating, 1 star. I thought that was funny. All right. And there it is. So Tuesday night, tell people what your channel is.
It's My Flock. Is everywhere you should come up under that, but it's My Flock as in like birds. And, there's a special symbol for the O, so you'll know it's me. And it's going to be great. And yes, Al's going to be there. This weirdo Chance is going to be there. I don't know if you guys know him or not, but he's a weirdo. But, he'll be there. And me.
You said in the first show, I caught this, the first show we did together on your channel, when you introduced me, but you showed all these great things, or not great because of me, but you're editing. You did clips of me in movies and TV shows and stuff, like whether it was Principal or not, whatever. You did some really cool editing, but when you introduced me, you said he could be crazy.
Yeah, he could be, but
all right,
I'm just making sure that people understand that you're just human, but you're epic still.
Don't think I didn't catch that dig at me. All right. Well,
you hang out with me. I mean, how sane can you be?
That's true. All right. Well, I'm going to go, and y'all have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks for being here. This is Chance Bartels, the Nostalgic Podblast. You can hear us at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, Saturday and Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, and then overnight Monday and Wednesday night. Also, we're on Apple and Spotify and everywhere you can get your fine podcasts, like Google Podcasts, which is going away later this year, 2024, but we'll be everywhere else. Anyway, thanks for being here. Be safe. Have a great week, everybody.